maybe 15 seconds. So they just force it. And, you know, forcing Barons is a problem that we've seen Origin have before. Saw it, during the Summer Split. Saw it in Challenger all the way back in Spring Split as well. Whenever they fall behind and their head kind of dips down, they just go, okay, we have to Baron. We have to try and come up with something here.
It was desperation. Because they had 3 losing lanes in the early game, because we had Nukdog pushing in Pekka in the mid lane on the Yasuo. We had obviously the very early trade up top lane where Mithy face checks and they start falling behind that lane as well. And of course the Gangplank pushing in Shen. So now as a Shen, in this case here, there's nowhere you can go. Because if you ever leave your own lane, your tower goes down. Steve gets a free tower. It's very, very hard for Shen to make a play then. And at the same time, Origin had no real ways of stopping the split push late on. The 1-3-1. Nobody could stop Nukdog. And also, you had the Shen fighting the TP against the Gangplank. So unless you ganked that lane, that would be basically the only way to do it. But he has an orange and good vision control from the rest of the team. You couldn't really start any fights if you were Origin.
You couldn't start them, but they tried to start a Baron again. And we wanted to take a look at another Baron replay that came out from Origin. And another failed attempt from Origin. So they start the Baron. We can roll this clip out. I don't think it's any surprise here that Rocket are going to read this. The crazy thing is there's an ultimate from your Victor onto the Baron for extra damage. The Baron's at half health at this point. How are you ever going to fight this fight now with your ultimate down? We've spoke about the wind wall. Nukdog manages to just mitigate so much of the damage here along with Jankos as well in this fight. And I mean, Rocket just taking easy fights from Origin having really weird and just bad shot calling when it comes to their objectives.
Again, it's just Origin saying we need to rush the Baron. We'd hope maybe Rocket is sleeping or one guy walks in on his own, we can maybe catch him out. But like the way they play this team fight as well, Engage comes in from Origin, Nukdog puts up the wind wall, Vander goes next to the wind wall with his own shield, and they just zone out the front line, being like, well, you can't do any damage now. Your Sivir is going to stand there, hit a wall, nothing else, and they just take out the tanks, follow up and get the rest.
Yeah, we're pointing out a lot of mistakes from Origin. How much improvement have you seen from the side of Rocket? They get to close this game out. They make some right decisions, even though and a lot of times they are being reactive.
I was impressed by Rocket this game. I mean, they've been on the upswing, but, you know, we were expecting more out of Origin coming into this. Rocket have looked solid in Game 2, solid in the beginning of Game 1 until they slowed.
Still a little bit too slow, in my opinion. You had 3 Trinity Forces. You were winning every single lane. That can be pushed a lot harder. But this is Rocket just making sure they don't make any mistakes, even though, sadly, being too slow can be your mistake. But this one here, they got towards 5 dragons. They got the fights because Origin almost gave them to them. So you can't really fault them for being very, very slow in this one because it was under control.
Yeah, and advantages in a lot of lanes here for Rocket. We also asked you guys at home where you think the advantage would lie. So let's check in with you guys on Twitter as @SaberWolf writes, the battle of the baguettes in the top lane will be an interesting one to watch. Steve holding his own will be crucial for Rocket. Well, in situations like this, of course, Gangplank is very strong, but honestly, it reminds me of Steve on Echo, which is one of the most memorable of his performances in Split. He seems pretty adept on the champion.
I was a little bit concerned coming into this matchup here could Steve perform as well on Gangplank as Soaz could? We saw Huni fail to do that in the final. That was a big deal because it meant Origin didn't have to be afraid of the Gangplank. Now Steve had a good performance on it. He won his lane. He had some good barrel mechanics. Ultis were better than yesterday, so Steve has definitely showed up, and that's very key because it means Rocket can first pick the Gangplank. It means also that if it's not banned, Origin has to consider first picking themselves because they don't want to give it over to Steve in first rotation on red side.
Yeah, I felt like this game, Origin just disrespected the Gangplank pick from Steve. They saw it yesterday, weren't super impressed, and just went, yeah, you have it first, we'll pick what we want.
It's a best out of 5, though.
Right.
So I like the fact you say, Steve, show what you got, and then we can always adapt later. It's 1-1 now, so it's not the end of the world for Origin.
Oh, definitely not. Very interesting. You guys will, of course, keep tweeting at LOL Esports. And we've got another score to settle, by the way. This guy, is this a tie? Or a sock? You can tweet at LOL Esports with a sock win or tie win.
Very interesting. It's not a tie, that's for sure.
What is it? It's very interesting.
You know, Santa Claus comes in and during Christmas and he puts down all the gifts in this one. And now you win.
There's going to be coal in your stocking this Christmas, Martin Deficio. I can tell you that for sure.
A little side quest here, but the main quest is, of course, this series. It's locked up at 1-on-1. We need to take a break before Game 3. Don't touch that dial, though. We'll be right back.
Everything you need. Keep it simple, and it's exactly as any other game. Alright?
Yeah.
Steve, look at me. Smile.
Yeah.
Smile. Alright.
Stand United could get channeled. If Amazing wants to dive, they can. Soaz takes a turret shot. They've traded. The ninja kills the fat man, and the pirate kills the ninja. Oh, no. I don't know.
I'm behind you guys.
Kill Panda. I'm shielding.
I'm coming.
Go, Ali.
Go Nash.
We did see at least Peke finding one kill before Rawls shuts him down. Then we're going to see Soaz and Niels being dropped. Rocket take down Origin.
Darker the night, brighter the stars. Mother always said, don't lose. Sometimes I don't disappoint. Even the heaviest door can be opened. Life is good, no? Ooh, like they hurt. Ram is on the job. I wonder what's around next corner.
And welcome back to European Regional Qualifier, where it's all tied up at 1-1 in this best of 5. Origin outside standing with their analyst and with Dust. Before we jump into chat, select a brief reminder that if you keep following after you stand in Berlin, we will hand things over to the North American LCS team for their regional qualifier semi-final between Team Impulse and Cloud9. Cloud9 pulled
Sometimes I
big surprise.
Just
Rocket, you're serving against Origin today.
Yeah, yesterday was a reverse sweep, I believe, to defend Calm B, because it's 1-1 right now in the series. We've seen some weaknesses, we've seen some strengths, and one of those was obviously, yeah, Nuketook on like ISO banned game 1, got it game 2, and yeah.
Exceptional performance. 92% kill participation.
Thank you for that. I was reading the stuff that I was also doing so. Casting gets very hard sometimes.
If you are going to play around a carry and he can be involved in 92% of the things of doing something right, That's
Let
2
us
games
go.
now that Origin have lost to Rocket. The new track would play on Yasuo, the champion that they are afraid of. Origin this time are blue side. We see 2 blue sides in the first pick game.
At this
You can
point, I do
always
think it would be a
trust
wise choice for Rocket to ban out the Gangplank, but the problem they have, and the reason they may not do it, is because this relieves pressure on Expeke. Expeke got targeted a lot in game 1, the Fizz was out of the
You are
equation,
safe.
Lulu was out, Victor and the Zero both out, I believe, and then suddenly Nuktok picks up the early Ari, relinquishing his right to counterpick mid lane in the fifth rotation. Says, nope, I'm just gonna early pick Ari here, and then obviously Expeke was under pressure. Origin dropped to the lineup with no wave clear. It was tricky, but they still managed to get the end. Maybe Rocket will change things up and get rid of the Gangplank. He's such a plus.
Well, Rocket changed the advance from game 1 to game 2 anyway. In favor of red side ban both games. They picked up Darius ban in game 1, which is that way for that poke style
like
that
that.
Origin could play with. We'll see what they decide to play this time around. It will remain banned because I remember Analyst was talking about it, and we were saying that Expeke and Lulu is
No
a
time
better
for
performance than
worrying.
most of the other champions.
We haven't seen Lulu they banned a lot against them. We haven't seen play it, and we haven't seen Steve play it. We know Nuktok can play it, but it isn't as impactful. To me, it seems on him. So it might actually be wise for Origin to leave it open and see Rocket how well he can play these Lulu compositions. If not, we'll just simply take it away. There's not this game because Rocket opened up with a Lulu ban, immediately followed up by Kalista. Origin. Yeah, that is Zir. And Yasuo, Nuktok is drawing 2 bans already in this series, so
Very important.
wise words
Take
coming out of
time.
Vander earlier saying, well, Nuktok better than Expeke. It seems to be true, at least for the ban phase.
And Darashi blows. GP is
Sometimes
down.
I see
Banned
art
away
just
in
needs
game
warm
3.
smile.
I would like to mention that this is the same 3 bans that Origin did in game 1. They first picked GP and then they went to Elise Brown. For Rocket, they have banned Kalista in 3 games. Now, I obviously understand it on red side, but Rocket also banned Kalista when they were blue side. That is, of course, because GP was up and that was one of the contests. But that could be one of the champions that could become free later in the
I
season.
wonder what's around
For now,
next
Origin
corner.
prioritized the shape-shifting spider in the jungle.
Early aggression here, Rocket. I like the steal on the Braum, forcing Mithy on another support, just less impact overall. Braum slowly shifting towards
Is
tier
on
1
the
pick and
job.
ban almost. If you look at the series that CLG played, a lot of value on that Braum pick too. I believe they first picked it on blue side once as well in that series, and it just shows just how much control you get from that champion, both aggressive and defensive. Engages are tricky, but eventually if you put people into a narrow
Life
corridor,
is
you can
good,
land that Glacial
oh.
Fissure, and just being able to prevent people from dealing damage for 3 seconds if you're launching projectiles, or as long as you last, if you drop dead before that, is just such a good trump card to have in these
You come
defense.
to
So
me
Nuktok will get his
first.
hands onto that Victor in conjunction with the Unbreakable Wall that Vander's put together. It is second most played champion here from Nuktok. 6 games played. Now, 3 wins, 2 losses. We'll find out what the final result is. For Origin,
can
I don't think you can get
always
much
trust
safer
Bro.
than that. Corki for some wave clear, Direct for some all-round utility.
I like it because it brings generic wave clear utility AD carry that does well up until the late game, so early game is covered. You have big
Right
potential
through the
coming out both your
stars.
jungler and your support when you're playing with what Deficio called the best bot lane, or the best, sorry, support jungler combination in the West in terms of roaming, so there's big potential there. This allows Origin to pick a couple more aggressive champions. I want to see Soaz on a playmaker, on an aggressive champion. I want to see Expeke on something that can split push, so that we can later on put Niels in the mid lane.
Like they hurt.
Rise, there's a lot of options available to him. Hecarim is up, one of his most played throughout the series. Jungle available. Mixing up his champion.
As we expected.
As the summer has gone on, he's definitely one of the more well-rounded top players. But he's up against Steve. Once again, he's going to have a counter option on the right
Shield
side.
becomes
And
smashed.
Steve himself has shown up in the regional qualifiers. I thought it was going to be a very different story against Soaz, but he held his own on that gangplank.
But it obviously helps if your mid laner can draw 2 bans, first pick his lane, and still get ahead in most of the laning matchups. Nuketox finally stepping up, becoming what many people expected of him. Overall, Rocket's first 4 picks, I completely agree with what they went for. Reminds me of LPL teams. Competitions that play well around these dragons. Rocket seems to like dragons. If they can force a fight, they pop on the hunt, engage, so much soul control coming out of Victor. You have the get out of fail free card with the Braum, you know, jumping in front, putting up the wall, Glacier Fissure. Good amount of picks. Need to see what they complement this beautiful first 4 picks with. Hopefully not.
Null was locked in for Soaz. It's only the second time, as well as that Baron mid lane that is banned away from him. So not the most aggressive of champions we've been, but it will get poke, it will get mixed damage. Soaz, he actually went unkilled the last time we played Null, 6-0-7. Unfortunately for us, Steve will be locking in Maokai. It is a safe tank front line.
It's a safe pick. If only Steve with Darshan. Yasuo top lane. Actually, no, it's banned. Never mind. I lied. Steve can't beat Darshan. Maokai then, solid pick. We'll have to look at how well Steve can flank with teleport home guards on these fights. Origin are running a pretty typical 4-man siege. 1-man split push on the Gnar. We'll probably see some Black Cleaver shenanigans coming out of Soaz, trying to keep that Maokai in the side lane, preventing him from joining the team, putting pressure there. And then Origin have a really good, especially around the 15-20 minute mark, group up as 4, siege the hell out of this tower, take it down safely, with Cocoon, with Hook to follow up, with Varus ultimate. Really hard to deal with unless you get a flank or a hard engage. Rocket have those tools available.
Game 5, Rocket versus Unicorns of Love. In the quarterfinal was a Gnar for Steve.
You have problem. Look up to me.
Sorry, other way around. Maokai for Steve against the Gnar for Vizichachi. And that devolved into that split push battle. Gnar got ahead of Maokai with some early jungle pressure.
Yep.
We see amazing release. Champion's going to have early jungle pressure. I think for this game to work for Origin, a lot of eyes getting focused on their previous attempt. What's it showing? Oh, Origin. See whether or not first one step closer. 2015 World Game 3. Rocket.
I'm a big fan of the timing of these both compositions, of how they came to be. We're 1-1 into a series. We have 2 distinctly different compositions, both with different goals in mind, and ways to outplay each other. Origin, they can snowball early, get that 2v2 advantage in the top lane, snowballing Soaz, adding a split push to their composition, whereas Rocket is so good at stopping sieges. Run in, flank, home guards teleport something, catch. If you connect to expecting it, heals are very likely dead.
Just needs warm smile.
But neither to have a distinct advantage over each other. It'll come down to how they play out the game. They play to their strengths and hide, more importantly, mask their weaknesses.
Let us go.
Both mid laners using low mobility. They run flash cleanse this time round. We did see Rocket's duo bottom. I say duo, Vander bottom for a boost.
Mother always said,
for a recoil. So we're going to have a lane swap scenario. There's a little less pressure on Rocket to find those low mobility mid laners with the point and click snare that Steve is going to bring.
Let's show our
initiating
friends.
lane swap is the right idea here for Rocket. They definitely want to keep that Gnar down. You can prevent his golden. Obviously, Gnar to Maokai should be a favorable matchup for Gnar. This is why I think Origin is just simply predicting it. No deep wars on either side, and then it's a coin flip, and then you're better off predicting the lane swap than you are predicting that they predict the lane swap. Overall, drop's gonna go down. They can still react. Thunder is gonna invade. They get spotted, so Origin has more information right now. Rocket equal out the information here. Face checking, taking some poke, but eating it.
This time around,
I like it. Not an even game because what Soaz and Amazing did was they moved to the bottom side of the map. They also predicted lane swap, so a lot of eggs in the lane swap basket here for Origin. Early play, trade, Prosper's bomb. Obviously no spell sheet available. Good. Soaz leash, so he went to the lane early. Steve had to help continue to double jungle that they initiated because he was on the other side of the map. He will lose his teleport. So the teleport advantage early for Soaz at the cost of some potential experience, but not all too much.
Yeah, just keep that in mind, because if any action plays out, Soaz could join. We do see Amazing hovering around the mid lane, as we see Pekka and Nuktak going toe-to-toe.
Now I wonder if Amazing is going to go for the adaptation and counter jungle Jankos, since Soaz should be pushing bot lane, because he had control over that mid lane earlier. Could be the adaptation, but looks like Amazing is staying safe. So we're not going to have that early pressure on that high. Possibly. Origin.
Ganks, amazing. Is going to make his way mid lane. Flash and cleanse is available. Flash used by Newton.
First gank from Amazing by Yankos. Canny. That ward, you have to expect that. So good wave management from Soas allows him to dodge any potential ganks.
No?
CS with Steve on that 5 wards, 5 potions.
Even heaviest dog.
Good game read here by Expect. He says, well, Yankos is probably trying to get Soas. If he can't, he's probably coming from my right side. Warded out, information received, and now they know exactly what Yankos was doing before.
No
and more
time.
importantly, what he's doing next. Amazing is now 10 heads. He then
Atlantic tried this move against Origin in the finals. The gank
Let us go.
from the Raptor camp. On the red side. With the help of the camp.
See, they pinged out the ward. This is what Nuktuk did. He says, okay, don't pass that ward. This is the path you have to take. Steve is just like it knows that it's over and that's why it's always, generically speaking, Steve goes beside their junglers on. That can be a tell. That can be your advantage. You mind game the opponent, but it's like
Oscar, will it be awarded to a member of Rockat? No, because Steve is backed away. Yankos is going to show middle, and Amazing is still hanging around that part of the map. Death sentence onto Vander, and a lot of damage gets blocked out as Amazing connects with a cocoon. Volatile spiraling, forcing left out of his own jungle.
you see how absolutely nothing to this point. And just getting into their fights, it's a very interesting topic. Amazing knew what could happen there. Expect it, realized that his right flank was under pressure, so he leaned to the left side. He knows eventually Yankos has to stop jungling on the right side of the map. Eventually Yankos has to get to the left side, and then he gets punished. And then this allows Amazing to zone out Yankos out of his right side jungle, and then Amazing can move to the top lane. Pressure in this lane has been pushed, his shield is down, and it's gonna get to the top lane.
Missed a headbutt pulverized in the previous game, missed a kill in this game. Just a few skill shots. Or mana to take it a deal with.
This low, you can simply just show your jungle. You don't have to like hide your hand anymore, you just simply push it away, and you get the momentum. So for the first time, the mid lane because there was no level 1 mechanic in the bot lane is winning for Origin. You see how much easier it gets for them when they have 2 winning lanes, one that is one-time push and one-time back, depending on the way the wave goes.
The previous game was defined really by those early play with Solos. That picked himself up the Ruby Crystal, and the teleport advantage has now been nullified as Steve will have access to his TP shortly. Check in with the back. Little bit of an experience lead. She gets a spear and that long sword. So they're really stacking it for a little while.
Actually, interesting that Mithy went for coin. Usually, any trash lane wants to get Relic for sustain on your AD carry. They're just so comfortable that they can play this matchup. Outplay and outflame as Seralis here. Special goes down.
Find out, man. It's available on the left. Not in fact used. Now he does. That was a trap forward from Vander.
Not worth.
Stand behind me to get out. Trading both of those just for heal.
Yeah. A little overzealous from Vander, but yeah, not playing Relic just says, well, we're comfortable in dodging 2 skill shot based lanes here. Well, because unlike Alistar, Thresh doesn't get any value from AD carry from that point. He gets more mana regen, which gives you more flays and hooks overall, but it can't heal. Coin won't translate any healing, so that means Niels only has this one potion to sustain this matchup. Yankos is going for another gank to the right, but he gets followed by
in their series against today. So as again looking to build an advantage. And again, this is sort of adaptation.
First base from top lane, taking the bottom. They can, like in the wrestling with Solas, you know, you're out, we're in. Put pressure on Steve, and Solas can come up the base, make the first move to the top lane. Steve wasn't ready for it, he can get low, the game could have been over here. Good beat from Rocket, they've honestly gotten better at the game, adapting earlier, as we said as well, where Rawless went to bot lane, decided, nope, can't go here, go all the way back to the top lane. So, definitely a better understanding from Rocket as a whole, shot calling wise in the early game, and
The darker
showing.
the night, the brighter the sun.
Ally has been slain.
The death sentence. There's a lot of people who can reply though. It'll be Pekka that's going to take a ride on that dark passive. Chain of Corruption comes up, has held Vander in place, but Jankos with a two-man body slam. He's pushed Origin away. First blood secured by Jankos. Pekka's out. He gets Chaos Storm to death. Rocket respond and get 2 kills.
Vander with the taunt. You didn't realize once he gets hooked, he stood still and laughed for a good 2 seconds because he knew his team could back him up. So was his teleport and just didn't quite connect, didn't hit the mark. He cancelled it as well, and Rocket make 2 picks. And yeah, this is what you have to be afraid of when you're playing a support jungler combination. Go in, you need to make sure that if you make a pick, you make it count. You have to blow up that initial target because backup is always closer if you're invading into the enemy jungle.
You are safe with
Their first dragon. They've got 2 kills. One of them onto Nuka. The man fresh into the mid lane.
Now, it did feel Steve, some presence in his lane. He had to walk down there. He still has teleport available. You can see what Rocket's intentions with his game are. Steve is not playing for the laning phase. He could have teleported top and saved himself some time, got more CS, but instead he wants to keep it for another one of those situations. They really want to punish Origin for overextending, teleporting behind them and catching them out. Origin playing a composition that just wants to keep Rocket at bay, poke them from afar, and then commit to taking down these structures and objectives.
Game his hands on this blue bar.
Dominating.
But as it stands,
Has been slain.
honestly, they're impressive. Level coming from Rocket.
Rocket playing a lot better than many people, myself included, expected. Origin slightly lacking. Dropped the ball a bit in chapter 1, dropped the ball a lot. This time they have a composition, but the strengths and weaknesses of this composition are easily identifiable overall. And Rocket doing a good job playing around it. However, only have to get on the bar, got a minute, you have to see competition. Came up slowly, so I don't think it's important about this game. You want to go hard, we're painting the picture. They won this series, congratulations. They're going to Worlds now, not quite yet.
See if they can handle themselves.
Shut down.
But
An
yes,
enemy has been
you
slain.
mentioned Trevor, it is 200 gold difference. So is this going to get caught by the barrel? The cocoon goes wide.
Has destroyed
Thanks to the
an
cocoon not connecting. Big smile on Yamato Cannon's face. Rocket get their 3rd kill. Death Sentence connects onto Vander as we see the Lantern pulling Niels to safety. The lanes have now reset to what we consider normal. Duos down bottom, tops up top, but it seems to be all about Rocket.
Steve and Jankos showing Soas what it feels to be a ping pong ball. He got knocked around, smacked around, didn't get to Mega Gnar there. Good gank, good opening, and that's worrisome when Steve and Jankos as a jungler top lane duo can do that to the enemy top laner. This is slowly nullifying the split push advantage that Soas will have later on in the series, and that this could be big for Rocket.
It's going to have to be big. Because like I mentioned, this is a matchup that Rocket have lost with before. And it's one that we've seen not only in this these 2 teams, but multiple times. Not into Maokai. Black Weaver winning the first item of the series. He's got himself a 10 CS advantage over Steve. We're waiting for that mana mune to be completed. Traditional
Alright, where do these teams go from here? What does Origin want to achieve? Obviously, they still want to have that advantage in the top lane. 1v1, Soas can still bully around Steve. You see that in the pacing around the lane. So that's control in the top lane. That means they somehow have to find an opening to push out either mid, rotate, migrate to bottom and siege, or bot and rotate to mid.
Connect, but the wallop does. We're
Like it gets knocked in mid.
Pekka gets hit. He goes down. Body slam secures the kill. Did Steve go down on top? No, but it will be a tower for Origin.
Will Origin lose their tower in the mid lane? That's what we need to look at. But Jankos, so far 3-0 and 1. The first one kick was found previously. And he's doing that 3-0-1. He's out-jumping. Amazing to an extent, or he's just out-ganking him. That's either amazing dropping the ball or Origin members just getting put down in lane. Whatever they facilitate move ganks. Kill the R.
Specifically said that amazing is very good cover. At least watching it very saying how amazing has these tendencies and these priorities. This game, not just going we play around him.
The way this series is playing out, I think it might be hopefully control his lane every time he comes out, he just puts on shield. Yeah, you can open it. I'll take shield. My AD carry is protected. You'll never burst him down, which means the follow-up trade will be in our favor. Why Robinson could pick Mithy will need to be freed up and roam. He's not doing what he does best, which is group up with amazing and make picks. Fresh Elise is fantastic at making picks. Trying to play and create openings in a Sivir lane, it's not going to get you anywhere. Origin need to find a way to group in the mid lane, but they can't really out-siege Nuktak because he has so much wave clear. There's no way to stop that laser. That means Peke should actually be able to push out Nuktak somehow, but he can't do that because he's behind in the lane. So Origin is stuck, leaving all the plays to be made at Rocket side.
Bram is on the job.
15 minutes has just ticked over. Amazing picked up his second red buff. We'll start moving. Would you see Amazing in the river? Jankos was stuck about, but Amazing's going to come in. Death Sentence connects on Vander. The box follows as well. Niels is off the side of the Unbreakable, so the shield's not going to do a lot. Vander's going to be able to get out, but here comes Jankos. Moves in from the river. Only Ignite with the Summoner spell blown. They got a heal in return.
Good gang timing by Amazing, but lacking in execution. Vander managed to survive. We're talking about how Origin is locked down on the bottom side of the map. This could give an opening here to siege the tower. Jankos is looking to go aggressive. Meanwhile, top lane's winning too.
Drops down and takes the lantern. He's teleported into the river. Nuktak's got the kill. Gravity Field holds Niels in place as the Chaos Storm takes him out. Soaz, you're late and you're little. You need Mega Knock for that team. Rocket gets two, maybe into the tower.
Achieve in this game and what Origin so desperately want to avoid. They want to keep Soaz 1v1 against the Maokai. Because in terms of teleport, flanks, openings, team fights, Maokai is adding so much more because Soaz is having a way harder time catching Rocket side defender's team. He's always finding these rights. I've talked to Rocket as a team, vision control-wise, coordination-wise to make that happen.
100% kill participation for Yanko. Hang on. Soaz looking for Mr. Rocks and he gets him. Wow, Soaz down. Get away from that. He's going to go and here comes Amazing and is going to make it out.
Vander held onto his Ignite long enough to bait Soaz to actually believing that he could kill him. Soaz jumped in, wanted to stun Vander, then Lantern would come in, deny another auto attack and just buy enough time for everybody to follow up. Vander says, nope, Ignite, you're dead. I'm gonna walk away. Good play here. Origin attempting cheeky dragon. 3 against 2. Can they stop it?
Rocket coming in, so tower will be secure. Origin has 3 alpha towers secure. That's impressive, considering they're down 6 kills. Rocket grouped themselves up north of the Dragon with 2,000 hit points on Dragon. Smite nearby, and Vanders comes to join. Death Sentence goes wide. Dragon resets and is regenning. Origin are going to back you up.
Steve is pushing in front, but he's just going to walk all the way down. Dragon trap, even though this was 4v5, end up with the Dragon, and I think what you said right there describes the series of positions. The goal is easy. With Rocket, towers against the siege composition, create a taking tower, they usually leave the lane to roll, you lose your tower eventually, but Rocket is on the kill because they have this skirmish composition that just wants to keep like Steve down.
That's going to be in trouble. Clay smash away. Blows on charging as well. And Rocket are going to get themselves a kill onto Miffy. Peke wants to try reply. Turret aggro on Steve. The kill goes to Neil. Assist to Peke. Rocket will get themselves a middle tower. Piercing arrow comes out is amazing. Tries to look for more. Support for top lane, but Rocket get the tower.
Not quite sure if Steve really had to flash there. We see Soas flanking. He's going to find Jankos. No body slam available. No flash. He should be dead.
There is a Mega Gnaw. Jankos will go down. Cocoon connects. Soas
shut down.
He's going to get himself some bonus gold. And now Origin with their siege composition.
And competition.
Gets a tower down on the inner turret.
Bold move by Rocket. I think the flank is good, but at this point, I think it's better showing your hand, saying, we are flanking you. Please step away. Let's take the tower. Than actually committing to the dive. What Steve did there was overzealous. He flashed point blank, even though he was already in W range. On Expected cleanse flashed out, and then that Varus ultimate just spreads under the tower and so much damage. Now Vander has to leap out. This is what Origin wants to do. Siege up, poke out, get control. Don't get flanked by Steve.
Here comes Steve from the front door. His teleport's down, his flash is down. He was able to start that engage previously.
You can
Origin are keeping this game relevant. They are even in goal. Despite the items and kills going the way of Rocket somewhat. Black Cleaver for Soaz.
Sometimes Icy Heart just needs warm smile.
Slowly getting up there.
Steve?
That tower's just...
Yeah, that tower is, we can neglect it. It should be down, but overall... It doesn't matter what you build if you're going to lose 1v1 anyways, you need home guards to be able to fight. That way, when next time you teleport, you don't have to flash for an extra half a Teemo distance. If you're afraid that Peck is going to flash, you can simply walk up to him, knock him up, and then Twisted Advance on top of him. It's no point itemizing much further than this without home guards. Hopefully, he's going to pick that up right now. Prove me right.
Let's see, Steve
Life is
is going to start calling. He wants to complete will be...
Trinket upgrade? I'll take it. Steve is a slow purchaser. He's a window.
Looks like it will upgrade and
might be out of money. Money. He's observing.
Always said.
Longer lanes. Siege, this is what you do over and over, and deny Rocket a flank. Keep your eyes on Steve. Don't let him teleport behind you.
Push out that blocking lane. Looking for that 1v1 with Steve, he will find it. Gets Mega Gnaw. That's a big timing window, and you can see Origin have immediately started to back away from the jungle of Rocket. Try to hold on to that global gold from the middle turret just as long as possible, but I feel it should drop soon. Rocket are just going to face take this.
Rocket grouping up, 4-man composition. They want to use On the Hunt to make a pick here. It's bold.
Well,
not quite worth it.
Even heaviest door can be opened.
Specca is showing just how much he really cares about towers. That might be his weakness. Once you find your foe's weakness, you can exploit it.
Luckily for Rocket, exploiting the weakness of tower love is how you win this game.
Life is good.
There's Mega. We're backing away, but while Soaz is keeping Steve locked up, it allows the rest of Origin to roam. It allows the rest of Origin to get some deep down to put some more pressure on the top half of the map.
Yeah, Origin need to consider this game to be played 4v4 and hopefully neutralize and avoid Steve's teleport. That's the name of the game, and then you have different approaches. Rocket kind of want to group up immediately, make a pick, on hand engage, body slam flash, get some squishy down, either it's Expected or Niels. Origin obviously want to avoid that by simply manipulating the waves. Say, okay, let's send one Rocket member to the top lane to deal with the slow push, then 4 members against 3 in the mid lane, poke them out of their tower. Eventually, if Rocket go too far backwards, which they have a tendency of doing traditionally speaking, Origin can River should provide you enough mixed resources for late game damage. You have enough lasers, the unbreakable to deny the projectiles that Rocket do have. He's flanking, goes on mid B.
Rocket has the seed. Picker continues to get to the back line. Chain of Corruption is out. Splits them up. Looking for trouble. Soaz does not have Mega Gnar available. He needs a few more seconds to charge. Origin have lost their support, but it's Rocket that are backing away.
They're in a choke point. They can't enter back to this way. Even though they lost the support, Origin are in a favorable position because they control poke so well in terms of choke points. You have to come from multiple angles, which is what Rocket did. But then you need to kill somebody else than the support. And that explosive cast from Jankos actually ended up saving, I believe it was Expeke from the Glacial Fissure. If you use all your tools and your catches to kill Minty, he's obviously gonna go down Smile because Origin is a dragon, set up for a push mid.
Very important dragon as well. Very far forward. He belts east away from his team. But Steve, he's teleported in. Peke is low. No flash, no cleanse. Peke continues to run away. He's stunned. Roth flash forward to get that kill as Niels will be the next focus for Rocket. Roth will get taken out though. It is going to be a trade. Niels follows shortly thereafter. Now Vander's in retreat. Amazing. Again misses a cocoon. It's the second or third this game. Vander goes down. It's a messy team fight. Everybody's dying everywhere. So it's going to go Mega Gnar. Going to keep trading with Steve. And what started as a 1v1 will continue as a 1v1. The crunch doesn't connect, but the Mega Gnar does. And there goes Steve shortly after. One more house goes out, and if he's low, and killed by Steve, we're still not... Steve!
I was gonna start this analysis of this fight by criticizing Steve, but now I'm just going not to anymore. So that was but when Steve is flanking, I would like to see him just use That's the only mistake I can follow here in this fight. Works well with Vander here. Vander's holding his team. Gets the passive on Amazing, allows for 4 damage block. He goes down. And then, yeah, we know what happens here. Just gonna speed up, and Steve will eventually survive. Good use of ultimate. Thank you, Observer. Saving us also playing. Yeah, Jankos comes in, base, healed up, shopped a little bit. Eventually comes back to spell. From Steve, at this point, I don't even notice his word for pressure use play. Because it gives you an extra stack for the Maokai passive there. I still sustain.
Unbelievable. Origin lineup. Team that was so heavily favored to not only win the series, but win the third place seed to Worlds. And they are down 2,000 gold. They are down 8 kills to Rocket, and this might be more. Team fight started. Mr. Alls is on the hunt, and Steve, he's found more. So is again, with the mini Gnar, not going to be able to find the ultimate, but Rocket forced too deep and don't find the kills they're looking for.
Yeah, but there's zone off the mid lane here. Nukeduck's going to even add some additional zone to that. Tower's open. I just want to say, for Rocket, for realizing that they have to group, such a satisfying moment. When you see your Maokai fly into the enemy team following the Lantern, that's when you know you're likely to win the team fight. Good control, not over-chasing by Rocket, and overall, Mr. Rawless has been positioning fantastically in this fight as well. This is why he was added to the roster. In the last fight, where we had the crazy Steve shenanigans, he actually flashed aggressively to take out a couple of members of Origin. They're playing on a limited damage source composition with only 2 main carries in Nukeduck and Rawless, but they're playing incredibly well in this series.
Home guards were picked up by Steve, 2, 1, and 8. Rawls got that Infinity Edge, got that shit when he killed the last Whisper as well, so there's not a lot of armor to deal with. He's actually going to hurt Origin's roster a lot.
And the good thing for this Rocket lineup is they can never force Origin to a choke point or catch, fight them, keep them still similar. I think Ricochet will be AoE. Nukeduck finished his Unix Echo, so if one lane suddenly goes together as a team, Origin at all costs wants to avoid being punched out. All the information in front of them, which is Siegecomp wants to do, but Rocket are finding openings constantly, flanks. punishing Origin for overreaching.
It also helps when you have those deep wards. Yes, not a lot of vision in Rocket's jungle, but if Origin retreat from anything, Steve will have teleport options available to him.
Baron started.
TP is almost available here for Steve and Origin. They're rushing this one down, Crepo. Rocket, they're running in from the jungle. Baron's down to a third. I think Origin have got this. Chain of Corruption goes out, it's spreading. Baron's low. Who's going to get it? It's blue team, Origin that secures it. Glacial Fissure not used just yet. Actually, it was thrown down in the background. So is this Meganar as he's dropped and killed. Steve is sitting on the front line. This is the information Origin want to work with. They trade one for Baron.
That was a good call by Origin. They knew, I believe, Scrying Orb was used. This is why Jankos wasn't committing for that ward over the wall. That's why the hook missed. And they know they're out-rotated. They need to at least start Baron right there to force Rocket to come face check, but Rocket didn't face check until it was too late. Good reaction and good shot calling. That is a really hard call to make. Do we finish the Baron or do we peel off? They make the right call. Good smite execute by Amazing too. Could have been stolen by Jankos, who actually went for the fight instead. And then, yeah, they sacrificed top laner for Baron. And now Origin have the pressure. They cancel Banner here. Lantern, Flash Flay, or Hook Flay rather.
He's going to get taken out as well. Mithy,
this is big.
Something to say. Another kill and Baron on 4. There's a lot of time to play. Dragon's up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, Unbreakable's down, so nobody can block these skill shots anymore. They can push the waves with added health or added resistances on these minions. So hard to wave clear for Nuketook right now. Only Mr. Rallis' wave clear counts right now since it's physical damage, but it's 5 against 4. And not even Steve's flanks can save Rocket right now.
Teleport is available. There's a lot of wards behind Origin. Let's see if and when a flank happens. Origin, they're grouped up. They've got their entire team in this middle lane.
Steve should just base. Him being in vision for Origin actually allows them to push more aggressively than they would if Steve would be on the fountain. Because the looming threat of a teleport with home guards is actually a bigger mental impact than when you actually see the Maokai in front of you. All you can do is flash W. If you respect that zone, you're fine.
And you said, Origin's comp, they want the information to work with. They want the people in front of them so that Niels and Peke have got targets to shoot. It's Jankos that is in fact going to return to the fountain. We do see Steve recalling, but Dragon number 2 will get secured by Origin. And this will give them touching distance to the gold lead. And Rocket have built up. 1,000 separates these teams.
Origin playing at the side of the map that Rocket haven't populated in a very long time. Ergo, no deep wars, no flank potential. Steve can arrive at the side, but he'll walk in vision at least. So again, Origin will know what's going on. If they know what's going on, they can react accordingly.
So this is Meganar just timed, so he's going to be tired for a little while. A little onesie. He needs to cool off before he can transform once more.
Watch Steve, he's flanking on the left.
Mega Cannon minions are up. Jankos holds on to his explosive cask. Steve is still hanging around. Chain of Corruption was used, as was on the hunt. Mr. Rolls running around really, really quickly. That Sonic doesn't help you to do anything other than defend that tower.
Yeah, when you that's a satisfying feeling when you hear that on the hunt screen, and in the next 2 seconds nobody dies. That's when you know you just forced like an error. Side of Rocket. Blue buff goes down.
I thought it was stolen.
So was this fighting Jankos though?
Jankos might be in trouble.
Oh, who connects?
Connects. Look at Rocket. They've responded. Righteous Glory's popped as well. Steve's looking for more. Older throw from Size will at least dissuade that engage. Origin's Baron time is slowly wearing out. But look, all of the time in the bottom lane has let that slow push up top allow Origin some breathing room.
And again, they can rotate around these lanes. However, they're going to choose to just base. Slow up. They must have a decent amount of gold in their pockets right now, so they're going to base some more items and yeah, pick up more ability. Talisman of Ascension is crucial as a pickup against Sivir matchups because it allows you to move quicker backwards. And that is something you need to match on the hunt at least. You know, the distance goes forward. Obviously, Steve can speed up his entire team still for a secondary burst, but he's the one that kind of wants to flank. So if he's near his team, you're kind of happy with that overall speaking as well. So Origin just at all costs need to avoid getting caught.
Find out if they can avoid getting caught because Steve does have TP, does have Flash, does have Home Guard. Also finished off that Thornmail. Luckily for them, Soas is going to be the frontline for Origin. Also just wrapped up his Radiant's Omen.
Yeah.
So
that Thornmail actually prompts a discussion we haven't had this game so far, which is how heavily Origin's composition is spec'd into the 80 damage field. Elise does a good amount of magic damage, but she's tank heavy. Niels' damage from poke will fall off later on magic damage wise, so again, it allows Steve's to itemize so efficiently, 1v1, to the point where Soas's armor penetration falls off too, because there's simply too much armor. So as this game goes late, yes, Rocket only have 2 carries, but their damage is spread evenly, which should be able to match Origin's very, very one-dimensional damage output.
And you also have to deal with all the bonus stats that Braum's going to give you, and the fact that Mr. Roll's damage gets amplified by that Zeke's Harbinger as well.
Whereas Mithy built an Aegis after his Talisman, so too many necessary items to build on the side of Origin. Mixed damage output definitely prompts an Aegis. You could even argue that Rocket could use an Aegis, but you could also argue that just Zeke's is just more important to finish, and that straight up tankiness on Jankos is acceptable.
Crepo, I think every team comp needs an Aegis.
Almost, yeah.
No, I think everyone does.
Well, this is why you're wrong.
Well, that's fine. I'm willing to accept that from you, but...
Actually, unless he goes into a banner, because banner is love.
I think it probably will be banner for Mithy. He was one of the most prolific banner...
Well, it has to be banner. Actually, I lied, actually. Going back, let's find out if Vander dies and then get back to this point.
The answer to that question is no, and back to the point.
Because Elise finished the locket. So miscommunication. Zeke's Harbinger could have been bought on Mithy, but then he would end up being too squishy. So it's a bit of a catch-22. You want that item for your AD carry, but at the same time, you also want to live long enough to use it.
Everybody does. Wants to live long enough to use it. Origin have managed to live in this game long enough to even out all of the advantages that Rocket built up. Now Origin are ahead in towers.
Yep.
Despite being down a little bit in gold, down in kills, despite being down so early on, Origin's Baron play pretty much single-handedly brought them right back into this game.
And so split pushing, finally opening up another tower here. Rocket finding it difficult to deal with all this pressure from Origin, and they're just gonna go back to what worked in the past. We stalled at the game, eventually we found good vision control, led us to getting a Baron and a couple of dragons. Yeah, let's not overreach and do that again. That is what Origin is thinking. So you'll see a lot of communication coming out of a Mithy and Amazing here. That duo really needs to carry the shot calling in the mid-game here for Origin.
Good enough to keep them in it. All 3 games have been fairly competitive this series. Closer than I was expecting. I'll stop saying that as we're in game 3 of 5. I'm probably going to go all the way. But for Origin, Baron number 2 has now spawned.
Rocket has the vision control though, and more importantly, they have the Scuttle Crab. Even if you get complete control of an area, you can't get rid of the Scuttle Crab. I actually love if you could stand on top of it and make it decay faster. Just have 5 people stand there and just squash that bug back up. Sadly, you can't. So good control. So Rocket, they just bought themselves some time. They have really good deep wards. Look behind Origin, a wealth of wards. So if Steve pushes this out, he slow push bot. There's nobody to be seen in the bot lane. He's gonna base, and he might actually be looking to pull the trigger right here. Crucial couple 30 seconds coming in.
We have to keep our eyes on that mini-map to see what
as he pushes out.
When Steve does get back to the fountain, because once those home guards are active, the option is available. Again, we have to give kudos to Rocket. Their team comp and their reliance on Steve's flanks has been facilitated all game long by their deep vision.
See, I don't like what Steve is doing here. I think he could have left that lane slow pushing to match the timing for Rocket to then clear the vision. If Origin contests, he can get behind the enemy team. Right now, he's fast pushing the wave and handing it off to Soaz. If he's not in base already, he can't force that play. He's giving away too much information. Rocket doing that because they want the dragon. But it gives Origin, again, time. It removes one window of opportunity for Rocket. Not sure if it's worth it. We'll have to see if it pays off in the end. Third dragon, though, movement speed bonuses come out. Could be crucial.
Yeah, very important for Rocket, who wants to run Origin down, especially when you add the impact of the Kragus, the Maokai, the Sivir.
Because look what Origin's doing. Well, you take something bottom right, we will take your entire top left. Deep vision, in addition to double pink ward. For a siege composition that can defend an objective, this is what they want. Rocket's response will likely be to rush down the mid lane, but they kind of want to check Baron too. Face check.
Jankos is eating every death sentence. Glacial Fissure comes up. Vander Peck is slowed down. Niels is already killed. Defensive flashing claims and a giant tree with Home Guard finds Peke. Steve gets the kill.
Zero hesitation on the side of Rocket, which was what they had to do because they knew their flank on the other side was covered by Steve. He comes in with the Home Guards. And yeah, Origin were not ready for this. Niels just got exploded. Flash, Glacial Fissure came out. Now it's 3v5. This is grim.
It is grim, and the team fight has started. Mithy puts the box out. Origin, they're split in three. Soaz hops away. He gets a stun down before he's forced to retreat. A flash over the wall will keep him alive. The sapling unable to run him down. Mithy is going to get killed. The Origin are just trying to delay the Baron. I don't think it will be enough. Amazing's Elise is shoving out the middle lane. He's got vision to play with, but not much else. The second Baron of this game, most likely going to Roccat, unless Amazing can do something incredible.
Yeah, there was a good chance that in that fight, in that face hug, Xpeke was saying, screw that, he's just too tanky. And that 80 damage based composition, just not getting through Jankos quick enough, and then, yeah, they pulled the trigger. Body slam, flash Glacial Fissure. If you catch one of them, it's over. Too little damage later, especially since Soaz wasn't there yet. Late reaction on the teleport. Didn't punish with the face check, and this is big for Roccat. It's maybe what they need to take this game to an unexpected 2-1 lead.
That's the way it's looking. Origin have got themselves that Baron buff as we are well into the late game. 40 minutes in, 66,000 gold built up for Roccat. They've now regained the lead that they earned much earlier in the game. Origin only 61k. We're going to see how effectively they can use this Baron-empowered minions to deal with the wave clear that Origin have available to them.
Pushing in now, Roccat in the mid lane. Keep your eye on Steve. Obviously, can't flank once they're in the base, connecting with Mithy.
That is
Thresh
a
Express.
long distance, Glacial Fissure. Vander's gonna follow Steve through. Steve may actually go down here. Maybe over-ambitious or unexpecting the distance.
So as it's flanking.
Not amazing though. Niels gets knocked
Niels?
into the team. Mr. Rolls finds another crit. Double kill. Only one damage dealer left, and Peke will deal that damage. He finds Vander, but for Roccat, Rolls and Nukedak, they are still committed to this objective. So as no flash available, but he does have Gnaw. We did see a very quick cleanse from Nukedak as the Chaos Storm burns through Mithy. Just as a side note, Nukedak has got 975 ability power. That's why he melted Mithy so quickly, and they get their inhib and they get out.
Nukedak took that hook like a man, evaporated the support. That's the worst feeling. Like, guys, I got him. Oh, yes, cleanse. Oh, yes, damn. Yeah, that's Victor. Okay, I'm dead. But overall, Niels' Valkyrie was optimistic. An homage, perhaps, to the former Roccat AD carry, but let's watch that again. So this is the problem with the Thresh Express. You follow all the way, you get played back, and now you're running to the poke. Varus ult is obviously going to spread. You can disengage from the Glacial Fissure because there's no threat on your backline, but still 1 for 1. Okay, Niels getting some damage down here. Banner gets hooked, but it's just a support. Oh no, he got knocked in. Okay, I lied. I was blind. It was beautiful casket there from Jankos. It looked like a Valkyrie inwards, but it wasn't. Take back everything I said. Good punish by Roccat overall there. Almost worked out for Origin here, but just wasn't enough.
And I've got a question for our analyst desk to answer. Talking about the Jankos versus Amazing matchup, Jankos picked up first blood with a great explosive cast. Another one there onto Niels. Lantern comes out. Jankos looking for more, but look at the Chaos Storm. Destroying Origin's hit points. Roccat are going to be happy to force them away. Super's in the middle lane, and Roccat going down bottom.
This is the third Gragas game in a row for Jankos, and I think it might be worth for Origin stealing it away from him. Elise is not giving the early advantage that Origin needs from that pick. You really need to get ahead of the Gragas with that champion, and that's not to fault Amazing. That's Origin just how they've played as a whole, how these games have played out. But it might be worth at least looking at the possibility of stealing Gragas, because Jankos is playing fantastically well so far in this series.
Yeah, that is the case. Hitting every single one of those casks. Tower goes down. That's the 6th of the game. No towers left in that bottom lane except the inhib one. Inner turret top is still standing for Origin.
Even
Roccat
now,
just got absolute control.
Absolute control, and even Vander is just purely speccing into that defensive armor build. CDR from another Glacial Shrouded. First one turned into Zeke's Harbinger. Second one likely going into an additional Frozen Heart, since he's not always in the same area as Steve. So getting that aura completely spread out to the fight is worth it. Steve, yeah, he's sitting on a whole lot of armor right now. Just an efficient build for him. Eek bases, and he's building the makings of a Randuin's or another Warmux perhaps.
Steve says, I'm carrying this game so hard, guys. I need blue buff.
Yeah.
Accidentally picked that one up in the 43rd minute.
You know how that goes. You're playing to get the worlds.
Exactly.
Nobody's challenging your blue buff, and you take it.
We'll forgive it. We'll forgive it. But that gold graph really tells a big story of this game. How Rocket got ahead early, and then the Baron play from Origin, that actually just evened it up. That didn't give Origin control. It evened up. Origin trying to be a bit cheeky here. They've got that banner-empowered minion. It may almost get the tower.
Unless Vanna puts some shield, that tower is gone.
Got it.
Steve has as much armor as he has move speed right now. 399 with the Thornmail, so it'll take a while for Origin to shred through him, and they have to. If he plays frontline, he's the first target to hit. If he flanks, well, Origin's probably gone already, so it'll be hard team fight to play right now. And the power of that late game Maokai coming in.
The greatest of cooldowns, but Jankos did throw that explosive cast. He caught it onto Soaz. Dragon number 4, 1 away from Aspect.
Rocket do have a propensity for taking those 5 dragons. They do like their dragons. Even when they win convincingly early, they kind of like having that as a backup plan.
Yeah. Always have a plan B. Don't only play plan B. Would be some suggestions, but for Rocket, it's working. They 1 dragon away from Aspect. They've got Nip in the middle lane. I think it should be respawning in the not too distant future. That is for Origin. More importantly for Rocket, they have, again, more options to play with. They can wait for Baron, which is up in a minute. Force Origin's hand. Get that flank again. Flash and teleport once again available for Steve. This time, not the greatest vision, so that might be what Jankos and Vanda are trying to set up.
And the next Baron will likely decide this game before 5th Dragon's even played. Could be crucial for any of these teams. We're hitting the late game where it becomes so difficult, so much different in terms of approach and just how these camper scales. Eventually, people run out of item slots. So at one point, it's beneficial to stall even if you have the inferior late game composition because, well, the other guys are maxed out anyways. Very interesting dynamic. That usually isn't at this mark. We still have some slots to fill. But once you hit like the 80, 90,000 gold, you have multiple carries, especially when you run a 2-carry composition where the gold is centered a lot on Nutak and Mr. Rawis.
Or in this case, Niels, he's down.
Niels.
We didn't even see that one start. It was over that quickly. Jankos gets one, Nutak got the other with a minute cooldown before Origin have their full team complement. This could be all Rocket needs to take the lead in the best of 5. They're on to the mid lane inhibitor. They have minions pushing up behind them. Soaz has teleports available, but he's not coming back. Chain of Corruption will slowly spread to Nukeduck, but it won't be enough. Peck has used his flash already. Nexus turret number 1 is being focused. Amazing's doing the best he can to defend, but he will get squashed. It will be Nukeduck that squashes him. Vander gets a kill credit on the Nexus turret. They take down another one. 2 Nexus turrets down, and Rocket will go 2-1 in the European Regional Qualifiers.
What an anticlimactic ending. We were setting up for an explosive Baron fight, and suddenly Niels caught out in the mid lane and immediately punished by Rocket. Yeah, we're in the late game. One mistake is all it takes for these teams to finish out, but the big story is that Rocket is now 2 wins, 1 loss in his best of 5 series. 1 win remains, and they do, yeah, almost the unthinkable, beat Origin.
The winner of this series is the team that was touted to go to Worlds. Because both Giants and Unicorns of Love look significantly weaker in the playoffs. And this time around, Rocket is just showing up. They're showing multiple team compositions. They're showing a depth in their picks and bans. And then very importantly, look, it was 46 minutes. It was on the longer side. But, you know, Rocket, they had a lot of good decisions there. And Steve, again, showing up. He's gone back to an old faithful. He played carries yesterday against Giants. Back to Maokai, and just excellent flanks.
Big question mark is just how these both teams play around their jungler.
Yeah.
It is more than just the junglers themselves, but Gragas 3 games in a row, and Jankos is continuously finding openings. Had some fantastic explosive casts, one that maybe even think it was Valkyrie. And he's just picking off people in these fights and just doing exactly what is required of him, and he's definitely playing fantastic and amazing. He's doing good things. He's at the right place at the right time, but sometimes these little synergies between Mithy and Amazing and the rest of his team just aren't quite there. They had multiple opportunities to kill somebody, but just Cocoon goes wide, different expectations, flays, hooks, and then suddenly somebody survives. Turn around, gets killed. That one fight in the mid lane where Steve managed to survive for absolute ages, got 2 extra kills. That could have been thwarted if that Cocoon connected. So it's these little things that are going wrong from Origin. And Rocket, late game, they're making the right decisions. They're still dropping the ball on some objectives, but definitive growth coming out of this Rocket squad.
Yeah, definitely the case. And for Rocket, now that's the first time a red team has won this series. They will once again bounce back to the blue side. They banned Gangplank on red side as their last ban.
Yeah.
Now the onus to ban Gangplank lies on the side of Origin. So we'll need to see who's going to be making their adjustments in picks and bans. Origin are on the ropes. They will have to come up big if they want to keep their shot at Worlds 2015 alive. We'll be back with a look at Game 4 in just a few minutes. We're into Game 3, one step closer to the 2015 World Championships. But here's Steve. Well, he's teleported into the river. He's caught Mithy. Nuketech's got the kill. Gravity Field holds Niels in place as the Chaos Storm takes him out. One more house goes out. Mithy's low. Actually killed by Steve. We're still not... Steve! Save Steve!
Korki, 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 Korki!
Go Varus.
Varus.
I have an engage item. Just
Go Varus. Nash.
Yes.
Get the blue. Beautiful.
And Rocket will go 2-1 in the European Regional Qualifiers.
I think we are overall stronger against good teams because bad teams, they don't have a game plan. We don't have long to as well. We are better reacting when other people do so. Maybe sometimes like one game at a time or speed or 1 tower, but we'll still be doing something.
Definitely right in that one, that they're showing up big time versus OG. Rocket has brought it to match point, and that means it's win or go home for Origin as we wait up for scoring time to be better. On the other hand, OG had some
Oh yes, quite a few. Looking at this game went from Origin's side of things, because they were in control from the beginning of the game. They did pick some bans once again. Rocket's picks and bans drafting phase is on another level in the split. Obviously, we've worked a lot with Yamato over the last couple of weeks. We know what his priorities are. This time, key thing, they take away the Braum on the first rotation for Rocket, and you know that worked very well in game 1 for Origin. They took it in game 2 for Rocket, and again in game 1.
Also, the thing here from Origin, obviously, that Pokemon is 2 times from winning lanes, Molotov or at least pushing lanes, which in some way is a winning lane, which allowed them to play very aggressive in the early game. Basically secured a top side, top side versus each other, and then picked up mid lane. Made it very safe play, started. And then once it was safe, Maokai matchup, we started pushing in Maokai, that's the plan, get a good pusher, we group in the mid game and then poking, and we win in like 30-35 minutes. Because with these kind of comps, you can see that's pretty simple. If you haven't managed to get a lead as a poke comp at that time, you won't get it now. Because now it engages the marker gets too much pistol damage, and that's
So, Origin decides to go in and try for the blue. Actually, good departing at that point. That's not a problem. Let's pull up that replay, but they make the huge mistake of
Yeah, it would, you know, it is good lanes to start. So Mithy is already established vision. See the start of the recall from Steve actually cancels his recall, and that's one of the key factors here, because Mithy goes on thinking they have the numbers advantage here. So as all the way up in the top lane, Origin just don't read the numbers advantage. Yes, they have as much vision as you'd like in the enemy jungle, but if you don't have the numbers, you can never take
it. See how much damage he can take, he buys time, but really, for even some of the lanes right here, bot lane we're pushing, mid lane we're pushing, Origin, they can literally play this game so slow-paced, and just keep shoving away from these lanes here, and the vision focus for Jankos, because they lose it towards the top side. The problem is, it is a fairly predictable strategy. We saw Jankos do a very good job trying to counter where Amazing was going. Whenever he went top, he was there trying to counter for Steve, but Steve was safe enough to do it, and then Jankos were open to go mid lane or bot lane, whenever he saw Amazing on the top side. So Jankos really played this game so amazing in the early game.
Yeah, let's expand a little bit.
He played well in the early game.
Let's expand a little bit on that, by the way, because the first 15 minutes 0, 1, and 2. 0 and 1, of course, something coming off the skirmish as well. The assist in that one. In general, what we've been looking at is the jungle support synergy. How much has that been?
I mean, a lot. And then also the fact that Origin is running simple comp, simple strategy. In some way, I mean, again, this game here, how easy it was for Vander and Jankos to read what was going to happen and then react to what was going on, because Varus would really because it's good with these 4 names.
4 names.
Really stepping up in this series here. I thought that Mithy and Mason were the best. And then Rocket are winning or doing well during the game.
Well, actually, I thought you were
the only thing I was going to say is that, you know, it's so comfortable for Rocket. They've had the Gragas 3 games. Jankos has been very strong, which is surprising to me because first pick the fans are such like amazing when they play Gragas into anything to be comfortable. How does it seem ridiculous? They've given it away and Jankos is...
We still do see Rocket once again though. Have fairly slow game. This one I can accept it because they would outscale it. They're basically waiting for that big game spot before the Pokemon end. Get there like that's the 3rd item in on the carries, and then you start really team fighting.
We were looking at it every time as we roll this out. The wards in mid lane and in the jungle, anytime you have this situation, you can just break them out so you can play like this. Key factor here, he gets, okay, it's kind of off to the side, but he gets one of the carries right in his sights, gets onto his packet, and that's really okay.
There's nothing you can do at this point if you are the home comp, because it's too easy for Rocket to start the fights. They have Sivir, they have home guard TV, they have flash body slam from a dragon. But your home comp is also running out because everyone's getting so tanky. Bromwich has to run the damage. You have to take a spin fight, and you're not strong enough. So again, I also feel that Origin is making too many mistakes in the early game to run this competition. Really on it and say, we get 30 minutes and having to because they made too many mistakes in all three games. Maybe it's time to draw a small late game from Origin's side and say, Rocket is fairly passive. We will have to go late game and we need to be able to outscale them.
Fairly passive, but Rocket on average has been up 1,250 gold by 15 minutes. Some of that might have been obviously Nukeduck 1-0-4 and being a decisive force. I think you said the Origin in the past, you have to play semi-finals find a lot more force in the early game.
Yeah, Origin are struggling to even get into any of their lanes right now. Maybe we see because right now, the way these games are going, this is how unicorns get to win. Is Rocket take this series, and then we have a very messy 5-game series tomorrow. Crazy stuff.
I mean, they look a lot better in this series. Still no Origin. Still when you run in 4 key bars, early game setup, lose some of the fights and lose all the momentum in the game, and you go late and then you lose. We need to see more late game. But one concern is Lulu is always banned away, and then you lose the momentum. They also maybe like a Janna coming in just to keep
That with these bands and suddenly you're banning Timo. It's weird, I know it sounds weird, but like throwing a coach off like that could be a curveball that Origin's considering throwing because they've been kind of outpicked every game so far. If not, they have to look at tendencies. What's been good for them? Jankos, Gragas, 3 games in a row, lost 1. Respect that. Start dropping some of these bans and at least allow Rocket to prove, can you play Lulu? Are you going to first pick it? They can have a choice. Because I think Origin and Gangplank combined, then Rocket would. Like Origin is still afraid of that pick overall.
Definitely don't want it to get into their camp. Rocket Unicorns have been looking bad, Rocket have been looking really good. Origin pushed Finale to 5 games. Struggling, this could be their last game. Rocket do not want that.
Alright, give up Gangplank and take Gragas Brawl. Could have been a good decision. finally, Spectre will have to show they can play, but then they lose Gangplank. But then suddenly this crucial pick opens up. Now Origin, they can react with either Gangplank combined with Gragas or Gangplank Braum. Two top tier picks in this series.
So Spectre already played Vladimir. Something he does not find. Damage dealer that would somewhat complement the GP.
Not entirely experienced in this matchup, but the new Nashor's 2 field seems like it will make Vladimir harder with Rocket now is say, okay, not gonna cut it, we're just gonna go hardcore on Coons. Death sentences try and catch people out, but I think overall they just play hard to the late game right now. They can make it at least to the late game traditionally against Rocket and then just try and outscale. However, take that back, outscaling in a Azir is nigh impossible.
Really, really tough. And with Rocket's map play and the ability to throw down that Sun Disc Azir turret, also going to help them out. Origin decide to go for the magic damage AD carry in Corki. I guess the mixed damage would be a better word. And they lock in the Gragas as well.
That means Rawlers will have to play a new champion this series. He's played Sivir twice, Corki once. Corki's taken away, Sivir's banned. By proxy, he will now have to play something else. People usually go for a Vayne here, but it's pretty hard to play. Actually, want something with range. A pick in a different meta maybe coming out was Caitlyn, but she just doesn't work anymore right now. Kalista is out of the equation, so this is good pressure in picks and bans from Origin.
And Mr. Rawls did run the Cogmore against Unicorns of Love when Nukeduck was running Corki mid. When they had that double 80 carry setup, they run it twice. It looks like that's going to be the case. And for Steve, again, he's going back to champion that he played in game 1, the Hecarim. Something that he's had mixed results with, but looking so much better this series. Last few seconds locked down. There is a lot of damage on the Roccat side. They will be relying on what is most likely going to be that tank Elise and Thresh for their front line and utility.
Yeah, but look at how this draft played out in terms of what Origin took away and pressured from Roccat. They gave Nukeduck the Azir, but they say, okay, we take the top tier pick, top percentage Gangplank. We steal the Braum, which is 100% win rate this series. We force Yankas to adapt to a different jungle than he's played. We force Wallace to adapt to a different AD carry. So let's see how Rocket handled this change. And we still have a good mid laner option here for Xpeke. He can go Azir, he can go Victor into the Azir, he can go Ahri. Turns out to be the Victor, so well-rounded composition. Double tank, peel from Braum, a lot of crowd control set up from Braum with his passive in addition to Glacial Fissure. So both teams with a well-rounded composition. Rocket slightly trickier to play if Rawlers gets caught, or Nukeduck just gets any CC on top of him, just immediately drop.
Look at the player cams though. Soa is looking very, very distraught. He will be on the Gangplank. Was the champion that was largely responsible for handing Fnatic their first loss in the final. And for Origin, it will be the game they need to force the decider, to force Silver Scrapes, Leduc, and Yamato Kan, the two coaches who have been forced to adapt as each game is played out.
If we don't get a lane swap this game, it will heavily rely on the 2v2 top lane. That might be the crucial matchup. Steve and Soa backed up by the respective junglers, Yankas and Amazing. And that's what we want to watch, and that I think is the pivotal matchup, the key matchup to keep watching in this game until we hit the 15-minute mark.
So, we'll see if we get those lane swaps. We'll see if we do get those battles. Hecarim against Gangplank, Elise against Gragas. You can see the rest of your team compositions on screen. For Origin, they can force one more game, or they go home and they are finished with the 2015 season. Hashtag ROC win or hashtag OG win. Let us know on Twitter, who do you think will win? The vote was heavily in favor of Origin in game 1 of the day. But it is Origin that have to dig deep and bounce themselves back. We're loading up onto the Rift. Roccat may be able to force a rematch with the Unicorns of Love. Let's see, we've not had deep wards. Really most of this series, actually. They've been relatively intelligent sort of lane wards.
Invading into a Braum is tough. I actually like what Miffy does here. If teams invade for a lane swap, they traditionally invade into the red side jungle. If you're already waiting there with Braum, and then you have, you know, Try and catch people walking in. Origin says, well, if they don't show up, we might just group up on the area, get some deep vision ourselves. Braum is just incredibly strong at level 1 because he can put the passive on every single member in a fight, and these fights go long, multiple stuns win you the fight. Complete mirror though. Don't really lose too much. You lose your jungle left side, you gain some jungle on the right side. It's early enough to start planning ahead of how we're going to play this out. We'll probably see the traditional lane suppos do a jungle come out here.
Let's find out who's going to get ahead. Rocket were able to initiate the lane swap game 1 of the series, but Origin technically came out ahead. They had the scaling comp and the decision making. We do see Soa setting up those powder kegs, so this will speed up Amazing's initial clear.
Steve spotted because that ward's in tower. Well, it works. It baits the horse. You lead the horse to the ward. You slaughter it. Steve walks back.
I read the Reddit thread that taught me wards have life. They are living things because you can life steal off them. Now that useful tidbit has been shared, the lane swap is in effect.
Rocket don't opt to put any free shenanigans. Instead, they're going to steal away the Grom. And then they're going to walk down to the bot lane. The pathing to get back to the lane is kind of inefficient, so they'll likely lose at least 2 creeps. It's actually flaying to the wrong direction. You flay that down, yeah, never mind. I'm not going to go into Krugs and Grom Silence anymore. TLDR, they're losing some XP in the bot lane for a camp. Mithy is roaming a little bit. Corki farming in the top lane on Niels, so pretty standard lane swap. It's going to play out pretty standardly.
Yeah, but I want to see how they handle the tower pressure. We're going to go for those standard 3v0, which is somewhat expected on the tower. And let's see whether or not Steve and Soaz once again will prioritize the local gold and some of the XP in the farm. Origin will also be on the tower sooner. I think those powder kegs do a lot to speed up Amazing's early clear.
I think this will be another lane swap where Soaz gets ahead in experience on Steve. Origin failed to capitalize on that game 1. Still managed to win the game. Yeah, this wave is going to bounce. This is actually really good for Origin because they not only can they bounce the wave to their top laner, they can move their bot lane back to the bottom side of the map. That is where you want to end up. Equal numbers for Dragons. You still have the teleport available to him. He's healthy. He didn't take any of those accidental tower shots so far. So good lane swap start for Origin.
It's the next few minutes that'll be the most interesting. Nicky and Neil's going to start backing away. Deny.
Niels needs gold, so they're looking to share the gold, it seems.
Okay.
That's why he cancelled his base. Took a couple of hits out, waiting for the creeps to go.
There we go.
See what he picks up with that gold. Better be worth it. Stealing from your top laner, how dare you?
Share between 3 people on Rockat's side. And the wave did not bounce either.
No, that'll bounce eventually.
Okay.
Because
slower though.
Yeah, and too slow to an extent, because by that time, Origin's bot lane will be back again. I think Steve this time, I believe, is doing the right thing by just pushing out the wave. This is what Soaz did in game 1. Trying to freeze that wave, there's no point, honestly, because you're too low HP, you have too little resources. You're sitting on a flask, you'll just die and get dove. So it's actually, where initially the freezes came out, it's now better in the meta to just simply push out again. Looks like Steve is zone off experience. Repeat from game 1 overall.
Game that Origin ended up winning, but they were on the blue side. This time around red. Every time we look middle, Pekka and Nukeduck, they are even on farm, but it's Pekka that's being zoned away. Those shifting sands, commanding sands from Nukeduck, spamming out those auto attacks, and we are going to see
Amazing
jungler toe to toe.
Could be interesting. Amazing. They have a biggest thing by Origin is they have a ward in the lane, so they can see the backup that comes to lane. Because Steve was zoned off CS right now in the bottom lane. He actually went down all the way base and top lane. He's get spotted, so Origin are going to defend this dive 4v3, letting Niels power farm up to level 6. If they avoid getting killed here, this is really big for Origin.
So important dive potential here. Origin in a 3v4. Keep in mind, Nukeduck has flash and teleport, ladies and gentlemen, on his mid lane Azir. If a party starts, Nukeduck could arrive. Cocoon catches on Amazing, but the death sentence does not. Steve on the power pony. He prances in before being popped away. First blood secured, and it's Steve that gets it. The Ignite ticks him down. Origin decide to back away. Niels continues to farm on the bottom lane, but Rocket may be able to get the second tower and a kill for their top laner.
Have to remember, in the bottom lane right now, Corki is still pushing and Steve wants to base as quick as he can. pick up as much farm because Niels was slow pushing that wave. He's leaving massive amounts of experience and CS available to Steve if he teleports right now, which he's doing. Look at that wave. He's going to get an advantage over Soaz.
Already got first blood, already got the makings of a phage.
Red buff too?
Because it was amazing that went down. So really, really big power play for Rocket and for Steve. And I mean, 3v4 defending a tower?
It's tricky. It's an outplay, but Rocket did have the right members to get that dive off. You know, the reset coming out of Elise is crucial there. You have so much AoE damage from Hecarim. Didn't get punished, didn't get trapped without that flash. Overall, clean dive from Rocket. They don't take the tower down though. That's the biggest difference. Both towers stay alive, but a significant gold lead. At this point in the game, 400 gold. It does matter. But the experience is what we have to keep tracking. Will Soaz stay ahead because he wasn't the one dying. So where we said, yes, Steve will pick up that big farm. It does seem that Soaz is still ahead in terms of CS. That advantage I was shouting about may not actually be there.
Couple hundred gold. Steve, and he has used his teleports already. So once again, going to recall. Head back to base. We did see Mr. L set up shop in the bottom lane. Phage v Phage. As Niels Corky's down there as well.
Confusion by Soaz as well. He backed out, tried to base, then realized, no, if I leave here, I'm going to leave a perpetual freeze for Steve, and that will cost us the game. So he moves out to push. Again, a little slow on the trigger. Niels managed to push out. So while Rocket had control over the river, their lanes are getting pushed in. They may relinquish that control and allow, finally, Mithy and Amazing are grouping up again for some vision.
Mithy does get caught by the cocoon, but
Two pink wards cleaned.
Doesn't be a big deal, but yeah, big investment already. So that gold lead they built up has been evened out. So is really committed to avoiding this freeze.
Yeah.
Cannon Barrage just to keep the wave pushing and get that lane reset to even out that close to his territory.
Yeah, and I think Rocket got a little greedy. They went for the double pink ward setup in the river, which is fantastic if you can back it up with lanes pushing. But they did it before they pushed the lanes. So they placed the wards, then their lanes got pushed in. Naturally, they have to back out. Then Amazing and Mithy roamed up and they took down 2 pink wards and up taking down a third. So that 200 gold lead that Rocket remains, they invested at least 300 of that in pink wards. They got immediately killed. So roughly even back in the game. And Soaz is ahead of Steve still in experience. Steve has more mana though. He might actually go in.
Sword of Shadows is available. There's no Cannon Barrage. Soaz removes Scurvy and it's okay. There's the onslaught. He's just going to catch Amazing at the end of the body slam. But another big cooldown that has been used.
Because the way this lane stuff's played out, Niels has a big experience advantage in the bot lane. That means he hits level 6 force first. He can poke and he can deny some CS from Rawls, and that's what we see. Rocket kept grouping around Mr. Rawls to make these plays, make these dives. Niels was farming on his own, uncontested. He's now ahead, 20 CS and some experience. Maybe slightly behind Vander. But we'll need to see if they can force that home. Because once Kog'Maw hits level 6, he can play into much every matchup and go even.
And something that Origin will have to keep in mind, especially on those side lanes, is that Steve and Nukeduck have got teleports. I'm quite confident this is the first teleport of Zia that we've seen in Europe. I know we've seen teleport Orianna, we've seen teleport Diana, teleport Twisted Fate. Those are not unusual. But the map play that will open up to Rocket could be crucial to unlocking this game and getting to the regional qualifier finals. Niels extends that CSE to 30 as this wave gets shoved into tower. Yankees
amazing.
Show up as well. Amazing. Damn it, 3 Gragas games.
He got the Diffuser Curse. He's on a ward though, so he's giving away. Let's see how well Rocket can act as if they don't know he's there, waste his time. He was on a ward earlier, and the ward now expired. So Amazing, shadowing these lanes in full vision. Tekka going back to the race. So like, well, my jungler's in the bot lane. I guess I'll take this jungle.
Yep.
Back to Season 2 we go.
Comes from an era where that belongs to mid laners anyway.
Yeah, junglers had to ask for permission to take the Wraith.
Wraith camp.
Back in the day. Not those silly Raptors.
Feels like not so long ago. Ward just about to time out, so unfortunately for Vander that he used the sweeper down.
Nukeduck 2 wants some Raptor. We arrives too late to the Raptor party.
Both of these mid laners, long time gone. Rocket though, they did actually extend their lead a few hundred gold more thanks to the CSing. Just picking it up across the board. And Amazing is still sticking around this bottom lane. Wants to maybe play over the stronger lane, Mithy and Niels.
All right, keep in mind, teleport is here to stop this dive. Keep in mind, Cannon Barrage from SOAS could facilitate the dive. That's why Jankos is here as well, trying to prevent it, but this tower is going very, very low. It will go down on this wave.
So, tower number 2 will be secured by Origin. This will give Niels 2,000 gold to spend. It will help him out towards that Trinity Force, continuing to grow further ahead of Mr. Oz. I think that's important, because obviously Mr. Oz is going to have the natural scaling, which is a topic that we continue throughout this series, which team comp has got headroom to grow.
Both of these team comps transition very well into the late game, and that is something we were saying Origin would need to come out of the draft phase with. Don't put a timer on your games, because late game their shot calling is good enough to make it, unless they play against themselves. And if Rocket can comfortably just wait for time to expire. Another dragon, however, goes to Rocket. Something we've seen throughout this entire season. Initially, the first 2 games, it was Origin picking up a couple of dragons, sneakily. Right now, Rocket, more emphasis on that early dragon.
In Origin, way more emphasis on the towers.
Oh, this is a good group. I like this. Zoning off the Azir. Potential body slam flash is enough to threaten Nuketox. Braum passive 2, he's already half HP. Finally, Origin are doing what they couldn't achieve game 1 with their siege composition, which is siege. Group up your mid laner and your AD carry and poke the hell out of whoever's defending that. No more Braum to stop these projectiles. Mid lane tower going low. Teleport comes in, but that's not going to even be in time.
No, it's definitely not. It looks like that's cancelled as well. So Nuketox recalled, thought he was going to finish the TP, but ends up cancelling it. So Origin, all outer towers are down.
3 towers down at 12 minutes. This gives you so much leeway and opens up so many plays around the map. Let's see if they're smart enough to really push around Rocket. This is where lane control on the side lanes becomes paramount to victory.
So as with the teleport available, the makings of that Trinity Force, he may be the man for Origin that has to maintain control in that side lane. For Origin, they're lucky that Pekka's got a great wave clear mid as well, so Pekka can hold that tower with most pushes. But if Rocket really commit multiple members, then Niels will need to be called back as well.
Yeah, Victor with the gravity field laser combo is incredibly easy for him to hold waves, and there's no threat. He outranges Cocoon. People have to step into tower range already to zone him off, and they need multiple people, or even a flank, and it's too easy for Origin to defend that. So 2 towers alive still. SOAS is not freezing on the bot lane. He had the chance. He knows that if he freezes, one of his 2 remaining towers will come under siege, and the gold that he just gained in that freeze will be just given over to Rocket in addition to map control. Therefore, keeping the pressure on is definitely what he has to do.
Shoved that wave out, did back away. And in terms of pressure, I want to see who's going to get deep vision. I think it's more important for Rocket because of the Home Guard Hecarim engages and just how powerful they are. A little easier on Hecarim, maybe. You could argue than Maokai to just engage straight on thanks to that Onslaught of Shadows. But it's way more effective if you can come from behind. And if you look down in the bottom lane, top laners and junglers are about to go toe-to-toe. We're going to watch up top. Niels is going to sidestep the death sentence. Smithy throws out the Winter's Bite. So engages on both sides. You can see SOAS also used his flash to escape.
Yeah, Niels had to be careful. SOAS couldn't teleport because he was under siege himself. Rocket with some good aggressive moves. Can they get the tower though? SOAS can still teleport top. We might actually see him do it here if Rocket push really hard, but they seem to slow push that wave, walk away. So SOAS goes back to the bottom lane, into the top lane. There's no dragon to contest. Finally, Origin are fine taking it slow because there's no dragon on the map. Late game isn't a worry for them this game. And a slow and steady leaves them with 1.4k gold lead.
And 2 Trinity Forces as well already. Sorcerer Shoes completed for Pekka, not the Ionian Boots of Lucidity that we've seen from previous victors. So for Origin, they've got the gold lead, they've got the tower lead, they've got the item lead. If they wanted to pick a fight, they could.
Very conditional on just how it plays out. Map is very widespread, all these lanes being pressured by Origin. And they're focusing more on denying vision from Rocket, especially in the deep blue jungle. That's what Amazing was doing earlier. Have 1 pink ward in their jungle too, just trying to hang on. Don't get surprised by any teleport shenanigans right now. Wait for the next dragon. That's likely where we'll see a fight, or at least maybe the makings of one, and then one team will opt in or out, because we're heading for an incredibly slow game. Understandably so, since Origin are 1 game removed from potentially not going to Worlds, dropping out of the gauntlet completely against all expectations, myself, and I imagine yours included.
Yes, beyond a shadow of a doubt. I thought this series was going to be 3-1 to Origin. And as you mentioned, game 4 The weight is so heavy. There's 4 tons of pressure in the game. As Origin and Rocket are going head-to-head. So we'll see now as those Trinity forces have been equaled out. Sorcerer's Shoes as well as Nash is completed for Nuke Duck.
Look how ready these teams are for each other. Mid lane, both towers down, or 1 tower down, so this lane is long, allowing Nuke Duck to just move up to the left side. They really don't want to allow Mithy and Amazing to get deep vision in their blue jungle. That's what Rocket is preventing. That's why initially Amazing shadows Niels through the lane so he can push out. Then he breaks free, tags off, wants to move in the jungle, but do it safely enough because they knew 4 people were missing and the only place they could be was in that jungle. Nobody's going to be down below in top lane island. This map is completely played on the top side of the map right now. Because even if you kill Hecarim at this point, it's not worth it. There's no tower to take from that. By the time you reach tier 2 tower, you lose on the cross map. Peke pushing in right now into that empty ruins previous tower, and Amazing and Mithy finally getting that division they wanted.
See how they use it. It's going to be the most important. Origin have got the ability to push towers relatively quickly if they can get a couple members to them.
Yankos is going to get spotted by this pink ward. He's going to find it too. Again, information is all you need. He doesn't want the spider in his jungle, forces him out.
Yeah, we did see Soaz roaming from the lane as well. The Dragon's going to be up in 20 seconds. Rocket have secured 11 Dragons this series to the 7 of Origin. They have an additional win, hence the higher number of Dragons before Origin. They may not want to give up this next one uncontested.
And in the first few games, Peke was 0-4-0 in the first 50 minutes. This time he managed to avoid death. Yankos was incredible, good at just finding picks on that Gragas. Even though he has the more aggressive jungler on Elise right now, he hasn't found any openings. Origin has done a way better job. This is why the playstyle from Amazing has been centered around shadowing and counter-ganking instead of going for plays. You might see a fight here at Dragon though.
So Dragon will be secured by Origin. They have the Crab speed boost to get out as well. Evening out the Drakes 1-1. Arise, Nuke Duck says. The soldier comes up, but nothing follows through. Origin
controlled.
Sneak away that Dragon.
In full vision. Very controlled game by Origin. They get the deep vision in the left side. If you spot them, you know they're there. If you don't spot them, then you know that they must be on the right side of the map. They defend the right part of their jungle, allow Soaz to scale. They move in together, go for that objective, and then they fan out again and they keep farming. Solid game so far from the Origin lineup.
Can Origin keep it up? That is where our focus will be. Got themselves all the outer towers, and this is where the Rocket team comp stalled in game 1. Origin picked themselves up a first item. Rylai's Crystal Scepter for Peke gives even more control to those team fights on those Death Rays and the Chaos Storm, which I think will actually help, because once Nuke Duck has thrown down his combo, assuming it hasn't instantly reset the fight, AoE over time, going to keep reapplying the slow. It's going to give Soaz and Niels all the time in the world with the damage down.
Getting lockdown on these very, very low mobility carries in the backline. You can argue, yes, Azir has mobility with his combo, but you assume that you're talking about Azir post-combo. And Kog'Maw getting any of them slowed down enough for remaining members from Origin to just pile damage on top of them, whether it's the poke coming out or just the barrels. That's what they want to do. Look at Nuke Duck. Previous games, he's had a lot of wave clear, and that gave him a lot of pressure. Right now on Azir, it actually takes him time to get through these waves. Ivan Peke, good flash, angled, fancy BM cleanse.
The play, Chaos Storm is out. Peke is trying to run away. He sidestepped a lot. He's got one, looking for another. Won't be able to find Vanda. And flash away from Mr. Rolls. The tower is still standing. Soaz used that cannon barrage to clear out the wave. So, Yankos goes down in a trade for Peke. Origin look like they'll get themselves a tower, most likely at the cost of the outer as well.
Damn, Soaz could have even teleported to the top lane, completely turned that fight, but expect a 1v3, getting away. Misusing cleanse is the only bad thing, because Gravity Field in the end forces a flash on the Kog'Maw. He gets a kill for kill. He stops them pushing tower immediately. Beautiful play from Xpeke, and this is what we were waiting for him to step up. Flash play. Angle flash is what you need to do, because if you flash straight, you will get hit. It's a 30% chance there for Vanna to hit. Turnaround goes on to Yankos. Sidestep Cocoon again. Yankos drops. Look at this Gravity Field that he's going to place right now. Forcing a flash, because Rallis would otherwise be stuck in tower range. Fantastic play. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, advantage, because Origins are grouping 3-man on Azir, and then you can zone him off the tower. If you don't allow him to auto-attack with the Sand Soldiers, he simply doesn't have the wave clear compared to a Victor. Simply lay down a laser, wave disappears. it's trickier for an Azir. So we need to see more backup for Nuktak in the mid lane.
I want to see if Origin can punish the use of flash there from both Mr. Riles and Vander. Any other shenanigans, as you say, breaks out, maybe the options. Home guards have been picked up for both Steve and Soaz. So they're going to be able to join the fight at a moment's notice. And once again, so again going for that Ghostblade build, second item.
And look at how low the farm on these junglers is compared to the other roles in the game right now. Obviously, the exception of support, because we don't ever get gold. It's mostly because the playstyle has revolved around Jankos trying to brute force an opening, not finding it, and Amazing lurking in the shadows, making sure if that opening presents itself, he can shut that door immediately. This allows Peke to pick up Raptors and Wolves repetitively, Nuktak and Azir to do the same. And this is why their CS has spiraled above the 10 CS at the minute mark. Niels though.
Cannot afford that! Kill to Nuktak.
Stepping over his bounds a little bit, Niels gets hooked in. Flash was available, so he could have easily flashed out of that one. Just didn't expect that hook to connect from Vander Life.
Vander's played exceptional this series. He's his Braum rather had to get early pick to deny. And finding a crucial pick that denies a lot of momentum and a lot of control that Origin were building up. They were trying to set up that mid lane siege.
Especially since that will cement the deep vision from Rocket in the enemy jungle. And now they are playing with all the pressure. They moved Nuktak to the bot lane because it is easy for Mr. Rawls to wait for in the mid lane. And now Azir is an additional split push threat in the mid game. It's incredibly hard to deal with that Azir because he can play at range, he can always shuffle out, and he can still join his team. That's why Nuktak is running the teleport. It's going to pay off finally now. Barely use it in this game, only to get back to mid lane, I believe. So, let's just see if he can add that pressure. Azir split pushing is a force to be reckoned with. If he gets to the tower, he can just auto-attack it down, spam the W in it. Do a whole lot of damage.
Steve this time around.
Let me guide you.
Now going tanky. All the deep wards in the top half of the map. Rocket have an opportunity. They're going to get here and send towards the back line. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Origin were able to sneak the previous one timing-wise, despite being spotted by Rocket vision-wise. I doubt it'll be that easy this time around. There is a pink ward deep in the river, so there's a way in for Steve. Nuktak's also going to try get himself down to help him first.
A very good zone control around these objectives from both these teams, especially if you compare Kog'Maw to Corki. I feel like Kog'Maw is a better Corki at the cost of not having a gap closer, because they build the exact same thing. They build a Triforce Bork. You have range Bork on R. You have way more damage on Kog'Maw. And Steve has to pony dash out of there. No teleport available, so can still come in, so that should be another dragon going to Origin.
It should be, will be secured there. Don't even think the smite was available. Was able to be secured there by Origin. So dragon number 2 picked up. Mid lane tower will get chunked out here. Rocket move forward. There is a ward in the middle lane behind Rocket. Look for Soaz. He's about to finish his teleport. Mithy has been caught out, but he's put the box down. Mr. Rawls and Vander trying to get away. Soaz has got the home guards active, but is not pulling the trigger on that engage.
Yeah, it was a little early. Miffy was still have to wait for Soaz to finish his base. He denied that opportunity or forced it a bit too hard. Yanka's posturing on the left side. Look for Cocoon, look for openings. Chain CC is what they're looking for.
Gragas and GP on the same team. It's barrels for days. Amazing gets hooked, and it's Jankos that gets the kill. Look at those powder kicks. Clears the wave, and it chunks Nuktak down. The Rocket have now strung together another kill while trying to siege the tower.
Yeah, Origin will probably have to yield this tower at this point. They can head the base too. That's their wave clear gone. Only Niels remain. Tower's on half HP. Wave is probably not going to go down in an instant.
Cannon Barrage just came off cooldown. Vander's low. Rawls gets caught out by the Glacial Fissure, and Nuktak forced to flash away. Does take a tower hit as you see that Void Ooze coming out. So teleport comes in from Soaz. He's put the Ghost Blade down, trying to look for Nuktak. So they defend the tower, but they cost teleport. And Nuktak's even going to TP out. Kick! Oh! Whoppa, that hurts.
Hoppa Gangplank style.
And apologies to everybody who's wearing headphones. I did not think that was going to kill him.
Yeah, Soaz managed to find Nuketuk there. All the members from Rocket had to base because they were incredibly low. So again, this is what we call momentum. On the side of Origin, they can force out. Look at how much Baron vision they've managed to acquire. Catch Jankos though.
Jankos is going down. He repels up, but he's got nowhere to go. Gromp even helps out. 2 members of Roccat down. Origin, are they going to go for a cheeky Baron?
It's not even cheeky. It doesn't even matter. Rocket knows this is going on. Steve has teleport. Balance is all the way at the side, but that Baron is dropping mighty fast. Remember, all they need to do is just final smite. Steve is way too far.
It is too far. It is too late. Baron is secured. Steve may want the team fight. Death Sentence comes out, and so does the Cannon Barrage. Steve just gets Goomba stomped by Soaz, and Origin get the Baron.
Roccat getting punished for overstaying for that tier 1 tower. Teleport behind them from Soaz, and then suddenly they were in base. And then you just have to wait until you have all your members on the field again so you can play the game. Jankos gets greedy in his jungle, gets caught out by Gragas, ironically. The same champion he was catching all the Origin members on, and then immediately turned to the Baron, and that was the right call. Good shot call and good control, and Soaz showing up on this gangplank. This game going well into the favor of Origin, and honestly, if they play out the games the way they did against Fnatic, this should be a quick victory for them.
Should be, especially with those Baron and Power minions. You consider how difficult it's going to be for Nuketuk and Mr. Rolls to wave clear. Mr. Rolls not going to be able to use that living artillery to chunk down those Baron and Power minions all that effectively.
Ironic that the pick Nuketuk was feared the most for in this matchup. Having the trump card Azir over Expectus, whose Azir was lackluster, to say the least. It is the pick that Origin does best against, because they managed to just group up and zone him off the tower, not even allow him to clear the waves. For the first time in this series, Pekka has a distinct pressure advantage. Finding his teammates. The Gragas on amazing, I like as well. Elise has been not the pick for this series. Fantastic early game jungle, but just doesn't work out for these teams.
Gangplank, Grom, and Gragas. Those are the top 3 from this series. Probably you could argue Lulu because of the threat of what else could be played with it. And we know Origin can play around the Lulu. We've seen it a few times. Can't say the same about Roccat.
You see how it shifted from trying to ban everything to leaving some of the power picks open. And Origin may regret not picking purple side for the next game because they gave up Azir, but so what? Who cares? We got Gangplank Braum in our first rotation.
Gracefully.
It's what Ducky is thinking. Hashtag worth.
So long as Origin can close it out. They've got 4k lead. Even in kills, they're ahead in towers. It's 47,000 gold for Origin to 43,000 gold for Roccat.
So they have a very smooth game plan laid out for them right now. They can push up this top wave. In about a minute, 10 seconds, Dragon spawns. They already have acquired V-Vision necessary to either take that for free or force a fight. Then they can start pushing on forward. They don't have a timer on their game anymore. No timer on this composition. If they don't manage to split push or just group push and siege out Roccat, then they can return to the Baron. They have all the control if they just don't make a mistake where any of them gets picked off. All they have to avoid. They're in the driving seat for this game, and Roccat is painfully scaling, looking for that teleport flank on speed.
Yes, not afford to get things like it in the mid lane. Almost all the pressure that has been set. Baron will be ticking away. This is just time.
Of mine.
Origin got themselves a couple of towers.
Look at the vision though.
Themselves so many deep wards, even denying vision.
They're littering in the forest. Shame on you.
A new journey.
Loki the bear is disappointed. But whatever.
Difference made.
Amazing. Pink wards. And again, just front line. So Roccat have to get through the vision and have to get through amazing and Misty.
Yeah, look at how afraid they have to be. That if you have to be so afraid to place a ward over your wall in the jungle without even reaching a camp, and then you have to ward mid lane here. And you run out of side stone wards before you even reach the river, and that is the mark of playing aggression and snowballing a weak well. This is what Origin can do if they get ahead.
Where am I?
Origin have not gotten anywhere all that often this series. They did get Dragon number 3, so there's that movement speed increase that is very, very crucial.
And look at Roccat doing the right thing, but too slow. They realize, okay, we're never gonna get this Dragon, let's move to the top lane, but it's too late because Origin can base and move there. They're looking for a pick, but Origins are available. Soaz,
he's gonna go down, he's gonna go low. Ignite's ticking away, one more auto, gets the barrels off before getting dropped. Did forcing it flashed away, and I mean, that was a 3-man all-in.
It looked like really, really unconspicuous. People think it's pretty obvious of a play at this level of caliber of play. When you get a dragon uncontested, you have the entire bot side thwarted, you have to assume that Rocket is on the left side of the map. Why would they be near their blue buff? They're obviously going to try and put you on to this obvious play. So as it's taught somewhere else, you just think about that juicy CS, but Origin can't afford to make these mistakes.
To heal and protect.
Upgrades. The Cannon Barrage secured for Soaz. 339 CS, 31 minutes. Actually, across the board, really high CS numbers that extended somewhat laning phase.
At the cost of the junglers.
At the cost of junglers, but for the laners at least. Nearly 8, 9, 10 a minute average across the lanes.
And if that plays out the way it does, then at least. You're going full tank anyway, the utility you get out of the Dragon System is so much more efficient. Look at Jankos, he desperately tries to pick up some magic damage, but those items, as you go later in the game, flat penetration is absolutely good. They're really good in the early game, but relatively speaking, later on when the magic hits in the hundreds, the 150s, that flat penetration is useless overall. And obviously amazing health and armor and magic resistance will just pay off way more.
Teleports are available for both top lanes. Origin in the jungle of Rockat. Look at Soaz in the bottom lane, as well as that string of pink wards in the river behind Origin.
And top lane pushing into side wave control. They can ride this wave into the tower, or they can peel back to Baron already. There's only one ward remaining for Rockat.
This is my path.
Deep enough for a teleport flanks. 2 actually if you count the one in the top tri-brush. Origin just have to keep up this pressure, keep Rockat locked up. Don't go for a fight. Then they can peel back and use the darkness to their advantage.
Got 2 teleports for Rockat, so if Rockat can split up, Steve and Nuke, they have the option to deal with multiple waves.
Look at how careful Soaz is playing. He knows, unless he sees every dot on the minimap, if he can literally count to 4 at least, so the only remaining member is Steve, then he can walk up to this minion wave. Not gonna make the mistake he made previously, because in this 1 minute window, Nuke actually tried to pick him off, because right before Baron, that's when people actually get a little careless traditionally, because they think, okay, we have the setup, the plan, and then they get caught. So I'm definitely going to make patience right now. He'll be contemplating whether he can refill a side scroll, 2 refills, you have to go to base.
Gonna be difficult. Look how close Rockat are to Baron. Again, Sully just respecting the line. He's got a pink ward in the tri-bush. He's just new sight.
I lend my aid.
Rest of Origin. Now that
Look at Jankos, he's sneaking the ward. Origin hesitated a little bit, didn't pull the trigger on the Baron. It's the most satisfying feeling when you ward over a wall and you immediately see 4 people walking towards that ward. That's when you know you've scored yourself at least a minute worth of time. The objective raise, Jankos sneaks and kills the pink ward, places a ward on Baron, suddenly it's even again. All that work that Origin did at the beginning of the vision, preparing the Baron, has been denied by Rockat right now. Reverse scenario that what Origin was doing to Rockat, I believe, in game 1.
it does contain them at least. No longer is now Origin has backed away. Free refill for Nifty as you mentioned. And then get those sight zone stacks built up. Rockat going to do the best they can to get some deep wards down. Neil's an amazing front line.
Their call.
Before they back away. There's a lot of damage on the Rockat side. So if Origin are late to the Baron play, Rockat also have the opportunity to sneak it.
Zero Cogman and Elise as a triple combo does disgusting amounts of damage to Baron. It'll go down in literally 5 to 7 seconds. So Origin will be incredibly careful not let that happen. Good vision control right now from Rockat, honestly, but they don't have the power and the strength in this game to really push in Origin, then back off. Any performance bonus, Origin can just move in and clear that out.
A lot of respect the engaged power. The greatest tower kill. If there's a
the whole world in balance.
Origin still holds its that 4,000 rolls. So far, 35 minutes. He's laying down the beats. Back to base. Let's try to close him on. Touch on the items in a little while. Death cap picked up for both mid laners. Later the Rune King Niels is so much further ahead. Mr. Rolls, Blazer and King, Last Whisper, and a BF Sword Zone. An entire Last Whisper unaccounted for on the side of Mr. Rolls. Sundisk is taken out there from Origin.
They're playing with no cooldown reduction at all. On his build with Literally shotgun. One shot.
Gracefully.
Blow him up or wait a long time to reload. But it can be enough to take down Rocket in these team fights. One shot is all you need if you connect with Kog'Maw or Nuktak on the Azir.
Nuktak, Azir, Emperor's Divide. That's could be game-changing. Hold on a second. That's a teleport into Baron pit. Baron's down. Baron's secured already. That was a two-man. Pekka and Niels, they soloed the objective. Baron number 2. I think we're going to game 5. And
where am I
believe
needed?
we've ticked over the NA official start time. So welcome, North American viewers. Team Impulse versus Cloud9 will follow this series. Shout-outs. Hopefully you're enjoying the viewing party in the LA studio.
Yeah, if you've only just tuned in, the TLDR this season is, or this series rather, is that Gangplank is a strong pick, but Braum so far has had 100% win rate. Niels gets played.
The sentence between the goalposts. Amazing, Niels get away, but they can't get away from the shadows. Emperor's Divide comes down from Nuktak. Amazing is in trouble. They've got him. It's Mr. R's living artillery that secures it.
But all these fights, all these engages, in a fight without expect, it only nets them 1 kill. And that is worrisome for Rocket, because when Origin can start up sieging it right now, where all these engages have been burned, they still get an advantage. Dragon is all they really want right now, the 4th Dragon. And they can repeat the entire scenario. Rocket actually have issues getting out of their base instead of the play. They have to go over very forced engages, and then they need to land their stuff.
Maybe secured, yeah, it is. That's number 4. Look at Vander, gets it, it's the swing, the wind-up, it does not connect. Gravity Field was enough disengage from Pekka.
If Pekka wanted, he could have blown up Vander right there. Hold his hope right. Keep in mind, Pekka is playing without any cooldown. He's just going to he flashes in and presses ER, it's the entire Rocket lineup disappears.
839 voice off cap combination. Next time we'll turn out 4 members of Origin Baron Club. Both teams have 6 minutes for 5.5 minutes in this aspect. Option and Origin, they really want that outer tower. I mean, we're going back to it. We've been here for 6-7 minutes now.
Well, they've been using the pressure translating to get objectives right now. The pressure on the outer tower got them a Baron, then it got them a Dragon. It's like a fake objective. Yeah, we totally want this tower. Please defend it. And Baron. Yeah, overall, this series, again, Braum looking to pick up the 4th victory right here. Pekka showing that he actually shouldn't have been that afraid of the Azir. With the help of his team, they managed to push Nuktak off these towers, open up the map. Gragas did phenomenal on so many overall. Really gonna be an interesting pick and ban phase in the 5th game. If Origin take this home, obviously we have to wait. Sieging into an Azir is obviously very hard once you get to the base. Shurima shuffle, I make play here is definitely a possibility.
You see both teleports and Rocket are down, not available for this fight. Mr. Rolls get those autos to clear the Baron empowered minions. So as he's pushing in the middle lane, he also does not have teleports. Respecting the lack of the numbers, they didn't have amazing with them either, so they've also respected Rocket and the field back in jump.
Just take a look at the bot wave though. If Origin bide their time and just save some of those wards, take a quick push out the lane, right in that massive wave in the bottom lane, or just simply push in. It's gonna take a while to put that reach in power there. Very hesitant. Looks like they're gonna play for the next Baron and the next Dragon. They really don't want to overcommit on this Azir Kog'Maw lineup. They don't reach their ability, they will get your part. That's how these double max range competitions go. Or they haven't been allowed to really do continuous damage on these fights, but if you give them the time, then their DPS will. Or their damage rather, DPS per second, go through the roof. All the damage on Expeke is front loaded.
And the thing is, we were also expecting Origin to clean the game out relatively quickly. I quite like Thornmail now as well. So for Origin, yes, they have the option aspect, the option for Baron. They cannot afford to misplay. They cannot afford to make a mistake.
No, all their damage and engage is very front loaded. So if Nuktak and Mr. Raul survive, they can put out continuous damage. If Origin, yes, they have the option aspect, the option for Baron. They cannot afford to misplay. They cannot afford to make a mistake. No, all their damage and engage is very front loaded. So if Nuktak and Mr. Raul survive, they can put out continuous damage on this Origin lineup and eventually tear them apart, but they're not allowing that to happen so far. Mithy obviously will play a large part in this. With Unbreakable, he can deny so much damage from Mr. Wallace. Ultimate use from Gangplank, that's big, but they need that in the fights. They need that to slow the backline, cut off the escape route. They traded for the tower, so Origin definitely making clear to Rocket, we are not going to siege your base until we get that 5th Dragon and the next Baron.
Around 70 odd seconds on that Cannon Barrage ultimate from Size. Still going to touch 410 CS in 41 minutes. Farming exceptionally well for a top laner. Banshee Veil now as well, so that sort of one-shot cocoon. The risk of it, rather. For Origin, Baron Dragon coming up at the very same time. So there is an option here for Rocket to make a play on whichever objective is not the primary focus.
Very interesting that Vander picks up a kill gem here instead of slowly building towards the objective. Item would be great on Conqueror or even a Seer. 20% extra ability power.
Baron, all the 10 gems. Only got 777 AP.
That's why they're waiting for Baron.
Yep.
Needs to
get that higher. Doing very well.
I mean, it's not style points unless you watch the entire team. Nuke Dog. What the hell happened?
So as... Let's assume a barrel. Let's just say Nuke Dog wanted to do a barrel roll, and unexpected results happened.
Well, for him, he barely made it out of that one.
So as doing a fantastic performance once again. Mithy's picked up that banner of command. How long that's been there. Very specific. So that's also going to help the split push. With all of the pressure, both dragons to peel back to. Let's see Origin.
Yeah, Origin have put their game plan in the middle of the table. Rocket can read it, but there's nothing they can do about it at this point. It's not like Rocket doesn't have the Dragon and Baron coming up. Even it out, Mithy gets caught.
Ultra Fisher goes out though, and Amazing's pulled enough distraction. Vander's low, Jankos is low, but it's Amazing that is down. Origin once again in a team fight without expecting. They've lost their jungler.
They're gonna burn Baron immediately though. That's when they don't need, when you kill yourself, you don't need to snipe anymore. You have no vision. You're so scared of facing him. That's gone.
It is that. So Baron is secured. Looks like he'll be at the cusp of the Dragon, but look at the play. Origin are pushing for more. They're going to have Baron and powered minions here in the top lane. Crepo, they might be looking to crack open Rockat's base. They've got the support. There is a teleport available for So as if he needs it to back off. Cannon Barrage used to try and interact with recall. They're trying to give it the time. Origin, they get the Baron. They lost their jungler, and they seem to get the time as well.
And they forced Nuke to teleport down to that inhibitor to hold it. So yeah, textbook plays right here. You lose your jungle, but this late in the game, it doesn't matter. All that matters is the distance from the enemy team to the Baron. If the enemy teams leave their base at this speed, Baron, listen, how long does it take for them to reach it? Can they take the Baron? The answer is yes, they can. Take Baron. Obviously, cross-map advantage for Rocket is there. You can't let them have his Dragon. Let's take the Dragon. Origin, obviously, read that textbook play again, so they go to the top. Very standard series of events, but neither team could really do anything else, I think.
No, they certainly could not. The initial pick onto Amazing actually started from a teleport, which I did not catch initially. So both teleports are down from Rocket once more. Look, they're going to be shoved into their base, so that's not super impactful for the next couple of minutes anyway. Soaz will have the option to push his side lane, try to pick up another advantage elsewhere.
The lack of teleport will actually be very punishing because Steve wants to teleport from behind and then flank his Origin lineup. That has been one of the ways that Rocket wins the game as Vander tries to pull that minion closer to the finally can back to the tower. They need to find an opening on that bot lane inhibitor to see if Soaz can tear through, but Rocket can obviously move more efficiently, path more efficiently in their own base, or just stuck outside the walls. It's incredibly hard to siege into an Azir, so we might even see a hard engage somewhere to zone Nuke off. Don't even kill him. If you just chunk him and get him out of the fight, that's all you need to do.
So same chunking could happen to Niels, and that forces Origin back just a little. Origin was split between the top and the middle lane, and Niels takes a big burst of damage. We could be going to game 5. Origin have a 7,000 gold lead, but they still have to break over the base.
Incredibly hard to break open his base, especially since Mr. Rawless could build 2 lifesteal items. Kog'Maw on his own doesn't really need a Last Whisper all that much, especially not into a composition that is running triple carries, and where you don't really care about the tank that much. Amazing gets hooked right now. He's going to eat some damage if he blocks the most part, but look at the damage coming out.
Even through the Unbreakable, but Origin are not relenting. Soaz is in the middle lane, and he may be able to get this tower. He will be able to get this tower. No, he will take it back. I shall stop lying to everybody. Onslaught of Shadows used to force Soaz away. He flashed over the wall, but he's not stopping. Gonna start empowering the minions in the top lane. They got rid of that big engage tool from Hecarim. Baron is gonna be wearing out very, very soon, and Origin still keeping it up, still pushing on multiple fronts.
Origin knocking on multiple doors, but they can't find an opening in any of them. Rocket on lockdown. It's going to be hard to get into that base. However, when you keep pushing it in, it opens up the map. So Origin at any given moment,
Where am I needed?
I don't know what notice they can peel off and take another objective once it spawns. The most interesting match to follow, but given that their Baron buff has run out, they're probably going to base set up Vision and keep refilling their Sidestone. While Rocket have to fight their way out with Vision to even get control right outside of their base. Origin can just put Deep Vision and just control the entire map. Yes, I see it. 2 eye edges. That's what you need to do on Gangplank.
Why not? I mean, Gangplank
makes sense.
When 21,000 gold has been accrued by your top lane Gangplank, 2 Infinity Edges. Niels is going to steal away this red buff. And Soaz is just going to look to destroy.
Obviously, Last Whisper isn't the most efficient item on Gangplank since your barrels already penetrate 60% armor. That means the 35% of Last Whisper only nets you an additional 13%. So barrels now penetrate 73% of whatever armor the opponents have. Obviously, for normal hits and Qs, that's going to pay off dividends.
Every step, a new journey.
Let's see. Niptak gets tagged. Winter's Bite will not be followed up. The concussive blow stun that Mithy offers the entire team. Soaz is pushing and clearing out those waves. Actually very quickly. Steve does have Onslaught and Teleport available. Nuke will have his TP up in a few moments' time. For a minute 30 from Dragon. And Origin have made it abundantly clear. They want Aspect, or they want Baron as one of the crucial to finish this game, to force another 5-game series in the European LCS.
Taking a look at the gold leads, the biggest difference, obviously, even Soaz 4,000 gold, 5,000 gold ahead right now of Steve. Carries respectively 2k each, roughly, give or take. Nuke is the closest to Expecka, and this late game is Zir. If you make one mistake where you try to overchase, never chase in a Zir that's on 15%. If you can get a couple of hits off, he can completely turn the tides on this game. So
this is my path.
Origin will have to play with the necessary respect, and eventually they will run out of item slots.
995 ability. Hourglass, Death Cap. Hey, look, we don't need another rotation of spells if you can just insta-give people. So, Nuke Duck. That is the name of the game. No Hourglass. That giant bird. Heck is hoping to flash him out to the air. Dragon is up for 10 seconds. Rocket are well aware of this. Pushing at the mid lane. Looking at the ward. Across the bottom half of that.
Rocket held their offense. There's no point in them to move outside Vision. That would get denied afterwards anyways. Nukta gets
That's it! One shot with the barrel! They get Nukta! Late game is here! Nothing! The Lantern will keep the Corrals alive. Origin in a 5v4. They have a inhibitor top lane and a low HP turret mid lane. They say, screw the Dragon, we want the objective! For number 8-4, they will get an inhibitor. Top lane. A minute until Nukta can respawn. And Origin will get their second inhibitor. Once again, showing Rocket respect and backing out. It's not over yet. We need another Dragon. We need another Baron. We need to go deeper, is what Origin are saying.
Origin going full Khaleesi here, but that takes on Nukta. Exactly what they needed. Look at oversteps the boundaries. Way too greedy. Rocket trying to trade this Dragon for Baron. Expect it there. Flash ER, watch it. Expect it can steal Baron. And he's annihilated Rocket right
is secured onto Nukezak. It follows with a Dragon, it follows with a Baron, and it may be more. Soaz does not connect those barrels. Somewhat optimistic this time around. Rocket, as you mentioned, Crepo, they watch it go down. This is the third Baron of the game.
Yep.
And I believe the 12th Dragon. 12, it's a lot. But it's Aspect.
The whole world in battle.
As if they didn't have enough damage.
Well, if they can't close the game right now, Rocket may actually win it. Baron buff, 2 hits down, 1 remaining.
Gracefully.
It's going to get much easier than this. However, just 1 overstep. Just the way Nukezak stepped forward, 1 inch too far.
Let's see what Origin do. 90,000 gold they have accrued across the 51 minutes of this match. Every item slot is currently filled on the Origin inventories. And there's a wall. Hey, hashtag still counts. It's again amazing. Eats a death sentence. He's going to get chunked down. Glacial Fissure used defensively. But look at Mr. Rawls. He's being shredded by Cannon Barrage. Baron empowered minions are onto the inhibitor turret. And the Azir turret is down. Soaz is on the front line. It's caught by a cocoon, but eats an orange and backs away. Inhibitor number 3 will be dropping. Double super minions plus Baron plus Aspect. Origin have every single thing Summoner's Rift has to offer in help and assistance. And they are still playing this one by the numbers. They are waiting for the supers to get into the base before they set up a siege on those Nexus turrets.
This was the worst case scenario from Origin. Their jungler face checks in. Steve had a teleport flank available. He walked right next to the Origin lineup and then decided, I can't do anything here. So Rocket under immense pressure. Origin finally looking to crack open this race. Going to a game 5 potentially.
We always talk about the AP for mages, but let's talk about the AD. Cogmore's got 358, Corki's got 498, and the best AD in the game is Soaz's Gangplank with 585 attack damage, 2,400 hit point crits onto the minions. Nobody on Rocket's gonna stand. There's no armor on Nukezak. There's no armor on Mr. Rawls. It's like shooting a Void Monster and the Emperor of Shurima in a barrel. It's a matter of time before Origin force a deciding game. Cannon Barrage is thrown down. Origin in the final hour are going to get the final kill. It's Panda that goes first before they turn their attention to Rawls, to Jankos, to Steve. Rocket are down. Origin win game 4, and Origin are making us go all the way. Oh, I love saying that right.
Game 5, baby.
They look ecstatic.
Soaz very, very happy with this victory, clearly. Yeah, obviously, Origin, they're going to be disappointed that they got the Game 5, but at this point, they can be happy that they made it all the way. And I'm very interested to see how these coaches will adapt. Yamato came out saying, well, I have this patch on lockdown. I know exactly how to take these games. So far, he's shown good mastery in the pick and bans, but good adaptation this time. From Origin, really getting some value picks. And are we finally going to see that Braum potentially banned out because of this series? Greg has 3-1 right now. Picked 2 times or 3 times by Jankos, stolen away now by Amazing, or else he's stolen away. Jankos opted not to pick it for the Elise instead. Elise is not leaving her mark in this series, so we need to see some shifts in priority on certain champions.
And on top of that, Gangplank is also 3-0. He's been first rotation in either blue or red side every time it's been available. This time it was the first pick Azir. It did not work out for Nukezak.
Every step,
we touched on how important it was. Pekka doesn't really look great on that champion. He's not very comfortable. First pick worthy for Rocket. Could argue it was one of the reasons they couldn't control the mid game.
I mean, if you think about it, why would you first pick a champion that your opponent is not that good again, or not that good on, when you give up the likes of a Gangplank, the Braum, and then you opt into the worst jungler? So questionable drop, and what we haven't mentioned too much is we mentioned it all the way at the start of the drop phase, that Rawls was forced on a pick that was not Corki or Sivir. So he went forced to back and play Karma for the first time. He was too slow, he was too low mobility. Not that instant wave clear, none of those rotations that Rocket were using to stay in the game earlier, so very, very late game competition. Gets a lot easier.
qualifier. Stay with us, guys. We'll see things up again. Until then, we'll be right back to that exciting match. Origin and Rock.
Silver screen.
Yeah, baby. Origin force one more game, or they go home and they are finished with the 2015. Trying to run away. Looking for a match.
Where am I needed? A summoner has disappeared. Of mine. The whole world in balance. Heal and protect. Journey. Where am I needed?
Welcome back to the European Regional Qualifier, where one win separates the finals and a chance at Worlds 2016. It's on like Donkey Kong because we have a game 5 on our hands, and let's take a look at the coaching band and what we've come to after 4 games in this series. Finally there, the first pick reveal was possible for Rocket, and they didn't waste a second getting it.
It's funny you say something like Donkey Kong. The series has been all about because once again, Gangplank shows his face and is a massive pick in picks and bans once again. This time, not first pick. This gets given over on first rotation, but it was the Azir for Nuke that was picked up first.
I didn't mind the composition Rocket was running. I didn't like the way they were playing. Again, Azir does not need to be first pick. It did not want to. You should expect him to be even though they probably do that, but then you should be able to play around and then be able to show. You could have gone right here. Completely different. Too simple. All you do is run straight at the enemy team and try and like and he's not doing a good enough job on it to make it worth it to first pick an enemy in this case. Obviously now they will have second pick on the left side. I think we might see Azir be banned again by Origin. I still think Nuke had a good time before it started going really wrong.
Not only that, they give away Braum over with the first Gangplank. There's been so much priority on that Braum as a support, and we've seen Mythy just having such a good set of games. I think Braum's still 100% win rate in this series, still 4-0. So certainly one maybe we're looking at if the Azir's banned out could be a first pick as we go into this fifth game. But also we've seen a lot of other series, but certainly very good.
Which I understand why teams are doing it. Again, it does secure that early game very effectively for you. And we can sit here and say, oh, but they're not winning the game in the early game because of whatever reason. Well, one of the reasons is that Elise is on the one side, and it's very tough to make plays against her. So it forces the other team to play passive. The same for this game, if you look at the entire game. Origin, after we saw that mistake where Rocket was overstaying in the middle, got the hell out of Nuke Dog, took the turn. Now the game is going to be set up. Now Origin can start making plays. The enemy team, they can't walk out, you know, in the middle of the lane to clear a wave. They have to wait for the waves to hit the tower. So when you push it out, you easily rotate to the side lane, like you can set up a dive. But then there's a teleport Azir sitting in mid lane who will prevent that from happening because he's going to push down the dive. So Origin was very passive, very slow. And it's just been the story for both teams, really. Nobody can nobody has very, very late game fight where
there was a lot in this game. We wanted to go all the way back to the beginning. It was a long time ago. The first blood, actually. We wanted to take a look at the tower dive that did result in the first blood. We said that, you know, it was difficult to make plays early on. This was not a tower dive that we really expected first blood to come from. 4 versus 3 under the tower. We were expecting that Origin would be able to get out of here. Once again, though, also Origin taking down the first tower in the lane swap, so Source gets a bit of extra farm, while Steve is forced to leave his own lane and rotate all the way to top to try and force this dive here. And normally 3 guys is enough to defend, but we can just roll it out, and we see one of the reasons Elise is a contested pick. Because in the early game, she can take the aggro from a tower, repel up in the air, or even walk out in this case, because why because Origin had a way better setup in this lane swap, because they were, again, faster, extra farm on Source, even though they lost a member here and he had to back away, he was still ahead in farm. And then down the bottom lane, Nils was pre-farming, and he was ahead in CS all game long, and it was a big deal coming into the next game. He had to
damage graph looks at the top mid
actually somewhat matched by the Azir and the Kog'Maw when you look at it. Whoa, damage is tons of damage. So much damage. Well, lots of Trinity forces in this game, but you know, I think the key factor there is there's a lot of damage onto minions by the Gangplank, but not always were you getting the right barrels in fights. So while it looks like he has this massive amount with like 2,500
damage to champions.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's 2,500 crits to minions, but if you're not landing the barrels, if you're not getting the right setup, but you're only getting damage from the
Source will always land it. I mean, this guy, I'm going to say it, is right now the best Gangplank in the world.
Boom.
We haven't seen enough from other regions yet, so Soas, he's the king.
Sadly, with OG on the blue side, it's probably going to be banned on the red
Should
side.
be.
And, well, we'll see what happens then. What becomes the priority for OG? We could talk about it forever, but instead we're going to look what happens. The teams are ready to go. We're going to send it over to the caster desk for the final champion select of the series.
Thank you very much. You put Deficio at the analyst desk, and he's throwing around world titles willy-nilly. Amazing and Mythy are the best duo in the West. Soaz is the best Gangplank in the world. I mean, hey, I'm looking forward to it. It's showing out so far. Amazing and Mythy definitely looked much better in the previous game, game 4, than they did in game 3. Now, picks and bans, Crepo. How on earth do you plan for this? Origin blue side.
Origin blue side, so obviously I think they can leave open the Azir, but this time they're not going to bait Rocket and using their one pick to pick a champion that they don't even like, that isn't even contested. So really, really big slip up. And Yamato has shown that he does adapt between drafts. We'll need to see, in my opinion, get rid of Braum or Gangplank, or at least trade them evenly. So at least we can break up the 100% win rate on some of these champions. You get one each, destined to lose. Unless we go to late game until everybody dies of exhaustion, but probably not going to happen. Yasuo is a good ban, however. It is something Pekka doesn't play. It's something that neutralizes a lot of Origin's playstyle. It was incredibly potent in combination with that Braum. So that's one good ban already. Rocket, that Lulu ban.
100% red side. Every team that has been red has banned Lulu. The only time it was not the first time, or the first ban red, was Origin in game 2. But neither team wants to let it through. So Origin have also banned Sivir, have also banned Fizz. They've also banned Elise in previous games. This time around, it will be the Fizz. We know that's a flex for both Steve and Nuktak. So they both run it in the paths.
I mean, we could actually see one of the two junglers banned, the other one picked up eventually. Rocket banned out Gangplank right now. This is leaning towards a Braum first pick for Origin so far in terms of priorities within this series. Xpeke's champion pool is wide open, so it's not as pinched as it was game 1, where he had to play Vladimir into the Ahri. Rocket will maybe even start using their 5th pick counter pick for Nuktak instead of Steve, because it hasn't really been paying off the last 2 games. Origin, stay afraid of the Azir, because this time they're not trading it for anything. They'll actually have to play against it and lose some picks in the process too.
First pick Braum. Is that where Mythy and Origin lead?
That's what I would do. Then again,
Sivir worth giving over?
It's true. Rawls has played a mean Sivir in this series, but it's tricky. I think Braum has more value than Sivir overall.
It's probably what the team is discussing. So let's assume it's Braum. Where does Roccat look as their first rotation there?
Definitely Sivir. Sivir Gragas, I could see them picking up here. Just stick to comfort champions, especially in game 5.
And we'll see if they follow through that. Gragas, of course. Memory serves is 3-4-0. No, 3-1 on the series. 3-1. Lost one game right at the beginning.
You could actually see some merit from Nuktak picking Victor here away from Xpeke. However, it's pretty tricky to play.
And we forgot about Kalista completely.
True, but there's a reason Origin has put less emphasis on it. They don't seem to be as scared of Rawls' Kalista overall. Also, the way to beat a Kalista is literally just free up your AD carry and roam with your support to pull away the support, and then Kalista's left 1v1ing without the passive, and that is something that Origin is very strong at.
And Rocket actually banned Kalista in all 4 previous games regardless of side.
Yeah.
This time around they're going to pick it up. So maybe it's the long con. Maybe it is.
Everybody forget about Kalista. No, I think it's worth though, because if you've been banning it every game, you can't give it to Niels, not with the peel that Braum survives. Kalista Braum, incredibly strong lane, so overall, good rotation by Rocket. Now amazing hovering that Elise. We've seen a lot of these jungle pairings in these series. Maybe he can make it work, but we'll need to see some aggression and ganks pay off.
Yeah, we saw him play Echo earlier in the series as well. Didn't go that well for him, Elise this time, and the Victor for Peke. So he's going to have the late game. Is scaling already.
Yeah, Peke knows that he'll probably get counterpicked anyways. If he goes to the next rotation, then they'll just leave the counterpick for Nuktak later. So he just picks this champion up to give Soaz more information to play with. Origin looking to carry from the top lane. Support and mid laner picked up here, and then counterpick for Steve later. That is what Rocket wants to do. They obviously have multiple angles to go about that thing.
Find out what they prioritize. This is 5.14. If anybody is just tuning in.
Yeah, if you're wondering why there's no Fiora spam just yet, hang on.
That should hopefully be next week in the promotion tournament. And we will be on 5:15. 15 seconds left. The champion that Nukeduck will be running into Peke.
I hope he doesn't go Kassan, because I think this is good for Origin in that regard, that low wave clear champions that need scaling are just too weak in the current metagame. Diana is relatively low wave clear, but she packs a punch, and she can start split pushing later on. So skirmish heavy composition by Rocket into an aggressive and good peel support though. A bit tricky.
Will be. Steve has not changed his summoner spells yet. He's run the Hecarim. We heard the analyst desk talking about how Rocket were not quite good enough to execute those on sort of shadow flanks. And when you think about it, it paid out in that previous game. We did not see very impactful flanks, not like the Maokai from earlier.
I think Steve is going back to Maokai here. And Rocket will put all their eggs in the just skirmish teleport basket. This would actually be smart.
If Origin deny Maokai in their last rotation, that might be something that catches out.
Maokai plays well in the composition that Rocket is running here. Going Sivir is bold though. If you get matched 2v2 against Kalista Thresh, you're gonna have a pretty hard time. But Niels is one of those carries that positions so well and can just survive. With Maokai combined with On the Hunt, not only can you teleport flank with home guards, you can straight up just come from the front door because you have that On the Hunt speed bonus. I like Origin's composition overall.
Now let's see if Origin can play around this Maokai. This is the first time that Soaz has run the giant tree all split long.
I think it's so smart that Xpeke picked this mid lane in the second rotation, saying otherwise I'll get counterpicked anyways. Forced Rocket to use the counterpick for Steve, who then was planning on playing Maokai anyways, it seems. And then they steal it away. So this is a good pick and ban adaptation, because to me, Soaz, it doesn't scream Maokai player.
Let me guide you.
Coming into the series, if they would have told you, like, game 5 and Soaz will lose.
The dawn has arrived.
I'd be like, yeah, okay, no. But that seems like Steve has to go for Nautilus, CC, engage. But I feel it's like a Maokai light.
And it is also the first time that we will see Nautilus in Steve's hands all summer long. So new tanks for both of the top laners in the deciding battle of the semi-finals of the regional qualifiers.
And this entire series has been about who has more tempo, who has more innate wave clear in a lot of these games especially. Having the instant wave clear from Victor, instant wave clear from Sivir, you can get so much tempo for map play, so I could have a wealth of CC hard engage, double teleport for picks. They need to win the early game. This is a composition, something like almost SKT-esque that they've run in the finals there, where they say, well, we're just gonna completely blow you off the map by the 50-minute mark. Doesn't matter what you're running. So in that sense, Rocket will have to take that early game in their hands and control it, but Rocket's not a team that usually does that.
No, and we saw in the previous game, yes, it was a teleporter Zia, but Nukeduck did not use that to gain an advantage. We did not see that teleport from Hecarim being impactful at all in the early and the mid stages of the game. So for Rocket, it's finding first gear, which is something they've not done. They've started in second gear, all split long. This will be the last match of the European Regional Qualifier semi-finals. There's your team comps, ladies and gentlemen. Fan favorites coming into the game. Hashtag OG win. Let us know if you think they're going to close it out.
If you think Rocket is actually going to upset this match, hashtag ROC win. Personally, I'm giving to Origin if they survive the first 15 minutes. It's going to be rough, Toasters. There's a lot of damage and crowd control coming out of the Rocket lineup. Do not underestimate it at all, especially in this 1-3-1 situation. However, they don't have a wave clear. If they fall behind, nobody can take up the job from wave clear mid, unless it's the Diana, but the same token as it was with the Azir, she can get pushed out the tower before she can even wave clear.
I want to see Origin play the same early game they did in the previous match. Rotating quickly to get those outer turrets down. Gain an early lead. That might be a way to overcome the power. Braum passive from Winter's Bite. That could be the stun onto Steve. The sapling's going to go for the slow. That's one tag. Look for the fourth. 2, 3. One more for the stun. Steve's going to make it to his tower. And Origin are going to keep pushing in. Rocket, they've responded though. Crepo, we're going to have an action-packed start to game 5. Bandit gets a flay onto Amazing. The supporters coming in from the rest of Rocket. And
I don't think you want to do that, Rocket. You don't want to fight into a Sivir, Braum, Victor lineup. It is too easy for them to do AoE damage, and the one target that's in the front is going to get Braum passive concussive blows. You leave the jungle with a headache. No counter vision right now. This is the problem. If you take a fight and you lose it, not only do you yield complete vision in your jungle, you don't get anything in return. Rocket could have easily shifted towards the other side of the map and went for a lane swap. Now they're guessing. They're in the dark.
find out how lucky their guesswork can be. So we've seen fairly low impact early games. Standard lanes, a couple of them, 2 lane swaps immediately following.
See, Niels, he doesn't have to guess. He's waiting for information. He sees Vander. Now he's going to spot the Kalista from Mr. Rawas, and he says, okay, you guys are top lane. I'm going bot lane.
Yeah.
Standard duo jungle leaves Soas the option to go wherever he wants. He's going to tag team together with Amazing right now and just jungle together. Niels is going to the bot lane a little late. And then Miffy's just going to go exploring.
That's what Mithy likes to do.
Dora, the explorer.
Yeah, likes to move around the map. And that's something that is actually important to note. With Niels on a strong wave clear ADC and Mithy on that strong roaming support, there is, once again, opportunities for him to make plays once he unlocks Niels in this lane. For now, we'll be sticking with him. As you can see, Mr. Riles and Vander up top, and the 2 junglers in the respective jungles.
I'd like to see Vander just base right here, defend the dive, because Amazing and Soas have to come all the way from the left side of the map to the bottom side. Niels is slow pushing this wave. It's going to go in the bottom lane. Rocket could opt for a 3-man defense. Gragas, Nautilus together with Thresh could prove very hard to dive overall.
Yeah, but look at this middle lane. Mithy has already roamed. Gets an auto attack down. 2 procs, 3. Stun from Concussive. The Ignite is out. Nukeduck's ticking 100 HP. I don't think he's going to dive. Steve is looking to reply. Mithy's going to get the stun once more. Here comes Vander as well. It's a party in the middle lane, and Rockout has invited everybody. The barrel goes up. Mithy's going to eat that death sentence down to 300 HP. He's now burning away from the Ignite and peeling away. The fight continues. 3 versus 3 or 4. Hell, there's even a teleport coming in from Steve. I'll take it back. It's Nukeduck. 2 teleports in a game. Nukeduck arrives back in lane, and the action subsides for now.
The problem is, if you can force a lane stop situation where you peel away the support, Kalista is rendered useless. She has no tower pushing abilities, no AoE wave clear. She doesn't get to use her passive, her trading potential at all. Yes, she gets levels, but who cares? Sivir is getting a free early game right here, so overall Origin is doing fantastic in terms of where they get the members, and that comes all down to the level 1 play. That cheeky little move where they had Soas selling the fact that it was 1v1, Braum comes out, forces out the Nautilus, get the invade, and Origin set up beautifully for, an early game lead.
So, strong advantage if they can defend this tower. Origin have moved up. Soas and Mithy got the saplings, and Soas is even going to juke the death sentence with that twisted advance. Origin sitting comfortably with a 1 tower lead, with a gold lead, and they're going to have wave clear for days with that Victor, with that Sivir.
And look at poor Steve. Level 2 has to walk down the bot lane to a wave that is pushing into Niels. So he'll take maybe 6 CS, and then he'll have to leave that lane immediately because he has no vision. He's at risk of getting ganked. So yes, he's level 3, but falling behind Soas yet again. Look, he walked all the way down his lane, killed the creeps, and now he's basing.
Difficult situation for Steve, but it's one that he's been in many times this split.
The sun
We've seen a bunch of parties in this middle lane. Oh, hey, Apollo. He is enjoying the LA viewing party. Thank you very much, North American Studio. I know you guys are there. That was them, very quickly. Hi and bye. Definitely saying hi, enjoying the show. Cloud9 versus Team Impulse will follow.
Where's LA? Where's LA? Peekaboo.
Peekaboo, we see you. I guess I'm going to say thank you to the fans, and I'm going to apologize to Team Impulse and
Ever vigilant.
added tension. Anyway, we're going to focus back on the deciding match of our semi-finals. Niels and Mithy trying to stall or freeze out in the middle, slow push back towards Mr. Riles and Vander, and there's no tower to fall back to, so that could be an opening for Amazing if Riles and Vander stick around.
Yeah, and Expected will have to be careful though. If he ever gets caught by one of these blades from he will just jump in and completely wreck him. So max range wave clear is the name of the game. Niels has to survive. This bot lane's pushing out right now. So Vander and Wallace could try to go aggressive, but there's a teleport available on both Steve and Soas.
So talked about no tower bottom. Here comes Amazing. The slow's connected on Vander. The death essence now comes. There's a body slam as well. But he's going low. Summoning kill comes up. First blood to release the champion that's not had an impact this series. And there'll be a second kill for Niels onto Riles. AD carry takes out the AD carry. Yankos is able to retreat and no TPs down bottom.
Yeah, both top laners can cancel each other, so then it matters only who's winning that fight initially. that was Origin. Braum passive just in these extended skirmishes, just proving why this champion is much more useful. And Vander got focused down, stunned immediately. Kalista couldn't do any damage because it was all focused on lifting those out of the fray. Good gank here, and this all snowballs from the early game.
Like you said, in early game, Rocket needed to get ahead. Maybe killing Amazing will help out. He's gonna repel up, drop back down onto Nukeduck. Wow! Mithy's even gonna find the stun!
Surprise!
What's Nukeduck off? The lantern's available, but it's not being clicked. Mithy's body blocking it. The death sentence will be followed through, but it doesn't matter. Mithy with the exceptional positioning. Jankos now finds himself in front of Niels, and Origin have a 3,000 gold lead at 7 minutes.
Rocket have completely run out of fuel. They're crumbling under the pressure. The pick and ban was risky because they had to make the early picks, but due to the genius invade early, trading deep vision for nothing, Origin got the lanes they needed. This would have been an entirely different game if we had 1v1 matchups in all the lanes, but Origin playing the lane swap to the perfection. That early roam from Mithy to the mid lane. Got expected the window that he needed, and ever since that one moment, Rocket with one tower behind in the push, and at least 2 steps behind on the map, and Origin capitalized beautifully.
Siva, being played by Niels, now has a BF sword and a pickaxe. From Kalista. It's going to be such a long time before Riles is going to be able to go toe-to-toe. 12,400 gold, 10,400. That extra chunk was earned by Rocket.
He picks up Moby Boots and a couple of wards. He doesn't need Sidestone. All he needs is Moby Boots to quickly get it to the positions where he needs to get the most value out of those few wards. And that's what he's doing right now. He's shifting away Rawls again. Even though he has an item advantage, he doesn't want to wait against Mr. Rawls at all. Feels going top right now. But BF Pickaxe is taking out a tower. It's incredibly slow for Mr. Rawls and Vander to fight Souls in his bot lane. They're not going to get this tower. Whereas the top lane OG can instantly just wreck that tower. No threat from the Nautilus at all, unless Jankos shows up. That's an amazing job. Find Jankos, neutralize him.
Chosen of the sun. Up in the top half of the map. Jankos will show down bottom. So as he's got one extra wave to kill his tower. Help Jankos, this tower will be equalized.
Ever vigilant. Ally has been slain.
There's going to be some assist gold shared around, so they've traded out the turrets top and bottom.
You can take it. Nukeduck's taking blue buff on his own, so that leaves mid lane exposed, and Origin opening up the map. Gravity field for Zone. Nukeduck has to take the scenic route to Summer's Lift. He's losing half his mid lane tower. Niels can just go mid right now or top, wherever he wants. Whatever his heart desires, it is available to him.
And so much respect to
the sun
Origin
always rises.
for looking at the team compositions and the play styles of the teams. Adjusting to pick waves that can, or lanes that can shove, that can push. Denying the Maokai from Steve, somewhat predicting that from picks and bans. And we're back to the middle lane. This is not a replay. This is live, and this is another fight that's breaking out. Depth charge is going to catch out Pekka. The death sentence will follow as well. Mr. Oz is the one that gets the kill credit. That's very important. Niels is now trying to retreat, but he gets caught by Nukeduck. Vander gets thrown in. I think the death sentence hit a minion. I wasn't quite sure about that. Kill back for Rocket.
Yeah, that's what Rocket wants to do. Skirmish, kill Origin, remove their wave clear, and then go for the tower. They only get 1 kill using all their ultimates, and most importantly, they don't tie any objective to that kill. So yes, it looks like a convincing fight. However, it's only 1 kill, a couple hundred gold overall. Doesn't all get them too much, and they actually lose the momentum too because they all have to base. Spec is going to come back mid. There's a good possibility that this mid lane tower is just simply going to drop dead.
We're 10 minutes in. We've got a BF sword, pickaxe, and Avarice. And Jankos has even denied his red buff.
So I said thank you very much for the leash. Take that.
Happily.
The sun always rises.
And a couple of autos.
And look at how long it takes for Mr. Rawls to push up his bot wave. Nukeduck has to use all his spells to push up it. It's such a slow tempo match because you don't have innate wave clear. It's so easy for Origin to speed up the game. Do I want to go mid? Sure. Push out bot. It takes me 2 seconds if I'm Rawls. It takes me 1 second if I'm expecting. Even Maokai has a really quick push if he pops ultimate, so Origin can just rotate around the map much better, and then they can use that jungle combination with support for extreme amount of vision control.
What a difference Mithy is showing this game in terms of map presence.
I will protect.
We're 11 minutes in. Every single kill, he's been around in some way, shape, or form. Landing those bomb passives. Letting Niels look after himself. Obviously, help the Niels got so much OP. again. Amazing. Mithy.
Yeah, Nuketook, he has to walk into the wave and he can only AoE 3 picks at once if he's zoned off. It's the same story as when he was playing Azir last game. Origin would group up with 3 members and just force him backwards. They're not gonna fight him, but just gonna tell him either you jump into us and die, or you walk away and run into the tower. Okay, obviously there's lost time somewhere else, but they don't have to push or siege, deal with anybody defending the towers. Origin can defend 1v2, 3v2, Nuketook can't. That's why they're trading towers so efficiently.
Even gonna steal away that Razorbeak. Whichever team loses this game is done for 2015.
Early vacation.
They are spring next year. There will be no more chances for Worlds. There will be no more competition. The spell shield gets blocked and Steve does the awkward half pull. And again, look, even the inner turret top is now under siege. We're 12 minutes in.
Yeah, but we're seeing the value of this steal of the Maokai by Origin in the draft phase. Steve has been rendered useless. He's a glorified support at this point. So as fulfilling his role slightly up, but that's all he needs to be. A couple of experience advantages, and later on, Teleport's flank will be much more crucial and much more valuable for Origin than they are compared to Steve. What's Steve gonna do? He's gonna walk up cast ulti, takes time. So as he can home guard teleport in, twist it back, walk down one of these very squishy targets. Either against Nuketook or Mr. Rallis, they're gonna get blown to smithereens immediately. Any return damage will be peeled from exhaust. It's a lot easier to play this game once Origin gets the lead.
And they've had it the entire time. Pushing it as well. It's a pace that Origin are playing at, but we've not seen.
Rally to me.
Rocket did make it easy for them with the draft phase. This team composition comes online at level 6 when Diana can get those resets on the ultimate. There's base damage is enough from Steve, but Rocket kind of got shut down before that due to some really magnificent roams and pressure from mostly Mithy and Amazing.
The sun always rises.
Look at this, looking for a pick.
It's not going to work.
1v3. So he's going to lose his tower.
Not going to work. Boomerang, blade, auto, Nuketook's forced to flash.
I will protect you.
It's actually worth. This is worth it for Nuketook.
Defend the tower.
Defend the tower. Force an ultimate. This was ironically the mistake of There are almost no bad moves to make for this point in the match, unless they take overzealous fight without winning.
Argue the most optimal. Even though they didn't get the tower, there's some damage. They get blue buff as well. It looks like there is second Amazing and it's still Rocket.
So what steals red buff? Pekka steals blue buff. Rocket haven't even pushed the minion wave past the river point. They're playing constantly on their own map. They're being denied their own jungle camps. This means Jankos is going to be getting incredibly far behind. And if he's taking the camps, his laners are getting incredibly far behind. There's such a experience advantage too in Origin. They're pushing down a snowball. They can take it slow. They don't have to greed and die to Diana. That's the only way they can give the comeback. We push out that gold lead. You're already on 2 dragons. It's too early to even start thinking about Baron. Comfortable position here, 3 towers to 2.
An impressive play from Origin. They were down 2-1 in the series. They needed to string together 2 back-to-back games to advance further and get closer to Worlds. This is the type of game I was personally expecting for the entire series from Origin. Cleaner pick and bans, better executed early game, more aggressive play from Origin.
The sun always rises.
It's taken a few games to get there, but this is now one of them.
Origin did give away a lot of information on their playstyle, picks and bans for Unicorns tomorrow. Unicorns are the final boss in this not-so-elite 4 in the Gauntlet. Again, another red buff steal here from Origin, just really snowballing that map lead. They're not going for any picks, they're just simply taking away the jungle piece by piece, camp by camp. And threatening once they see everybody in the map, then they can make their move. Calculated.
Set up in Rockat's jungle. Origin gonna just shove the minion wave in, but they're not gonna commit to the fight.
Are they gonna rotate mid, I believe?
Looks to be the case. There's Pekka. He's set up and shoving it in with those death ray lasers. That feels about to time though, so this could be trouble. Their sentence throws out. It's Mithy that's caught. He does have Glacial Fissure. On the hunt is down. Stand behind me from Mithy. Pekka gets caught, eats a turret shot before he's flashed. But Mr. Rolls is down. One of the big damage sources is out. Amazing, forced to flash as well. Niels gets away from the barrel, and Soaz will have to cancel that TP. Risk of getting caught. Tower defended and across the walls line.
Great walls, tower defense, but Origin, they chip away at the tower, they back up when they need to. Mithy steps into the hook, he doesn't want to take any risks. Neil's spell shielding too late or anybody getting caught, because he knows he can always dash out, visual flash. He waited with his flash until Jankos the explosive cast roll. Aggression from Origin. Soaz took teleport earlier.
Mighty be watching. Shout out.
Lars powered up
Origin.
I actually played a game against him once where he failed a ward and I walked to the Dragon Pit and I did it like 2 times in a row. Just kind of just like to take this moment to apologize to Scar for that moment. Please don't hate me.
You know what? It takes a big man to apologize, Crapo. Origin are 4,000 roll back there. 3 towers to 2. They've tried to seize that middle tower twice now, and twice it's been defended. It cost a flash from Nukeduck previously.
Yeah, but Origin, they don't really care whether they take it now, a minute from now, 2 minutes from now. All they care about is keeping Rocket pushed in, deep vision. If they operate under complete information and they play the game right, they're not going to lose it. Origin is smart enough as a team, cost-wise, even position-wise. The only thing they can do is overreach, get their hands too deep in the cookie jar and get it shut.
Turn into the cookie monster. Control needs to be had. Jankos got caught by the Winter's Fight, but there's no follow-up to bottom. He enters the bottom lane, so it's the sun always right. Teleport was used by Nukeduck as well.
Chaos is huge. Keep an eye on Mithy and his exhaust as well. Exhaust is against the very telegraph engage from Diana. Soaz is flanking left side of mid, topple through your screen.
He's going to find Mr. R's. Flash for flash follows him into the twisted advance. Good defensive cast from Jankos, but I think it's still going to cost the tower.
Away clear.
The tower is down. Sapling is even going to zone them away. A minute later, with all the wards and the control and the fact Soaz zoned from top, Origin just rotate top and will set their sights in another inner tower.
Slow push top, move to the mid lane, make a pick, force them out, take mid lane tower, then catch that wave on the top lane. Careful for the Nautilus in the brush. And rotations come out, and this is Origin playing the game very well. They have to be careful though.
Well, Pick is going to get caught by the mine. Mithy's going to put a beautiful glacial fissure down. The gravity field zones anyone from Rocket getting in. And Jankos is down. He rides the lantern to safety as Rolls hops away. So one member of Rocket down. Rocket using a tower down twice. Nukeduck is pushing. Teleport is not available. Soaz is going to say, I want this fight. Righteous Glory is up. Vengeful Maelstrom is down. They're trading back and forth. The damage mitigation is there. Pop. Soaz is kind of winning this fight, but it's going to keep extending. The tower dropped up top. Arcane Smash. Soaz is regenning. Every time Nukeduck casts a spell, Soaz gets a chance to get HP back. Giant tree chases Lady of the Moon away.
And this is worrisome for Rocket. The last sliver of hope, the one potential win condition could be Diana split pushing. Incredibly potent 1v1. Soaz says, well, it's not going to happen. It's not going to take me down. And if you do, it'll take you 2 centuries. Fantastic positioning for Origin. They didn't want it to go to the fire. Sure as I'll be happy.
I must not fall.
Every kill in Origin of a crew also oversells $1,000 more than Rocket. Dragon is on the line. Secured by Rocket, that's important. But how much will it cost them? Jankos is dead. Mr. Rolls is exhausted. His damage is mitigated. Pekka burns him down with a death ray. Steve goes golden, but it's not the gold you want because it's Mithy that sends him home. Mithy and Origin looking to send Rocket to an early vacation in 2015. Are they going for a 21-minute Baron? That seems to be the case, Crepo.
Tribute to Fnatic, who obviously like doing this place. Yeah, Rocket completely getting annihilated here. Desperation Dragon. If they don't take it, Origin will get 5 dragons early. If they do take it, they'll lose the fight. Almost no perceived good play to be made. They have to go for a Hail Mary here, but Nukeduck's gonna jump in. Mithy uses exhaust though, so keep your eyes on Nukeduck. Can he get some damage? I doubt it.
Let's take a look. Pale Cascade is there, and he just rides the lantern to safety. 21-minute Baron.
phase. Do we get a lantern ready? Do we escape? Are we prevent? Try and steal? Or no, they're just like Baron. Come Dragon, and then what? Impossible situation for them to be in. Mostly the way they decide to keep their challenge. They won the drop. 1, 2, 3. Arguably lost it game 4, and definitely lost it in my opinion.
This is a 20-minute Baron. Hell, there's not even enough attack damage for them to roll through waves efficiently. I don't know how on earth Diana or Nautilus is going to do it.
If only Rocket had managed to capitalize on that 4,000 early game gold lead they had against where they allowed a 0 win. There's no win. There's no back to the game. Something people didn't really expect. They've shown a lot of progression. Good picks and bans against 1, 2, and 3, so go home with their head held up high, but it'll definitely be a painful blow.
Bittersweet victory for Rocket. Team that is bittersweet defeat if this game gets closed down, and it looks like it will. Soaz is looking for a target. Ban has been pulled away by Fate's Caller. Jankos will once again be falling short. He's managed to survive a few seconds longer as he peels away. Nuktak is in fact down, as is Steve. Inhibitor's going to drop as well, and Origin, they may even look to push in. Let's see how confident they are. It's 23 minutes into the game, Crepo. Origin are onto Nexus turret number 1. There is nothing that Rocket can do. And Kitty Cat is being sent home by Origin with a final score of 3-2. And Origin will face the final boss, Unicorns of Loud, with one more shot at the World Championship.
Stay at the vanguard.
Amazing. I do not vote for that one. It was a long series, a challenging series.
Why would you power walk up stage and crawl? So it took forward to get to this game back. And they became 10,300 gold in the lead. Deserved the victory in the end, but it was close. Closer than it should have been. Good adaptation in Pixie Resilience. Origin some of the weaknesses on the series. It is also good to see Rocket break their line. Just showing Origin a team that they are still in a little bit of slow motion. Overall, the Unicorns, if they're watching this, they know about Mythi's Ram, just Ram in general. I think Hillsang was actually the first one in Summer Split to bring out that champion. It was a counter to Poke. Then he kind of got put it back in the fridge and now re-emerged. And yeah, strong champion. Mythi's propensity. Never thought I'd say this, but he's really good at taking skill shots. Never thought I could be a talent, but every time skills is coming to any of his carries, he's going, no!
Repo, if that is a skill that we're praising, then maybe there's hope for me after all. I did see big smiles on the faces of Rocket there at the end of the game, and yes, Origin looks stressed. They still have a best of 5 to play. Remember, this is win your best of 5, stay alive. Lose, you are done for the year.
Yeah.
Giants have fallen by the wayside. Rocket have fallen by the wayside. They were the results most people expected, but not in the manner that they both played out. Now, Origin versus Unicorn tomorrow. The winner goes to
World. Simply,
they'll have to get through.
A lot of the information here exposed from Origin, potential weaknesses in picks and bans. However, some of them fixed immediately by Lucky. What I doubt is, will Unicorns have the tools to really punish Origin for their weaknesses? I don't think so.
That's a big question. I mean, Amazing looks like a broken man right now.
It's tiresome. Playing 5 games in a row, League of Legends, it's a tough job.
It's 5 hours and 10 minutes that we've been on stage. For a best of 5 that Origin have to compete, not only just to stay alive in the regional qualifier, but they have to do this again. And they have to do it against a team that you don't know what well, but they've been under so much pressure lately that in their semi-finals, so how on earth is he going to adapt? These are things that you don't know coming into tomorrow.
Rally to me.
There's going to be less pressure expected from Team Oro. Looked like a shade of his former self. Playoff so far, but
series for tomorrow. For now, though, let's go ahead and pulse on stage. We're joined by two of our regional qualifier finalists.
Thank you, Quickshot. I'm joined by Missy and Peke of the series. First off, Peke, were you expecting Roccat to come out of the gate swinging so hard? That was a super tough series for both of the teams.
Yeah, they played super good actually. Their comps is something we're not used to face. I think all this week and the last 2 weeks we haven't played against anyone that has this style. We didn't practice them for like a month almost. So it was really hard when they started to play their way. We were kind of lost because we didn't really know how to react at first, and I think like we were learning throughout the games, and each game we were like thinking, yeah, we're doing this wrong, but
first light approaching.
You did find the light eventually, and Miffy, how did the Braum priority go up? Because we saw from game to game how that changed. How was it by the final game? Because obviously you picked up very early.
Okay, so noticing that Braum is pretty OP for a while. And this time I really want to play it because I made the mistake against Fnatic.
Well, perhaps the lucky charm as it did bring you a win once again. Back to you, Peke, in the mid lane. Heard Ralez talking about how good Nuke was. How was it like playing with him in the middle?
Well, the thing is he plays really good. He played the other games, the one he played at Series, he a lot and he was really good. But still, it's a front champion. He cannot do much if you don't do a mistake. It's more like a champion of fun. We ended up going even 40-50 minutes, 500 CS, and then they can watch whoever I touch because I have Victor, who was last on AP.
Well, by the final game, it wasn't a late game. We finished it very quickly. But last one here, Miffy. You'll be facing the Unicorns tomorrow. They can be super unpredictable, but also on a downward trend at the moment. How do you think that matchup is going to be?
I think we were more scared of Roccat because we had not seen anything of them for a long time, and the games against Giants didn't really give us enough information. I think against Unicorns, we're more confident, but at the same time, we respect them. They are where they are for a reason, so we're going to prepare hard and hopefully come with a win tomorrow.
Prepare hard to come home with the win. Once again, congratulations on this win, and then good luck tomorrow, guys. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to take a look at that series.
Thank you very much, Pulse. We're just going to wrap up the series here, and remember that NA is going to take over right after that for their second round in the regional qualifier. So let's, round up this series, take a look at the picks and bans from the last game, and maybe take a look at it with tomorrow's game in sight and maybe top priorities, as Missy already alluded to, that Braum.
Yeah, I mean, he just said they didn't know how to play against it, so they had to either ban it or first pick it. Obviously, that tells a lot about Missy on this Braum pick here, but also just how strong he is in the current meta. We know he doesn't like to play it. Even though normally he's more of the engaged type, his Braum has been okay. But this series, I mean, Origin outpicked Roccat in so many ways, in my opinion. If you look at the first what Roccat tried to do was have 3 winning lanes on these pushing lanes, and then try and be like super aggressive in the early stages, but they've been losing the lane swap every single game so far.
In the same way, almost.
In the same way, and of course exactly the same thing will happen. It means the Sivir now has a way to get out of the collision lane and start pushing out his powers, and a big goal that suddenly happens for Origin.
And the thing is, it's not even as if it's a massive problem. It's at 10 seconds or so, where Soaz is getting just that extra little bit onto the tower earlier. Also, though, the first game that we were talking about, where he was the other game Roccat were ahead of the curve. Players were well. That is Unicorns, over the last they were just so hard behind
the fact that we get this Kalista, who's no longer banned for 4 games, it almost felt like a trap. That Ralez would lock it in, And then Rocket gave over the Kalista despite having so many mid-lane bans as well, and Pekka had shown that Victor was probably the best champion in this series. He got it anyway in the second rotation, and Amazing got Elise, which still turned out to be big in the early game.
That game by the entire series. Of course, sad for Rocket that they're out in the end, but a marked improvement coming into this series. Nobody would have given them probably 5 games against Origin and shown real improvement. They have to get their head up high and move with that into the next season. It
definitely felt like Yamato's words yesterday rang true. 5-14 was their patch. They knew it inside out. They had a lot of time to prepare, looked very solid. Origin looked shaky today in the early onset of the games, which is a little worrying. But I don't think it's a massive problem. They had a lot of small problems that amounted to losses against Rocket. I think they should be able to fix them, you know, with discussions going into tomorrow.
I also think Unicorns won't be able to challenge them as much as Rocket here, at least when it comes to... I mean, some of the plays where we're saying they're too passive, it's also because Rocket is very good at setting up the defense in, you know, before the play will even start. So Rocket is... Oh, sorry, Origin is saying, let's play it safe and let's try and outscale instead. Unicorns will be a lot more crazy in many ways in how they want to play, and that gives a lot of openings for Origin to play.
That is tomorrow. One more thing about today's matchup. Player of the series, and looking at today's set overall, we'd like to give that to Origin's Mithy. 71% kill participation in 5 games. 1 step something we've talked about so much already.
Yeah, this guy is so important for Origin in so many ways, but really his brawn play, the way, I mean, Krepo said it best, he's very good at getting hit by skill shots, and then the way he just positions in the front, the way he can also connect his ulti is so underrated on a lot of brawn players, because that ulti in itself can almost win you the fight alone. If you manage to zone off a guy and then knock up the second one, and like it just enables these very quick kills in the start of fights, and he used it really well.
Very good games from Mithy and OG overall for putting it out. We also have another award to give out. To take a look at our garment of the series. According to you guys and girls on Twitter, 63% of you stressed is wearing some kind of sock around his neck.
I agree.
The people have so good. It is a sock or a tiny scarf, actually.
I'm just getting ready. Winter is coming.
Winter is coming. We'll see. Well, Unicorns of Love for the last European series. We said a lot about that series already. Want to look at momentum? Maybe we saw Amazing there on the player cam. Looking defeated, I don't know, maybe it was exhaustion, maybe it was not expecting that it would be brought all the way to 5 games, but they have to recap fast.
Yeah, I mean, Mithy was talking about how they were more afraid of Rocket than Unicorns of Love, so I guess it gives a lot of confidence. Coming into this series here, we have seen Unicorns play both the 3rd place match and the semi-final, where they got, you know, to show quite a lot of different picks in the pick and ban phase, and yet it was kind of the same. Even though, yeah, we saw the Kayle with Devour, and we say that is a different pick, but we saw it a few times, and it felt like Unicorns just lacked some extra picks on this meta, on this patch. That is something Origin can punish, but also don't. You know, the Unicorns of Love, they had another week. They can suddenly surprise you with some picks coming in. I'm going to say some meta picks, you know? If suddenly Power Vivo is picking up an Azir,
I'm
not going to say magic at all. There's no magic here.
In a week, you think Kalista and Azir come out in a week? Deficio, you are a believer in
Azir.
I'm just saying, the thing is, if you go into the pick and ban phase, at least for game 1, and say, oh, they don't play any of those champions, and then you don't prioritize
contender here in Europe. We'll send it over to North America for their clash between Team Liquid and the winner of today's event. Coming up very soon. It's time to head over to NA for their semi-final matchup between Team Impulse and Cloud9. On behalf of myself and everyone here at the European LCS, thank you for joining us, and we'll be back here tomorrow for the final set of 2018 Regional Qualifier.
Regional Qualifier. Will be the 3rd It's just a matter of time. He's tumbling, he's ducking, he's diving, he's John. Niels is down.
I've repaired.
The sun always
I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Never mind, dangerous game. Never mind. Not dangerous. Good job, good job. Push, 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 push. End the game.
Really good.
No, we can't end, we can't end, we can't end. We can end.
Origin come away 1-0. Stand United could get channeled. If Amazing wants to dive, they can. Sois takes a turret shot. They've traded. The ninja kills the fat man and the pirate kills the ninja.
Oh, no. I don't know.
Kill Panda.
I'm shielding.
First blood.
The one phrase that turns me the most when I hear it in game after someone dies, it's like,
His vision, that would get denied afterwards anyways. Nuta gets got, he's dead!
That's it! One shot with the barrel! And Origin are making us go all the way!
ITP?
yes! He's dead. I'm here, coming. No flash darkness, I think.
I go back to lead already.
You get him?
Yes!
Nice! Yes!
Go,
nice, Drake.
There is nothing that Rocket can do. One more shot at the World Championships.
It's the last chance for Worlds. The pressure is definitely on us right now, and we just have to perform. There's nothing else to it.
To be able to bring it back and actually go to Worlds would be amazing for us, considering our pretty terrible season.
이번 기회를 놓치면 정말 다음 스프링까지 쉬어야 되는 거니까 월드컵 게 엄청 중요해요.
Cloud9 are moving on, able to come back from the 0-2 that Gravity put them in.
I think we can always come back from being down 0-2.
If we have to go to 5 games again, I'm fine doing that, but I much prefer shorter.
선발전에서 가장 무서운 상대가 CNA.
Honestly, I was more afraid of Gravity than TFP. They're very predictable.
Another point of doing this is redeeming ourselves. Being able to prove that we're still a good team and showing the world that.
We have to prove ourselves, I think, is the best way to put it.
The dream for Worlds is still alive.
Welcome to day 2 of the North American Regional Qualifiers, coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. The crowd is absolutely pumped up and ready for games today as we continue the regional qualifier. Everyone lined up, waiting outside to get in and watch Cloud9 taking on their games today. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Cloud9 walking in right now, and Apollo and Gate go ahead, getting their bot lane synergy and mid lane synergy in as they nom down into food to get ready for the games today. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bison III, and helping me throw off Dash's analyst desk reign of terror. It's going to be Aiden Zyrene Moon and our special guest, Brandon St. Vicious DeMarco. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having us. Down with Dash! No, I'm just kidding. No.
He's testing out the island right now, so we'll see if he's getting the coconuts, able to bring them down.
Making sure he's got that route down.
We're going through
but I think this is the first day Dash hasn't been on the desk.
We'll see how he does. It's going to be different for him. I'm sure he'll come back stronger than ever.
I love you, man.
So we want to take complete advantage, obviously, of having Saint on the desk. So we're going to press his expertise and solicit some questions with him today. So head over to Twitter and hit up Saint. You know how this works. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag AskSaint. We'll see if you can withstand your hard-hitting questions about game strategy, champion builds, or impending world championships. Maybe, just maybe, you'll learn something that could save your life out there on the Rift. Now, turning to the regional qualifier, let's start by pulling up the bracket to set the stage. Cloud9 got a slow start, but managed to pull off a reverse sweep to take down Gravity 3-2. Today, they face Team Impulse, and the winner then will have to get through Team Liquid. 1 boss down for Cloud9. 2 more to go. But it did not look like it was an easy boss to take down yesterday, and they're going to have harder.
Oh, yeah. They showed a lot of resilience, though, on Cloud9's side. Being able to reverse sweep 2-0 down, then able to come back. You have to be able to just shrug off those losses. They seemed very calm coming into Game 3, which you see there on your screen. And Cloud9, they have more experience playing on the big stage and in high-pressure situations than most teams in the league. They have been to Worlds multiple times, and they know what it's like to be down in games. So coming back for them just shows that they still have that resilience in the squad.
Right, and St. Vicious, Cloud9 had a few weeks of downtime off. You know, what stood out to you coming into these games, or last series, I should say?
I mean, really, the fact that they ran the Amumu Karma, of course, stood out, but I like the fact that they were able to adapt, you know, halfway through the series and like, okay, this isn't working for us, we need to change it up, and we need to move towards a different route. And they went with kind of the farm-heavy jungles for high, where we went with the Shyvana and the Kazakhs, and they just changed up their whole playstyle and it worked out for them.
Do you feel like with the way that Cloud9 was playing it, there was room for the Amumu to work in that composition?
I mean, it's still Amumu at the end of the day. Like,
so what's that mean?
I mean, okay, Amumu just... There's a reason that it's not played in competitive play. It just gets outpaced by every jungle. Like, the ganks are kind of wonky, and especially since it was the only engaged tool in Cloud9's team comp, it's like, once they get QSS or cleanse or anything like that, it's super difficult for the Amumu to just lock everybody up, because there's no follow-up.
That's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, he wasn't using it appropriately as well. I have no mana, I have no flash. Like, a lot of things that went very wrong besides the composition. But there was things that were going right for Cloud9 as well. Incarnation actually had a really, really good series for himself. Nabbing player of the series, he stepped up in those games. And Incarnation is feeling very confident coming into these games today. And he said he's, in his interview yesterday, he's not afraid to face anyone. And that, honestly, is especially understandable today because he's up against Gate. Gate is a guy who's very punishable in lane. Gate has not had these stellar performances. You put him on wave clears. They also run one-threat compositions that revolve around Apollo and not this guy in the mid lane. And you can see there, even his CS differential at 10, he averages down over all the games he's played so far. So Gate has been very underwhelming coming in, but replacing Xiao Xiao on short notice, I don't give him too much blame.
I think that's going to be the big deciding factor in the series, too. I think if they can't get Gate on some of the wave clear mids, like a Nazir or a Victor, and he has to go back to something like the Lulu or God knows what else he's playing, maybe Diana.
There's a lot in this series, though, because we've seen both mids play Diana, Victor, and Azir, and then Lulu is another thing that's up both these teams' sleeves. So coming into picks and bans, no mid laners completely bannable. They'll always have something up their sleeve.
Incarnation with Yasuo recently as well. They're trying to really change things up, but his assassins, what everybody was expecting him to play on, haven't actually been that strong. So
yeah, I like to see him on Orianna and things like that, too. I think that his control mages are actually a very good thing for Cloud9 to fall back on.
Yeah, and I think NA's seen enough Yasuo after the TSM performance on it. So.
We got Yasuo fever. I don't know why everybody's locking it in for just willy-nilly. It's not even a Yasuo composition half the time, too.
Yeah, I like it with the Gragas where you have like the whole setup on it and it's all just goes together really well. But some people are just like, oh, we'll just pick Yasuo. Like, why not?
And look, in that game, we can do it too. And we can maybe do it better. So for Team Impulse, there is a trip to Worlds on the line. So you know they were watching yesterday's series to take some notes on Cloud9. I mean, how could you not be?
Well, I mean, I got a tweet that Rush wasn't watching and actually playing solo queue. But
call me a liar.
That aside, Cloud9 showed a very diverse playbook. And while one of the criticisms against Team Impulse was that they were one-dimensional in playoffs, they did try to make some adjustments for their third-place match against Liquid. But it's still the same formula at the end of the day. It's a one-threat composition around Apollo. You put impact on a tank. You have Rush on a champion that tries to affect the early game. And then Adrian is just playing some type of disengage or helpful support. Wave clear mid. And that's the thing, is there's so much on Apollo's shoulders here. And the question is, did Team Impulse reveal all their cards? Or have they been able to cook up something specific for Cloud9? Have they been able to run multi-threat compositions, whether it's Gate, whether it's putting impact on a top lane carry like Gangplank?
Yeah, I want to see Impact playing. I mean, he used to play a lot of Rumble and he used to carry really hard on that champion. And I also want to see him maybe on a Gangplank. Like, I feel like just with the dynamic that TIP has now, where Gate's not exactly. Before they had Zhao Wei Zhao, it's like, oh yeah, he's just going to come into the mid-late game. He's going to have a million CS. He'll show up and he'll do some damage. But I don't really think you can count on Gate being that consistent factor. So you need to use your strong points and just go with the fact that Rush and Impact have such great synergy, and they just go off and carry the game through that.
And that's another lane I want to look at quick. We're talking about Gate and Incarnation, but that's quickly affected by Rush and High. And how do you think that matchup is going to go, being a jungler yourself?
I don't know how to say it nicely, but I mean, okay, Rush is like way more aggressive to play against, and if you're not ready for it, then he'll just run you over. So I think if High tries to play this farmy playstyle where you just have Shyvana or Kha'Zix, and those champions are not the greatest duelers in the early game if you get caught out, and I think they can punish it really hard.
Right. And at Madison Square Garden, Rush did say that they were ready to go to Worlds, but as a third seed, if we had more time. So how do you prepare for a player like High? I know you kind of just asked you this, but now that he can go for the Kha'Zix, the Shyvana, almost play a solo queue style, how do you fight against that?
I mean, you know, Rush is he's like rank 1. I don't think he's rank 1 anymore. He's like rank 3, but he understands.
No.
He knows. Yeah. Oh no. But I think he understands like how to play a little bit around solo queue cheese and stuff. And I mean, he plays the full DPS Evelynn. He'll play like the DPS Lee Sin. I mean, he knows how to play some solo queue cheese too. So yeah. I think maybe he'll just meet cheese
at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, you have to watch out for that though, because yesterday High depended on his farming, right? And Rush is such a disruptive jungler to the flow of the game. He tries to get it going in his favor immediately. And High's not going to get the time of day to just sit there and farm his camps. Right. Rush is going to gank your lanes. He's not going to be Move who just sits around and tries to ward, and did go for some ganks, but Rush is going to be that times 10.
Yeah, and I think just the fact that Move fell behind so far in just the CSing. I mean, he was like trying to play damage control and protect all his lanes, but while he's doing all that, he's just falling so far behind in farm, it doesn't matter. And they just went into team fights, and he just got outscaled. So I don't think that Rush is going to let that happen to himself.
Yeah. So looking at picks and bans coming into this one quickly before we throw it over, Soraka actually came out as kind of a what was this Adrian over at Madison Square Garden. Do you think Cloud9 is going to be affected by that at all, or overlook it, use their bans for other lanes?
I don't know. I think they're going to ban out Nidalee. I think that's one of Rush's best champions.
Right.
Focus Nidalee Rush's champion pool. I think Azir is also going to have to be a ban from the red side in this series. And Soraka, I don't know, maybe Lemon's been playing it. Lemon plays a lot of crazy things, right? He had the Karma, which didn't really work out too well, but I don't know if it's actually going to be that highly contested. Maybe it'll come up as a ban because they haven't prepared for it, and that's something you don't want to throw in the strategy. But that's if you have that ban available, because you might have to be banning more and more.
I think the Shen's going to be something that comes up.
It's
I
true.
mean, you have to worry about the Shen Eve combo that they can pull off, and I think that's like one of TIP's strongest team comps, and they can just snowball the game completely out of control. And Shen's Impact's it's his best champion by far. So.
Yeah, and TIP also has to worry about banning Kalista because Apollo's not a very big Kalista player, but Sneaky on the other hand is.
That's true.
Yeah.
Very true. That Shen was also picked up by Balls yesterday. Used nice effect. So as we send it over to our casters to kick off the games, Incarnation says he doesn't expect many surprises from Team Impulse and is feeling confident in the matchup.
Honestly, I was more afraid of Gravity than TIP, personally speaking, because it's much harder to draft against Gravity, I feel like, because of their picks. It seems like TIP is a team that doesn't really have many different styles they play, so they're very predictable.
Well, hello everyone, I'm David Freak Turley, and sharing the desk with me is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kenzer. We can see just how predictable these teams really are. Cloud9 said they were more afraid for Gravity. We'll see if that ends up being the case here, and we're going to check out the starting lineups on this one. On the blue side, Team Impulse with Impact up at the top lane, Rush in the jungle, Gate in mid, Apollo and to carry, Agent on support with Coach Fly behind them.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls. In the jungle, High. Mid, Incarnation. AD carry Sneaky. Support Lemon Nation. And the coach Bubba Dub now on the field with them.
Yeah. We've had now a total of, well, I guess now 3, right? Because Incarnation in for High, then High in for Medios, and now Bubba Dub in for Charlie. 3 changes all in the same split. C9 just revolving door suddenly.
Yeah, trying to shuffle things around. And it's good that they did because they had a rocky best of series yesterday. Yeah. Starting out the game plan they had coming into the game all fell apart with that Amumu Karma that was supposed to work out, but they were able to pick up the pieces and recover.
Because I want to see it come back and work so we can like prove everyone wrong that Amumu's actually good.
High assured me that he still thinks it's good and he might play it. So I would be very happy if he does pick it again.
We'll see what happens. Team Impulse already
gave him some tips for next time.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you are like the world famous Amumu Engage. You are a gold medalist on Amumu.
Oh, Kobe. Look at this. Impulse actually banning Lulu themselves.
Yeah.
One of their biggest picks for Gate. So he will be on more influential mid laner this time around.
Eliminations Braum also gone. I think the Karma there may be a bit less afraid of this champion. It leaves up the Alistar pinch for a first pick. Kalista and Nidalee both gone. Now the question I'm going to ask is who gets a Azir if Cloud9 is forced to ban that away from Gate? It would be a probably very strong first pick.
Yeah, definitely. That would be snatched up pretty quickly. Incarnation definitely went shy away from playing something like Victor as well, so Cloud9 very well could let it go through.
There's Sneaky's Tristana gone. Now both these guys have shown they are happy to play Ashe. She might even go away in the first round. Yeah. And wow, Rush's Evelynn is gone, which means Azir is up, and I think you just locked the one in Impact.
Yep, 100%. So Incarnation will probably play Victor, and they can just save that pick. Jump on some earlier priority here first. All the jungle focus. Makes sense to get a second round here.
Well, I think the picks and bans really made sense. You saw a clear goal from both sides. Cloud9 understood what was still very important for both these teams. The Elise with the Evelynn gone, the Ashe, the Tristana ban. They gave away the Azir, traded those two, and now we get into the very interesting parts of Champs, like where the teams have to put their comps together.
It actually is pretty interesting because Cloud9 showing a lot of pick already.
Oh yeah.
Versus Team Impulse. They were very impressed with High's champion pool.
There's a Shyvana hover as well. This is what Cloud Templar goes through every single game he casts, by the way. People hover his champion pools. Let him know what's going on. Rush, known very much for his Lee Sin. We'll see if he ends up going for that champion or if he's actually going to go back to playing the tanks that he didn't do very well on last playoffs back in spring, but he's going to lock in the Gragas, and Shen comes through, likely for Impact.
Yeah, it's been one of Impact's favorite champions for a long time. Plays a really good Shen. Can affect the bottom lane as well, which is what I think Team Impulse should go for in the match versus Cloud9. Trying to take over Sneaky and Lemon Nation's map presence really early on.
You know, there's something interesting going on here. Impulse have been really happy to play Kog'Maw over and over and over again. The Jan is still up. They've got a Shen to help him stay alive. Like, Kog'Maw has a good comp built around him. Though at the same time, I've seen that teams really like playing Ashe into Kog'Maw and trying to either pressure him or the other lanes where he's not. and try to really play that aggressive pick style. So this might really kind of coalesce into those styles in the last 5 picks.
And Kog'Maw, fairly slow on his feet, so a prime target for late game Ashe arrows, as is Azir. But Azir will probably take Cleanse. I don't know if Apollo will actually want to run Cleanse for the early part of the game. But yeah, back to Rush's Gragas. Actually, haven't been very impressed with it when I've seen him in solo queue on it either. But he's confident this time around to take it in. We'll see if he can perform here. I really thought that he was going to be a big part of Impulse's advantage over Cloud9, and if he's not comfortable on the champion, that might take away from it. But obviously, he feels confident in picking it up early.
It's interesting to see what Impulse is hovering now. Cloud9, it feels like they tunneled really hard on making sure they could deal with a potential Kog'Maw pick, as Apollo's been playing it so much. Right, the Maokai grabbed up for some lock-in, the Janna almost a steal away if we're still tunneling on that strategy being a possibility. But now Cloud9 are a bit lighter on engage when they picked up Janna, and Impulse actually going to go for a very interesting team comp themselves. Sivir and Soraka on the same team.
It's been so long, but Apollo finally back on the Sivir that he played so much of the regular season on and sort of defined the Impulse style of 5-man moving down quickly. But this time around, they are going to have not only the Sivir movement speed for rotations, but also the Shen Global.
This is going to be interesting. So Sivir can spell shield arrows, and Soraka can stay in the back. And of course, we do have Gate right now with Cleanse. So good luck finding arrow targets for Cloud9. And I'm curious what this comp's going to come together as. I don't think they can really out-backline an Azir. So the question is, what's their team comp going to do? You said Victor at the very start, pick him up at the very end. No rush on that.
Yeah, Victor would be good because bursting down people is also great when the other team has Soraka.
See if they can get through it. Oh, no, it's an entirely different look. The Varus.
Okay.
So, comp comes through.
Is it an Ashe? No, just kidding.
No, it's not. We're not in 2009 Kobe. TP Ashe mid is no longer a common champion.
All right, well, they are going to have some poke here. And poke has been one of the earliest counters to Azir that arose back when he was at his strongest, trying to poke him out in lane and chunk him down before the fights even start. So we'll see how good Incarnation's lane phase is and how good his accuracy is with the arrows, because it actually is a very good champion versus Azir, one of the earlier ones that did emerge. If you can land a couple of those, you can take him out of the team fight before it even begins.
Yeah, and we saw Steve having some very good Maokai TP home guards earlier today, so certainly Balls can do a lot here as well.
Yeah. The other thing is, though, that Impulse do have Soraka, so if they get poked out, Soraka is a great counter to that poke. So Cloud9, if they hit one, they're going to have to immediately initiate with the Ashe Arrow and the Maokai. Good thing for Cloud9 is that they do have those really reliable initiation tools that they can just use at the snap of a finger.
Absolutely true. So we're going to see how these teams can actually fight on the Rift today. Now, you guys at home, warm up those Twitter accounts and keep sharing your series predictions with each game. Send hashtag TIPWin or hashtag C9Win to @LOL Esports, and we'll update the fan poll throughout the games here. Now, 2 best-of-5s sit between either of these teams and a spot at the World Championship this year. Team Impulse, Cloud9 doing battle. Here we go into game 1.
All right, let's see if Cloud9 can get those picks. They are going to be very heavily reliant on catching people out, but if they do, they have got plenty of CC to stack. See if Rush tries to focus Impact's lane as usual to try and get that Shen ahead.
It's true, it's been one of the strongest things for Impulse really all season long, that top jungle synergy. It carried them very far. Rush had the option of playing Lee Sin, didn't go for it. Was Nidalee even banned?
Yep, Nidalee and Evelyn were both banned, and Elise was taken away from him. So
Okay. I forgot if the Nidalee was shown there. So, drop to his 3rd choice here, essentially.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Looks like a semi-deep invade for Cloud9. Okay, just getting basically camp watching wards down. Gate loses his first trade to Incarnation. These players are now both 100% of their team's damage champions. That will go down over time. I can say with certainty.
True statements. All right, so the deep wards, semi-deep wards were put in just at the jungle camps to see where both teams are going to be starting. Maokai does stack the saplings for Incarnation. She'd be able to get that experience lead with a single arrow. Not actually going back to heal, whereas Gate did go though, so he'll have maybe 20 HP advantage.
Yeah, didn't use any flash charges. He's at 460 of 550. It's not that bad. And he'll keep standing up. I'm sure all will be well. Easy pick up there. Gets even more health back from that. You got the mastery as he should. So Rush and Impact are going to be duo jungling the bot side, and their own duo lane, Apollo and Adrian, not taking any XP for themselves. This all gets spotted by the C9 wards.
And this may signal that Rush is planning on focusing top lane, because they're clearing out the bottom half of the jungle first with the top laner tanking. So Rush will be at full health, and he can end his route on the top side very easily and have plenty of health to go for a gank. As he said, Cloud9 saw the start though. So I think that Hai should take this information and try and kill Soraka early. It's one thing that people always complain about Soraka lane, and oh, her laning is so oppressive and it's so difficult to deal with. Yes, in a 2 versus 2 it's extremely difficult because she could just play far back like this and let the AD carry do all the trading and then heal him up. But she is very, very gankable.
Yeah, thankfully for the Cloud9 lane, Sivir, not much burst. He can typically shield her damage, but Hai's looking for the mid lane, looks for Gate. He has cleanse.
He lands
so
the
much
red
damage
buff
through. Forced a flash before Repel Q could land.
Wow.
Didn't have Repel, actually. It's Q and W, but whatever.
Huge chunk, though. That was a very successful mid gank from Hai. Able to get not only the summoner, but enough health as well before the flash was forced to send him back to base even. And that is very big for Cloud9. Yeah. If Varus can get out in front of the Azir, he'll get to that level 9, maxing his Q even quicker that we talked about for poking him down. And can provide a lot of map control, especially for an Elise. If your mid laner can continually chunk down the enemy, it can open it up for Hai.
Absolutely, and we talked yesterday about mismatches between the two teams, that Incarnation would likely do better than Gate, but also that Rush should be better than Hai. And right now, Hai has out-pressured Rush, forced a flash, forced a recall, and we still wait to see what this Gragas will do in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Rush went for the hard farming, so
yeah,
it's the fact that Hai just got such a quality gank in there. Typical mid laner turned jungler, ganks for the mid lane.
Ganks the mid lane.
But yeah,
run a mid laner too.
Rush does have the camp advantage as he, hard farmed the rest of them. See what he does with it. Maybe he'll be the one to go bottom.
Ah, true. See what happens here. Soraka does have a delayed route. Maybe she can set up a kill for the team. Right now, just the lane pushed in, Cloud9 running around looking for some warding, and the first recall from this Janna.
Yeah, easy communication there to tell them that the Trinket ward was just dropped off, so don't waste any time going for that one. Impact here, trying to deny CS by taunting when one is low.
Ooh, over the wall, no look pass from Hai. But Gate's able to get away before Repel can land, and all is well. That might be another recall forced out of Gate.
Yes, it's another recall, and the lane is frozen up on Incarnation's side. So they are denying Gate heavily here, making it very, very difficult for him to even get experience now. He's going to have to call in Rush. This is something Rush doesn't normally do, but to come in and be the ward support for mid lane, they might even need an early pink on mid lane.
There's actually a specific part that plays out here as well. You talk about the wards, I think they need it, but also keep in mind Varus as well as Elise both have hard CC, and Varus is gonna hit 6 well before Azir.
Yeah, Gate does have the cleanse, so but he doesn't have flash, so he'll have to block one of them. He'll have to move immediately after the first CC lands, hoping that Cloud9 stack them, and he'll be able to dodge it.
See how that pays out. Gate right now down 10 CS. Hai still showing up for the map, wants impact, and that's going to be the route into the stun. He's now very low on Shen, dodging away. Low on mana here, no further dive will happen. Impact going to slink away, and now Rush is here. No mana on Hai, here comes the trade back, and oh my god, 200 health left. Hai flashed away, and Rush is not far away from another body slam.
Yeah, I think that's done though, just an exchange. Oh, there it is, the cleanse.
Instant cleanse, but still some auto attacks to land. This Q could hurt. Good dodge.
All right, well now he knows cleanse is down. He can call down Hai. See if he can come in. Gate has warded the top side river, though, so he should definitely hug that side of the mid lane, because knowing he has 0 summoners down.
1 minute left on the flash.
High's got to smell blood in the mid lane. Incarnation's ult will be down, though, as well, so it's it would have to be High setting up his own cocoon, which is pretty easy, or even Sneaky with a cross-map arrow here. They're approaching level 6. The other thing is that we talked about how you can gank Soraka. It's just very gankable. Apollo can try and walk in front of Adrian and spell shield the arrow. Yeah. So normally you'd think Ashe would have great gank setup here once she hits 6, but they may opt to use it in mid lane instead.
Another trade, and Apollo using a lot of health in this one, but Adrian does not seem to care about that at all.
Got mana back with the shield, health back with the Soraka. He's good to go.
Didn't even matter. These AD carries very close in CS right here. Apollo holding up nicely. There was actually an interesting player tendency with Lemonation. I've looked at his runes and masteries and stuff before. He actually really often runs gold generation. Like in this game, he recalled right on the money for Nomad's Medallion for the upgraded gold generation. He's going to be really rich, which will help him get the Zeke's Harbinger that he normally gets every game.
Yeah, he has always been one of those players that likes to skimp, especially even on buying wards early. So when Sneaky was playing a lot of Ashe, he'll play Zyra even to lay down plants, anything to avoid spending money early.
They got Hawkshot, so it's fairly safe here.
Yeah, because it does pay off. The more money you invest in gold generation early, the bigger the mid-game payoff there. Lemonation trying to get speed. Rush moving around. He has not been seen, by the way. All this ward coverage is in favor of Team Impulse. So this is a level 6 Gragas. Prime position.
Here, Lemonation. Wow, down to 100 health already. Summoner heals back up. Spike comes back through, and now Rush is stunned in turret range. Couple heals from Adrian, but now the team comes in. First blood for Impact. He's made that one half, but the re-engage on towards Rush. Turret aggro, though, just on the minions, so no further damage to deal. First blood for Impulse.
Skipping on the wards. Impact able to come down as well with his ultimate and teleport used.
I'm gonna see when he used teleport.
Yeah, were those both used?
He TP'd the top lane already.
Okay, so
and then had the ulti up.
Unfortunate timing for him, but they do get the first blood there. High does have Krug buff. He's gonna use it. No.
It will consume it though. He wants the buff to stun minions, so he takes less damage.
It does make taking Scuttler easier, but he's gonna make a beeline for this blue buff. Try and punish Rush for his bottom lane gank there. Make him pay for that first blood with the blue. Impact looks like he's gonna close the door here and hide.
Ooh, whoa! I got it. His smite just came back up in time. Slinks away, steals the buff. Nicely done, High. And all said and done, despite the first blood, Cloud9 still slightly up in gold because this mid lane lead that High manufactured.
Yep, the mid lane a really big part of that. Also, during the double teleport down bottom, High was able to rotate up into the top lane and take a full wave. So a full wave of minions, not too much to laugh at, especially if you're a jungler.
Used to have a brush because of that.
Very happy to grab those. So yeah, that's a CS lead, by the way. He got top lane farm.
Varying advantages throughout the map. Impact very rich here. 75 CS and first blood makes him the highest gold. But Adrian getting found out. Level 6 on Soraka does have flash.
Sneaky doesn't fire the arrow.
Well, flash still got used. You got to save the cooldown. Honestly, that seems pretty appropriate.
Well, they also got really deep wards down on that bottom side. Cloud9 definitely look like they're prepping a move down on the bottom here.
Really
Rush, if Rush ventures anywhere down near the red buff, we'll see him coming.
Yep.
That gold generation investment that Lemons made paid off, by the way, able to get his sight stone. Oh! He does have cleanse and flash, but
there's a point blank arrow onto Apollo, though. Heals come out. The flash! Sneaky gets the kill. He's going to trade his life for it. Rush gets the kill. Thank you very much. 321 for him. But nice play.
Rush still manages to make a gank on the bottom lane.
Because they knew he was there. They saw him walk through bottom jungle.
I think he gets his target, though. So 1-for-1 trade. Impact's actually going to farm between turrets here. Maokai doesn't actually care about that at all. Maokai is just fine in taking a wave and AoEing it, so doesn't really get much done there. They both decide to... So much mid lane pressure here from High.
Oh, dear.
And then remember, this all stems from that early game.
Oh, trying back though, body slam flash, not quite gonna land, but Incarnation still forced winner from this one. Impact flash is over, he wants this still to happen. And Gate's still buying time, Adrian's alive somehow in the back line. High really wants this, but the exhaust is too much. The piercing arrow misses, and this is going from bad to worse. Impulse, oh wow! The flash away, finally the kill comes through, 4-1 TIP.
Adrian keeps everyone alive in that insane skirmish there. Both High and Incarnation burning all summoners to try and snipe someone, but Impulse are able to evade them for long enough, and 5 members collapse.
Man. All right, we've got a fun game in our hands, and it is a gold lead, though, for Impulse after all. 2-0-2 on Rush. The Gragas, you know what it's working out. 100% KP, no deaths on him. But Sneaky's got better items. He's pushing Apollo around. Yeah, this is a lot of damage that Apollo can't deal with. Last second spell shield. Oh, no!
Soraka comes again.
Oh, man, that's got to feel bad.
The Adrian ambulance.
Just back to full.
Just in time for some extra lane presence now.
Jeez.
That actually, even though Sneaky played it fairly well, is going to turn against them here, as now Team Impulse have a bunch of tower pressure, and Rush has made his way over.
Well, High says hello to him. It's going to be some scary damage back and forth, though. Spiderlings take some damage. Rush walks away. And Rush does buy himself a Sight Stone. Never would have thought Rush would be a player that goes Cinderhulk Sight Stone in the game.
His Gragas has been very good, actually. So
yeah.
Despite not being impressed by it, previously, definitely need to give credit where credit's due.
So far dodging what poke he can. Remains down about 25 CS in this lane, though. It's definitely a rough one for him. Has kept himself from dying. That's solid. Incarnation, though, just farming very heavily means he needs to be an offensive factor in this game. Once again, looking for something to do. Not far behind in farm, but still trying to find his first kill in the game.
Oh, yeah, they're walking into the web right now. Pink ward here, so High knows that he's not been seen. They really want to try and take down that mid turret so they can start getting their deep wards in, start making those picks.
Uh-oh, Sneaky gets silenced, and here comes the engage. It's going to be Agent who pulls aggro, takes a couple of shots, walks back and says, you know what, I'll keep Rush alive. Easy tower dive there, and all is well. Gate still getting poked around. You're seeing this Varus pick definitely work thanks to High's help early game. But the sides of the map are getting worse and worse for Cloud9.
Soraka's not good at starting off tower dives, but she's great at assisting tower dives. Rush able to just walk right through.
That's the first turret, 3,000 gold lead for Impulse. Now fighting the top lane. High's still trying to get himself into these battles. Impact does not have flash. There's only so much CC. There's a chance he can TP out of this one. Dodges away into the brush. Still revealed, and Ball's going to find him again. This should be the kill. Soraka to use just to buy some time, maybe a bit fruitlessly, and Impact goes down. Balls gets the kill. Gate back in the mid lane, but the turret's already dead. He's got to raise this one up. He's not doing it. The Incarnation still not in a good spot. There's the explosive cast. There's the kill. Gate gets the first of the game.
So Gate has been able to absorb 4 or 5 ganks from High this game without almost any influence from Rush, and he has not died. He's been able to stay alive the entire time. Yes, he's getting crushed in CS, but that's purely because of the amount of ganks, and he's able to survive until the time is right. Yes, his turret goes down.
Arrow hits a long stun, but nothing to do.
But he makes the most of it.
If he hadn't body slammed, he would have pulled aggro with the Cinderhulk and actually taken turret shots there. That was pretty fortunate that he body slammed before the arrow hit him.
All right. See if Team Impulse can make this work. They do have Shen teleport, Stand United available right now. And this is pre-nerf Sivir, so very, very quick grouping here from Impulse is possible. They just have Impact shoved down on the bottom side of the map and try and pressure this outer turret here. There should be some easy gold. With outer turrets standing like this, it's very easy to get that split push going.
Yeah, especially when Rush can just win any matchup he wants to be in. He's gigantic on this Gragas, level 9, 3, 0, and 3.
Yep, 100% kill participation for Rush. Looking to head him off, targeting the Ashe once again.
Spotted him. Damage never happened. Adrian back to happy, back to healthy. Here comes the team pushing for the top side. Pala will save Spell Shield to just dodge this tornado, but top lane turret's still going to be losing a whole lot of health. Down to half, plenty of attack damage, should be going down.
And Gate can hold mid as well. He can just put back up in his Azir turret if he needs to. No problem there. Clears the wave, sees high as well, so alerts the rest of the team. They can continue pushing.
And Impact has teleport, so we can easily show up being Shen.
Objective earned without any answer there from Cloud9. Clean pickup there for Impulse.
It actually surprised me that C9 set their dual lane topside. When they're already losing the 2-on-2, they didn't look to contest Dragon. My thought is maybe they thought Impulse would Dragon off the turret then, and they'd trade a top lane turret for it, but as the lanes matched up, just Impulse picking up another objective for nothing of C9.
Yeah, neither team really looks like they're prioritizing Dragon stacking this game, so it will probably be down to a siege game. Especially since Cloud9 here looking to get some deep wards for their picks, but High not able to cross the river.
The wards just keep dying as well, so that's at least some help, but...
Yeah, the thing is, you can make picks on your own side of the map quite easily as well. If Cloud9 keep up their defensive warding, maybe they can catch Team Impulse as Impulse are trying to keep up the pressure and they extend past the river into Cloud9 territory.
Yeah, we'll see if Impulse pushes any farther forward and opens up those opportunities. I mean, Cloud9 still has a crap ton of engage. They've got Teleport Maokai, they've got Elise, they've got Varus, they've got Ashe. Missteps will be punished, but it's Rush who's always walking in first. No one else is getting caught out here. Cloud9 only got kills off of Sneaky, trading his life for it.
You do equalize turrets here and get a little bit of harass on Impact, but with the health pot running, he actually gains life during it.
Always a rough situation to be in. Infinity Edge not yet done. Sneaky's actually not been back to base for quite a while. So you can see 2,000 gold. 2250 is the Infinity Edge upgrade from BF Sword, so he's got 2 waves to go.
Yeah.
Or Krugs in 1 wave, and then he'll buy a lot more damage.
Paulo actually got his Avarice Blade a lot earlier as well, and he's got an extra 100 gold from it so far.
Yeah. A lot of these guys getting very rich. Both supports. You can see already the Cloth Armor picked up for Adrian, the Amp Tome for Elimination. Almost definitely Zeke's on both sides.
Yeah. The thing is, it's hard for Cloud9 to pick someone off when Shen is holding on to the Stand United.
Yeah.
Because if the Ashe Arrow even hits, then Impact can still shield whoever gets caught, and a Sivir boosts, speed boost for the rest of the team means they can collapse really quickly.
Yeah. And as well, like, both supports are playing kind of non-roaming supports in that they're not like offensive playmakers. So, like, Lemon wants to sit in lane to acquire gold in the first place. Transition time like loses him money and thus loses combat stats on Sneaky. And so if he's not showing up with High, yeah, Stand United is just enough to prevent anything from really happening meaningfully here. Incarnation just sitting at that plus 20 mark. Like, Gate's not really budging for that early deficit. 2,500 gold separates these two teams. And as you pointed out a little while ago, Kobe, C9 did equalize the turret score, though. That was actually pretty strong of them. Mid lane is the 1 turret advantage they had, trade for the 2 side outers that Impulse have gotten.
Yeah.
Rush now playing inside the jungle, though, really trying to get through High.
Impact has 2 completed items as well, so split push is also going to start taking a toll.
The cool thing for Impulse as well is it's a while to the next dragon, and so Gate could lose his cleanse and not care really. And with Soraka, he can kind of go up and like poke turrets down, play almost overly aggressive, take an arrow, walk back, and kind of lick his wounds. I feel like it gives tools for Impulse to really continue to play the pressure game between dragons.
Well, they actually have Impact farming the jungle right now too, so they're just trying to increase gold gain. They're not really trying to pressure secondary turrets or even this middle one that's the only one left standing as far as outers for Cloud9. This crab, not going to be, vision not going to last till dragon either, so not much gain there. This is pretty much all going to come down to will Cloud9 commit to a pick before any action breaks out, because Impulse are very happy to continue to soak up gold here.
It's rough. Like, it's also weird because all of the Impulse gold lead is on their jungler.
An arrow from a brush, very, very difficult to spell shield.
Yeah.
Apollo's not paying attention. Plus, even if he does, Maokai's there to follow up.
All summoners up on all sides, not counting smites. All ultis as well. We'll see. Next fight, if it happens, will have all cooldowns available. Easy wave clear from Gate. Of course, you can't pressure tier 2, so Gate's not going to miss any CS pretty much ever again. Incarnation forced to back. He's out of mana.
Apollo knows he should be playing very safe right now, so his finger
very close. He's going to catch up to Sneaky. Here comes a lot of damage, and no spell shield comes through. Shen is not going to be enough. Oh my God, it is! He blocked the volley. Well, Apollo's alive. Lost a lot of spells for it.
That's exactly why we talked about Cloud9 being hesitant to commit to one of these picks. The Shen, Stand United, and Soraka on the same team makes it really hard to 100% the person that you pick off. And they barely were able to pull it off. And that was only with Sneaky's damage. So if there was any sort of follow-up damage there from Cloud9.
I know, but it burned 3 ultimates and 3 summoner spells for 2, basically. So a very big resource trade and close to Dragon.
It was a great play.
Yeah.
But
you saw how hard it was.
This is how frustrating it is to play against 2 global savior moves, even though Apollo not able to get a meaningful spell shield.
Jeez.
Impact comes in just before the volley takes down Apollo. Man, Sneaky played that so well too. The spell shield timed out before he shot his volley off, so he couldn't even have shot it earlier.
Yeah.
So as well as he could have possibly hoped for it.
But when you got 3 supports on one team, it's pretty good at keeping you alive. All right, so you can see the traditional stats for both these teams. Impulse normally much farther ahead than Cloud9 are in the early game, and sure enough, Impulse doing a good job.
And the thing is, too, that doesn't even really give Cloud9 that big of a window, because not only is Shen already past level 11 for the extra level in his ultimate, but he also had the cooldown reduction from Spirit Visage completed. It's almost back up Stand United again, so Impact.
Yeah, it's going to be up before Dragons.
Yeah, nothing.
It literally comes up first.
Really lost there for them.
It's the summoners on Sivir. That's the big one. That's what they're really missing here. So it makes her a more tempting target. Yeah. Makes her easier.
Same thing with Ashe. And I mean, she flashed forward. Sneaky does have heal advantage, but that is it.
We've got 15 seconds on Soraka's ulti. TP comes in. They're going to be looking to turn this one around. Cloud9 high, losing a bit of health. And right into the front line they go. Ball's taking a ton of damage. Says, you know what? This is not a fight I wanted after all.
Yeah.
As your choke point's a bit bad.
You have to cancel that teleport because you're teleporting into a Soraka team as well, who can lay down the silence on your arrival point. So very dangerous there from Balls, but he completes it and has to flash out anyway, losing them Dragon as well.
Yep. He's both playing slow and steady then. They haven't gotten a kill in a very long time, but all they've done is grow the gold lead. They're up still that roughly same 2,500, 3,000 gold, but they're getting Dragons.
It will take a while if they want to work all the way towards number 5.
Yeah.
Because they started so late with it. But
42 minutes.
Definitely a possibility. They're also moving up their wards into Cloud9 territory, so they're starting to take over the map with the extra lead that they do have.
All right, just playing the ward game. Impulse trying to move those lines up. Rush did upgrade a sweeper at level 9, basically right away. Mid lane does go down. Nicely done here by the rest of TIP. Ashe was stuck in the bottom lane, Sneaky pushing out a wave, so it gave control back over. Ashe right now not answered yet. Apollo will show up late as he was there to help shove the mid wave in. That will give a bit of time for Sneaky to deal damage, but Impact's on the flank. He said, oh, Sneaky did push in. That's cute. I'm Shen, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, Ashe flashed forward last time, so
no flash in red
heals should not be enough to save Sneaky. Good luck.
Arrow.
Good luck though.
He's gonna, yeah, okay. Apollo's actually missed spell shield on every arrow so far, though. I know it's hard, but that's a little bit troubling.
No complaints on ping either. 7 ping.
Yeah. I don't actually know what the actual ping on this tournament client is. I said 8 yesterday. Someone made a thread about it. Why is it 8 ping? It's on land. It's like, I was a number. I just picked one. I don't actually know what it is for these players.
We are seeing Impulse being rewarded, though, for moving up their vision there. That was why they knew there was no support for Sneaky. Not exactly sure why he was extended so far down, because Cloud9 should be very well aware of the coverage that Impulse have with their wards now. They've been multiple times into the Cloud9 jungle.
Yeah.
At this point, you have to play so much more careful if you're Cloud9. Can't afford to extend and solo split push as Ash, especially.
Yeah. Well, if it's difficult situation shot calling you need, High is pretty much the expert. This man has orchestrated a lot of comebacks in his life. You wonder if it's going to be good enough for Cloud9 here.
Yeah, they're going to have to get, you know, a really good arrow pick or something with people in the area to add damage to it. Yeah, because they're definitely falling off as far as the team fight is considered. High definitely going to get outstripped here by Rush, who also had a great early game. So thought that the Rush versus High was going to be a big deal. And even when pushed over to Gragas,
Rush still came up huge. And now we're in a situation where there's a small timing window. Zeke's Harbinger is done first for elimination. And by the way, Ash with this kind of support with a Janus shield and Zeke's is a freaking ton of damage. C9 can try to set up a team fight before that mirror, or that window is mirrored.
All right, Impulse are in a position to answer though. Impact is ready with Stand United.
Take a lot of damage. Zeke's going to trigger in a second. There it goes. Plenty of damage coming out from Ash. And there's the stun onto Rush. They're trying to slow him down and finish Baron. They're going to get it. Now Gate locks the team into the pit. How's the second half of this fight going to go? Sneaky has no flash. Is jumped on. Going to take a lot of damage. Summon Heal comes across. But the rest of the fight, his ball's going down. He was flashless. He was going to be killed. Impact with the big play. The two-man taunt. Incarnation just does not do enough damage. He chooses to clear a minion wave with the rest of his life. But there's the taunt. There's the kill. There's the double. 3 for 1 for Baron.
Oh, what a juicy taunt there. 2 AD carries standing right next to each other without flashes for Impact.
And look at this by Impulse, peeling off exactly right. Gate goes mid lane, knocks the turret down. Top lane gonna go down to the rest of the team. Impulse get 2 turrets and 2 kills up for that Baron take.
Yeah, they should be able to get Inhibitor one as well, just to add.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, Baron definitely not worth it there for Cloud9.
There's a risk, and the risk did not pay off. Good collapse by Impulse there. The inhibitor itself actually going to fall. No Ash arrows, no tools left. Impulse pulling very far ahead.
All right, well, with the super minions up top as well, even though Cloud9 have some Baron buff left, Impulse can definitely keep up the pressure. Cloud9 still going to be looking for someone to get caught off guard, though. Let's take another look at this. Balls, I think he walks into the soldier here. Oh, Rush body slams him into the Azir wall and gets knocked over.
Farther back.
Didn't matter anyways, because he was going to be the sacrifice so the rest of the team could get out anyway, but funny nonetheless. Incarnation and Sneaky had both used their flashes previously, so basically the dream for a Shen.
Yeah.
Double 80 carries sitting right next to each other. He's even had his Thorn Mail completed as well.
Yeah. Impact's huge this game. Even though he's playing tanks kind of repetitively now for Impulse, I'm still surprised to see him not on carry champions like an Olaf or a Riven or whatnot, but his tank play has been solid. His standing net is very good. Yep. And he still threatens the back lines here.
Like what Impulse did here with the 2 defensive global ultimates. They really stymied the early game of Cloud9, and Cloud9 with all these pick tools, not able to make anything happen. Yeah. Rush in deep now.
But he's going to find Incarnation, knocks him into the silence field. Nothing to do. Oh! Wow! Just wrecks him. Sneaky's gone. Lemonation's next. High's also in the sights. Big heal comes across. Lemon knocks the team back, and I guess they will buy a bit of time. But Balls now, the sole frontliner, will get them away from his turret.
You know what? I don't even know if banning champions against Rush even does anything anymore. His Gragas has been really, really good this time around.
Yeah.
Big improvements there.
Well, at least we're going to see teams switch sides around, so maybe they can actually get Azir for themselves. That ended up being a pretty big factor for both these teams. Gate having something comfortable. You talked about him getting picked on early game, but never ever dying.
He survived.
0 death. Yeah. Impressive as hell by Gate for all the pressure on him, and he's a big team fight factor now. All right, so definitely I think we'll see the plans switch up by Cloud9 in the next game, but right now it's just Impulse doing amazing things.
Get the arrow, but again, double. They got the silence field there and the slow field from Soraka. Fresh coming in to cut him off. should be a pretty easy cleanup for game 1 for Impulse. Cloud9 definitely trying to think about what were the most frustrating parts of this game to fight against. Feel like the Shen might be targeted.
Yeah, I think you get rid of the supporting cast.
Impact is his favorite so heavily.
I totally agree. They target banned the main player, Rush, and I think the supporting cast might be more important here. We'll see if Soraka and Shen are added to the pool.
Yeah, very good signs for Impulse, by the way.
Absolutely.
People were getting a little bit worried for them, but Gate performing on something that's not Lulu, able to bring some late game damage now that he survived through the early game and the early pressure up high.
We'll see what they can do for the rest of the series then. What else these guys can do to push forward. A Mumu, yes. I was actually a bit surprised not to see Shyvana banned at all, since that was what I was so successful on yesterday, but it was like he wanted the Elise, he wanted a pressure, couldn't quite get enough of it.
Yeah, he's still, since it's still been a really recent return to the jungle for him, so that's why he's still trying all these different champions. He's trying to find, you know, what will be the most successful for him personally, because he doesn't have as much experience as all the other jungle mains on the more meta champions.
Been at it for a couple of months, but still, it's definitely going to be difficult. Just all the old experience people had with the Elise back in the day. But here comes the next fight. Impact running into the front line. He looks for balls here, and it's going to be Rush.
They got him.
Taking a ton of damage. The shields come through. Rush is still not dead. Finally shut down the third kill, but it's all too late. Gate makes the big play, knocking 2 back into the base. Does get knocked down. Nation finally finds some kills on the board here, but it's still Impulse knocking down way more than they're losing here. 2 for 3 so far. Into the base. Minions flooding in as well. Impact basically immune to damage here from Incarnation and Lemonation. Turret number 1, turret number 2, perfect fantasy score here for Team Impulse. And that's going to be the Nexus going down. 33.5 minutes, one last fight. Impact refuses to die. There we go, 1-0 Impulse.
Yeah, 1-0 with a very relaxed and clean game from them.
Yeah.
That is what's going to happen if you have Soraka and Shen on the same team, though. Very relaxed defensive play.
Lots of saving.
Rush
F5.
still able to make some decently early moves on Gragas.
Yeah.
Targeted the bot lane, as we suspected, for Sneaky on his Ashe. Repeatedly ganked.
It was interesting to see what Rush actually did, because he really never camped for the Shen lane, didn't try that one at all. He somewhat helped Gate, but not a ton until he was getting turret dive later on, and it was just setups in the bot lane. And it was interesting watching one of the first ganks come through, because the 2-on-2 down there was pretty much equal. C9 was mostly shoving, and then there was one slow push that TFP finally built, and Rush was already back there on Tri-Brush, and he's like, yep, the first time my team ever pushed into the turret, I'm there to dive them.
Yep.
And it was great.
No defensive wards either for Cloud9.
He rushed Nomad's Medallion and didn't buy any wards in the recall.
Well,
and, you know,
high either for the
that's
jungle
true.
to try and help out there.
All right, that one. See, I'm gonna blame the jungler on that one. I don't mind the support getting gold income because it buys me a Zeke's Harbinger. Jungler has no use to me at all. It's just buy wards for my lane. That's my.
See how you feel about that next time you die.
Either way, though, I mean, definitely a good game by Impulse. We saw their early game go quite well. Rush did a whole bunch of work, and then Gate was solid. Gate got picked on, and Gate still held up. So that was great to see from them. We're going to see what else these guys can do in the next game. We're going to hand it over to our analysts for a breakdown of that first win.
Thank you very much, Freak. And what a pretty dominating first win as well. Things kind of panned out the way we figured they would going in the jungle, and then the other lanes for Impulse just kind of continued to snowball. The compositions out of pick bans, though, and I shouldn't say the compositions, the bans we were kind of questioning, I should say.
Yeah, there were actually a lot of bans in this. I thought TIP banning Lulu was kind of a big mistake there. I think giving Lulu over to C9 is not a problem. It also gives you another option for yourself because they like running Lulu compositions, so have that flexibility. They're going to switch sides, so I think that'll be substituted for a Kalista ban coming into the next game. But also the Kalista ban by C9 I thought was really weird as well because Sneaky plays a really good Kalista. You're leaving Azir up. You know they'll probably take that over it.
Yeah.
And even if they take Kalista, you get Azir yourself. And Azir is actually really good against Kalista. She'll never be able to reach you.
And I also don't like how they banned Evelynn instead of banning Shen. Because what's really scary about TIP and how they play is that they play the combo of Shen, Evelynn. And I think Evelynn on her own is pretty strong. Like, Rush plays that full DPS Evelynn and just picks on everybody. And I think it's pretty strong on its own, but I don't think it's really something that's ban-worthy unless you pair it with the Shen. And if you saw like the game, Shen was just... He was just beating up on bot lane so hard.
Yeah, when we talk about Impact Shen, it's always this thing where when we had Kiwi Kid on the desk before, he was telling me when he scrims people, he's always like, you know what? Impact Shen is just way far and above everybody else's. What he's able to do for the team, he's not just the person who's diving in and saving people. He's helping the front line. He's going and like getting their back line and making everybody focus on him. He's doing so much for the team, and no other Shen player seems to do what he's able to do in North American LCS. Even right here. He gets both damage dealers. These are the sole 2 damage dealers of Cloud9, basically soloing them out. He's 2v1ing right here.
They're not even hurting him at all.
I'm pretty sure they're killing themselves against Thornmail and Sunfire at this point.
Yeah, I mean, when your top laner can take out both your mid laner and your ADC, and they have Baron buff here too. It's just, I don't know. And it's also his most comfortable champion. This play, like, TP's behind him, and he just ends up setting up another play, and Ashe has no escape move, so you're just like pinned in here and just going to get picked off every time.
Yeah, just the amount of global pressure he's able to exert with both of his TP and his ultimate.
And
see right here,
saving
just
potential
another one too. Soraka was another very crazy pick. Like, you talked about it before. You're like, okay, Soraka can get through. I was like, I'm not 100% sure. I think it's okay.
It was a question, right? I didn't think they would actually put resources into it, but, you know, you have to question now.
Yeah, I think Soraka is something that definitely has to be on your radar now. It saved so many people. Cloud9, if they had gotten those kills early, they might have been able to snowball, and it would have been a very different game. Soraka just stopped that completely.
Well, it's just a really obnoxious champion to play against, especially if you're playing from behind. If you're ahead, it's like super easy to run.
It's so
Soraka.
flimsy, yeah.
Yeah, it's not that good, and you can't really roam or make plays or anything like that. But the problem is High doesn't really pressure in the same way that Rush is, so they're not really able to punish the Soraka and punish that pick. So
you can see High having a word now with the team and the rest of everybody being pretty vocal at this point about what should probably happen and what they're looking at again against Team Impulse going into this next game. That was actually 11 games for Team Impulse that they had not run Sivir, and then they just went back to it in that composition. So they still have that whole bag of tricks they used up until this game to bring back out again.
I'm really happy to see that too, because they were just running one-threat compositions and now using Apollo once again as somebody who's supplementing the team, getting Gate in there, getting Impact in there to actually deal a lot of damage. I thought it was a good kind of change of pace. So now you still have that backup. You still can run the Cogmog composition, and they have to think about that. But now they have to think about this as well. So having more of that the enemy has to kind of adjust to, you see Cloud9 definitely has a lot on their plate coming into game 2.
Well, it's also really good because they show that they have a counter for the Ashe. They have that ready. I mean, Ashe she has no mobility, so you just pick Sivir and you just run her down and just pick tanks and just get on top of her, and you can pick her off super easy. And that's the same thing with Varus. Like, they pick Varus to counter the Azir, like, this is our counter. We're going to give you Azir, but that just doesn't work when you have the Sivir ultimate and you're just speeding everybody in and you get run over.
On that too, because it was a counter pick, but Gate did what I want all my solo queue mid laners to do when they're outmatched in mid lane. It's don't die. Like, your job, I don't care if you're down 20 CS, I don't care if you lose your turret, just don't die to them. Don't start feeding them and don't let them snowball. And that's exactly what he did. He had 0 deaths for, I think, the entire game. He, like, a large portion of the game, he did not die. And that's what I love seeing.
It counts. When you absorb that much as a single player on your team, that doesn't get spread out into the other lanes, and it really starts to pay off for you guys. It paid off for Impulse in the first game. We are going to step away while the teams reset for game 2 between Cloud9 and Team Impulse. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
There's a Reddit highlight of it again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, your Mumu was on front page again. You did it.
Where's the front page?
Yeah, it is.
Nice.
They're like
hey, I said I would do some Mumu plays.
Somehow in the back line, High really wants this, but the exhaust is too much. The piercing arrow misses, and this is going from bad to worse. You put Apollo around. Yeah, this is a lot of damage that Apollo can't deal with.
Oh, no! Okay, we can fight. Fight. Here. Okay. I'm going. I give it. 2, 3, 5. I'm going mid. Coming. I came in, 1v2. Yeah. After go top. Yeah, Zero go mid.
Nothing to do. Oh! Wow! Just wrecks him. Sneaky's gone. Lemonation's next. High's also in the sights. There we go. 1-0 Impulse.
I long for a worthy opponent.
Beat.
Welcome back to the North American Regional Qualifier. Before we load up to Game 2 between Cloud9 and Team Impulse, we want to remind everyone on September 8th, 535 games will break free from the PvE and hit the live client. In addition to the skins with unique particles and animations, you can unleash special project minions onto the Rift when you sync up skins with your team. For a full download, head to LeagueofLegends.com. And now, gentlemen, let's get right back into the action between Cloud9
Precision
and Team Impulse.
and grace.
Team Impulse came out
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Off with a commanding win. I don't think many people were actually expecting that after their MSG break. It was Cloud9. No momentum.
Is this supposed to be a challenge?
Yeah, and it was definitely the loss there for Cloud9. When they played against Gravity, Gravity, in the 2 games they won, never beat Cloud9 as badly as TIP just beat them right there in Game 1. So Cloud9 are going to have to fall back on their experience and try to stay calm coming into this and make a lot of adjustments, because especially for the jungle, like I think Hai was just out-pressured across the map there.
Well, I didn't really like where he's ganking either. He put a lot of pressure on mid, and yeah, they did get an advantage there, but it's Azir, and he's just going to farm up, and he's going to be ready for the late game. And I think because he pressured mid so much, it just opened up the Gragas and the Shen to be diving bottom over and over again, and they have this non-mobile Ashe, and she got no love. She got no love from Hai.
Yeah, he tried to go top a little bit to go after the Shen, but you know, normally you want to go towards the source of the teleport, but it probably would have been better if he had just gone bottom over.
And you have Maokai top also, and like both of you do magic damage, so it's going to be pretty hard to kill this Shen that's just going to rush a bunch of magic to this, and I don't think it's going to work out too well. I really want to see them ban Shen in this game. I mean, you don't give TIP their best champion. Like, Shen is like Impact's best champion, and Azir easily Gate's best champion.
You also run into that problem too, because you're ganking a lane that's Ashe and Diana. Like, the Diana's not going to have much assistance. The Ashe is always going to toss up. What if the heals come out and burst the person down in the stun? And Rush seems to have really good jungle instincts, that's where he'd head, and then you have to deal with the frequency of the Shen TP. So it was a really hard game to navigate as a jungler, considering the 2 compositions.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't an easy game to play. Maybe you could have went more into his jungle and warded up, but you really always have to worry about the Shen. If you like fight away from the Shen lane, you have to worry about him showing up every single time. So
why?
Just take it out of the game. Just get rid of it.
Yeah, exactly. Why they should probably ban.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm mic muted. I switched over to Diva mode here. Final thoughts on this one. Yeah. What do you guys feel that C9 should prioritize coming into this? You said ban the Shen. Is it to take that by kind of banning it away, or do they prioritize something else first pick here?
I mean, they might be able to take it for themselves, but I do think that you should ban it, because then I feel like they have a lot of things they can play against. I think they'll play Nara, and I think Impact will have a good time up in that top lane. But I do feel like you take the Soraka away as well. There's just a lot of things coming into this next game. C9, they had these versatile strategies. They had the farm strategy. That seemed to work out for them a little bit. In this game, they tried to go through pressure from high, and he fell behind because he wasn't getting pace. He didn't have that farm fallback pattern on the Elise. So honestly, I might want to go back to the Shyvana, see if you can farm out. At least try that strategy against him, and then have your lanes play safe.
And I thought the Elise pick was okay. Like, you put a lot of pressure, but when your damage dealers get so far behind, like the Ashe and the Varus, and you have no real, you don't really have like a good front line. You have like Maokai and Elise, and I don't know, just the whole team fight doesn't look that good. It's not going to really be able to peel off the team comp that TIP was bringing there. So I think the Elise was a fine pick. I'm down to see that again.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. There are a lot of takeaways for Cloud9 out of that game, and hopefully they've had a bit of time to shore them up. It's only 3.5. We'll see how they did. As we head over to the casters now for play-by-play, Apollo explains that there are dangers that come with tips pedal to the metal.
It's pretty clear that our early game has been doing pretty well in the LCS, and like we've been trying to snowball, but just not doing it properly, and then making just one big mistake and ends the game. So I think our problem is that we don't necessarily know how to play the slow game, and then when we do play the fast-paced game, the snowball game, we don't do it properly.
Well, we'll see how the style looks up in game 2. I thought game 1, actually the mid game did go kind of slowly for them, and they were able to play a little bit more relaxed.
Do not hesitate.
They had kind of few
Soraka Shen, man.
Well, yeah, obviously you just play defensively there, but the fact that they were able to, come on, right? Like, these are the guys that played Sivir Leona for like 17 games straight. I can totally see Soraka running the front line to engage fights.
By the way, that's what I like playing into Soraka, is something like Leona, Tom Kenshi, Braum, killer.
Absolutely agree. Although Lemonation's only been playing Karma and Braum over and over again, and the Braum got banned. So we'll see if he's going to play anything else aggressive. Cloud9, yet again, blue side is banning it. Impulse banned it the first time. Cloud9 banned it here. Impulse realizes Zera's first pick where he gets rid of it himself.
I feel like every team in the world realizes Azira's first pick worthy, except Cloud9
and Gravity in game 5, I think it was as well. Like, just kind of giving those things away. Yeah, it's really surprising. I think if there's one first pick.
I don't see any red side team.
C9 had a plan, right? C9, their plan was, okay, we're gonna bargain Azir for Ashe Elise. Of course, it didn't work, but that was the goal. Nidalee banned away by Cloud9. There's the repeat there. Callista away from Sneaky. That one makes sense, I think.
Okay, so it looks like Cloud9 probably gonna stick with the strategy here. Maybe they change the last man instead.
Or Soraka.
If I was Cloud9, but yeah, you ban one, first pick the other one.
All right.
Well, I guess they're not gonna pick Soraka. I don't think Lemon. They might
Braum is still gone. We'll see if Lemon does want to play Soraka. I haven't seen him play it yet, so the question is, how many of his solo queues?
You know what I want to see from Lemon?
Olaf. I was ready for that one. I actually watched him watch Nikki stream it. It was great. I don't think it's good.
No, but I do want to see it.
I do too. Maybe we'll have it one of these games for us, and we'll be happy. All right, Ashe still goes into the highest priority there, even with every other AD carry not named Callista still on the table.
Huh.
Interesting.
Such a high priority on Ashe here.
Yeah. Well, you saw it early picked from Gravity as well. They would almost always first round pick at red side.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really one of Sneaky's best champions.
Maybe some scrim partners there.
I think it's just knowledge of how Sneaky's good at it, and then also seeing that Apollo is good at it, and seeing that Altek.
Yeah.
Like, I think like those three are just
to
really
me.
good.
To me, it's scary to run an AD carry that doesn't have a dash into Team Impulse, just in general.
Scary, but maybe they can keep support picks up the Jan and whatnot, and they think that's good enough, and they have another way to deal with Soraka.
I never hold back.
One minor benefit they had last game was Varus has his protection in the pit, and like maybe that would have like worked against Soraka, of course it didn't. Weird anti-synergy as well, since you can heal up all the poke, but either way.
So first round, answering AD carry here. Impulse don't want to jump on any picks, and they want to go counter pick for all solo lanes. So they're trying to receive as much as possible.
Such unlike
All right, Impulse saving all of the lanes for as much as possible there. And yeah, we got to see what style Impulse wants to go for. The Elite that was stolen away gets picked by them right off the bat, so clearly rushed in one champion.
Are we going to see an Olaf from Impact, they already have a Sivir to speed boost him, and they're facing Ashe. It's always really strong to run into. Plus, even Shyvana has very low health early.
Yeah.
And Olaf can just smash her.
Does not feel health for a good long time, you're right.
I actually really do like Olaf right here for Impulse, but haven't seen Impact use him, so.
Well, we're going to see what his champion pool becomes over time. But right now, the Cloud9 composition is going back to what they were doing yesterday. The Shyvana is back in. I really, really love Karma Ashe. Incredibly strong.
It's, well, yeah, as a duo lane, during the lane phase, that is
ridiculous.
Crazy poke. Just the volley spam as well as the Karma spam. That is a lot of range harass. And even Sivir with Spell Shield. And even a Sivir Spell Shield with Soraka. It's hard to...
It has good takes on you as well. Like when you go into team fights, right, AoE haste from Karma to follow into your arrow, like they even synergize well in terms of their engage tools.
Yeah, they are. Cloud9's definitely going to need more CC to back up this Ashe arrow though. Shyvana's not going to bring much of a run.
Probably see Maokai again.
He's going to bring the exhaust though, which will be very helpful against the Fizz. Fizz decides to dive in. Maybe that's the diving pick there.
You mentioned playing Ashe in the Impulse, now it's scary. How about a Sivir haste to the least in Fizz? Get him healed by Soraka up in there. This is going to be interesting. So Impulse not playing as much of a team fight style as they are.
Well,
a little bit more pick focus.
Yeah, the thing is, you can team fight a Shyvana really easily with something like Elise in range form. It's pretty easy to land
Strike quickly, strike deftly.
Especially if Impulse are boosted by Sivir, it makes more ranged, kitey styles of team fighting possible.
Run them through.
But definitely too good. Oh, okay, yeah, definitely gonna have
the Ahri comes through as well for Incarnation, so there's a big front line. There's actually a lot of damage in this composition. Gnar, Shyvana, Ahri, Ashe, all big contributors. Even Karma to a certain extent. I find Cloud9's composition scary to face.
Yeah, I mean, talk about speed boosts. They've got plenty of speed boosts themselves. So Cloud9 also a very mobile team. Plus, Nara's great at getting to the back line, getting Soraka with an AoE stun, so you don't have to waste your stun. You can choose between stunning Soraka and stunning the damage sources. Usually, Soraka will be very close to them because the healing is so short. So you can easily get both of them with a Nara ultimate, and that will win a team fight easily.
And Impulse adding another bit of resistance to the team. They've got now the Orianna mid lane, so something like Soraka's healing. Gate gonna pick a team fighter in this Orianna for himself. Might have frontline slash. Now did end up blind picking his Fizz. It could have been a flex, and that's gonna be facing up into Gnar. Interesting matchup to watch.
I feel like Cloud9 have a lot of tools this time around to be very strong versus Impulse. It's gonna be like Gate is gonna have to set up most of his own shockwaves. Impact can sort of get to the back line, but it's going to have to be some more sort of tidy play here from Team Impulse. Try and buy time for Soraka to heal people up while they sort of kite backwards.
This will be one to watch for then. Slightly different goals on both team compositions, and definitely going to be a good game in front of us here. The first one went Impulse's way. Pretty much all from Rush crushing the early game and then transitioning that with the big defensive champion back line. C9 advance, Impulse do the same, and here we are getting ourselves into game 2. Coaches shake hands, we'll see how these teams play out.
The big thing in this game that I'm looking at is definitely going to be the junglers, more so than usual, because Shyvana is going to Devour, and she's going to be facing Elise. This is the biggest discrepancy in early game pressure. Yes, Shyvana does have exhaust, so technically you can run in and try and exhaust somebody for an early game, but Rush on Elise should have a big advantage for early game plays.
We'll see how that advantage turns out. Let's look at how the series will turn out. Tweet at LollySports, either hashtag C9win or hashtag TIPwin. Let us know how it's going to go, guys, because we have got ourselves into game 2. Cloud9 out-drops the first one just like yesterday. Impulse, they win here.
All according to plan, right? There you go.
Cloud9 in 3, as Trashy would say. Impulse looking to get a rematch against Liquid and get in to the North American Regional Finals.
Well, yeah, let's see if Cloud9 decides. Switch it up here. They brought out the Shyvana a lot earlier than they did in the previous set, so yeah, no Mumu. Maybe they don't starting out going down 0.
Do not hesitate.
Just maybe. Well, we are going to have the invade on top side. Cloud9 going to try and get to those deep wards down. Oh, yeah, Cap. Now, what I also really like about this is move right in. Cloud9 gets wards up there.
So, when we made Smite have charges, we said, we made a change also that even though the cooldown is 50 seconds, you don't gain new charges until 150 into the game, so that your first 2 smites at the same timing. I smited the Spider and got Smite back in 15 seconds. It's already back up. I had no idea it works. Broken. I had no idea it works that way.
An ally has been slain.
Huh.
It's also going to crush Rush's clear. He's only got one Spite.
Start in range for him, cast a Volato Spiderling, get your Spiderling back, and then you go into melee for him. You ready? It's going to happen.
All right, so after that invade, they are going to take it here. Cloud9 also starting the camp down bottom. See if Impulse sets this top start here. It looks like he is going to move towards the normal route here. If so, that would be amazing for Shyvana. Shyvana can easily power clear forever. And if he gets this much of a farm, he can over rush early.
Recalls back. Rush is going to walk into the jungle, and he's going to go Raptors first, so he's still unaware.
Oh man, so he won't.
First.
So once he goes to his red and sees that gone, I would expect Rush to actually go for a counter invade, but Gate's getting chunked out so early. Incarnation already establishing a lot of control over the mid lane. Still full health. Can hide clearing his blue quadrant before Rush decides to come. Yep, Rush is going back to base at level 2. He's done it. He's kept Elise from the level 3. That is the only way you keep down Elise's early game pressure. And a great start here for Cloud9 with the sneaky counter jungle.
Yeah, really solid.
Can't.
True, it was balls.
Yeah, you can't make a.
I know, it's a lame joke.
You can't make assumptions like that when dealing with and Rush does.
Wow.
Get punished very heavily here.
Gives away an early blue buff. I really the luxury of time and choice here.
It's actually, they were planning on this too. Incarnation used a whole bunch of spells just at level 2, burning through his mana pool, and that was that early harass that we saw. Doesn't matter at all because it gets handed off number 2 from the map.
That at least made her way down to the Rush. She took right past the scuttle, put a wall down, and actually will take the red after all. Of course, with Incarnation walking the blue buff, they knew exactly where High was and said, he's left jungle.
Yeah, but I don't care.
You don't care? It's still too cool?
Ask me if I care about...
You care, Kobe? You care about the red buff being
Ask me if I care about a red buff steal. He didn't get either baby. He's still level 2. It's still a huge advantage.
Yeah.
This is actually a bit bigger of a deal. Rush does.
He stole 2 camps down.
This is a bit bigger because he stole that whole camp. Now,
yeah.
Just stealing the red buff is not very much Golder experience. You know, about half of this whole camp. Down bottom lane, actually, they're going a little aggressive on Apollo here. Ignite burn really early.
Ooh, he's losing a lot of health. He's got flash to heal. But Soraka's here. You know what, Apollo, he's fine. And Rush is coming now. No Ignite elimination. The rest of the summoners are up. There's the repel on in. Rush is level 3 finally. Point blank cocoon into the silence. He can't get out. Down he goes. First blood for Rush. You can't hold him down long enough.
Yeah, that's why you have to make the difficult choice of trying to flash before Rush is able to get his repel off. You can't let him get into range.
Yeah.
Because if you wait for him to get into range and then you flash, he cocoons right after you flash. That is probably a lower percentage than we're just waiting for it like Sneaky did and trying to flash after, but
hit point blank.
Still would be a better option there because if you get cocooned, you're done. Soraka Silence is a great follow-up. Yeah, she's not great at starting out ganks, but she's great at following up ganks. Sneaky not able to get out of that one alive. So Impulse, even with Rush getting taken down so heavily, their bottom lane comes up with a counterplay here off of Cloud9's continued aggression. And they're punished for the And Karma going for
Just surprised he played with the preemptive stuff on
Yeah,
spells.
I just...
it's really unlike the
very greedy to keep your flash
flash
like that. If you see he's going to get his score. Got a flash early. But it's actually kind of and High were doing so well. They had jungle advantage. If Rush hadn't gotten that gank off, High would have just continue to power bomb and crush him. He still does have a level advantage. Remember, he is running exhaust too, so if Rush ever commits to that fight, High should be able to come out ahead.
Rush sits 200 gold ahead with the first blood, so farm-wise, High would have been 200.
Still has experience.
High's doing the farming thing, doing a good job of it.
The only way this route makes sense for High is if there is a gank from Rush, which Rush actually recalled, or if Impact decided to go really aggressive and all in on the level 6. That's what he's sort of waiting here for, hoping that mini Gnar form will be juicy enough and Impact goes for the all-in.
6. There's the jump in, doesn't go for the full all-in. Wow, really very patient here. At least coming in though, this fight might happen soon. Rush walking through the wings. There's the Shark and there's the engage. Earth hits both of them. Exhaust already used.
Impact used everything. He's a sitting duck.
And a big stun to the wall. High is going to show up. Balls gets the kill, and now Rush has to run. Does not have flash. The house misses, I believe. And nothing else Balls to do on this one, but a nice kill for Cloud9.
Hey, what? I mean, I said the only way it's going to work is if they do go for that all-in level 6. High is a genius. Planning that Impulse, Rush, and Impact going to work together as usual, and High is able to guess the move up top there. Countering Rush.
And I guess another red buff steal. It just ends up being right on time as well. There's going to be no real chance for Rush to stop this one, it looks like. Thank you much for the red buff. High has a long road to go for the Devourer still. It's nice to have fun right now.
It just goes back to also what people are talking about when they talk about Impulse being predictable.
Yeah.
The Rush Impact duo trying to go offensive with their level 6 all in. Definitely not uncommon for them. Rush still level 4 because of it, by the way. So hitting off this blue, he should be able to soak level 5 of the baby. There you go.
Yeah. But a full level, actually a level and a half. High's practically 7.
If it wasn't for the pesky bottom lane.
Well, and the first recalls came through and they're awkward for C9. BF sword versus pickaxe, definitely not what Sneaky would like in this lane. But Cerberus Rocket, not exactly a bully lane. I'm sure it'll be okay for Ashe.
Impact can still go for one of those all-ins, by the way.
Yeah.
He has got the Sheen early, so even Hex Drinker will help, but
yeah.
You can still punish the mini Gnar.
Yeah, right now he's close to Mega. He'll get the health from the
fight.
fight.
Now, maybe not go for it.
When he goes tired, you can try again, but that's it. Ignite also not up for another minute and a half right now, so maybe he'll wait for that cooldown as well. Top lane matchup, otherwise, it being won by Ball is pretty hard. The gank, of course, helped, but it's plus 24 CS at this time. He'll get some off this wave, but it's still going to be a lead all said and done. High with that assist actually matches back up in gold. High has a 30 gold lead over Rush.
Will he walk over the pink ward, though? That is the real question.
Ooh. Now these guys know that Elimination recalled and hop the ward. TIP know it's a 3v1. Nice air off the wall, but Sneaky still has nowhere to go. He's going to hide under his turret, but can't do enough damage to Apollo. Only a pickaxe there.
They get the teleport out.
Oh, they made him cancel it! Oh, that was big! I think the Shark actually did. I think that was Impact's doing. So here comes the dive. High shows back up. Exhaust is on. It's not enough. But here comes Incarnation. He wants more, but Oriana's around. The shield is on. And they will not chase into Adrian. That's a 1-for-1.
Big rotation down there from Incarnation, able to come a little bit quicker. That dive took a long time for Impulse. So Cloud9 are able to keep up the scraps. I want to see what happened to Balls, because it definitely was...
Shark for sure.
Well, it definitely was the Shark, but I want to see how much damage he took, because...
a lot. Impact's coming in, the Freezestone Trident is on, that's going to be the kill. Impact, down a kill in lane, takes him down anyway.
Because I want to see how bold Balls was to try just channel a teleport in the middle of the lane versus Fizz. That is very risky, to say the least. All right, well, this is what went on down bottom.
Middle of the lane, it looks like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was just
cute a minion
in the middle of the lane. That was just a really...
Yeah, the timing's really tight, of course, because of the travel time in the channel. You don't have a big window. Impact responded right on time.
Yeah, I mean, balls need to get a little bit further out, but the emergency is not going to wait. I mean,
it's a hard choice to make.
Sneaky was pinned under the turret, and if you don't teleport in, he's going to die. Ends up, they both die.
Balls even got the full 5-minute cooldown as well. He didn't expect to get stopped. He could have canceled preemptively once he realized the channel time and everything, but still 3 minutes, 20 seconds left in his teleport cooldown. All said and done, Impulse up 600 gold in this game. Honestly, really solid play. Watching Elimination Recall, going for the dive right afterwards, clearing some wards out.
I think he missed dissonance.
Oh, that's a good charm, though. Incarnation going to buy enough time to get away.
Well, Ari ultimate down. For them at least. Very, very close game, honestly, even though Impulse do have that gold lead. Dragon did go over to Cloud9. See if Rush makes this second dive happen. Remember, there's no teleport this time around. And mid lane has...
But Impact has his, so Impact channels onto the minion with the aggro. Sneaky goes down before doing anything. Elimination's next, easily. Man!
Elise and Soraka dives here for the turret. Impact probably will lose one wave, maybe only half of it, depending on how quickly. He didn't buy boots either, so a little bit more.
Some wards go down in the jungle. Apollo going to keep pushing.
So here's the thing. Do you punish that? Do you counter dive? High's on the top side of the map. Do they try and go
Fight
for
Impact right away?
Impact obviously
does Shivani even gank anything?
Huh?
Like, does this...
He's got exhaust, yeah, and Impact...
Oh, you're right. He has exhaust. All right, here comes the fight. Exhaust on at the very start. It's going to stop the shark damage, and Impact's got to be pretty careful. Just kills. Oh, my God!
Well, High's got to be more careful.
Well, I didn't expect that, but it happened, and Impact just killed High.
So the timing to go for that gank, probably not the best. Balls actually didn't do anything, didn't even touch him. If you're going to pull that gank off as a jungler, you need your solo laner to get some damage in. I don't think he was expecting
to lose
Impact to be that close. I mean, Balls had flash. High was probably expecting more.
Wish helped a little bit, so the fight looked less close at the very end of it all. All right, Balls maybe going to try for round 2. Impact is missing the ulti and the ignite that were used in the last fight. Dodge away from the boomerang, and Balls going to have very little chance of really catching him out here.
I mean, Balls has flash, but he would have to charge up really quickly to get Mega.
They will regret opposing me.
Well, Balls doesn't get to walk out.
No, Balls went really far for a fight that he couldn't have won in the first place, and Rush has arrived. There's the Mega Gnar back towards the wall, but there's so much health to come out from Adrian. Rush is full HP. Balls is trying to run, not going to get far.
Yeah, defensive flash, so no flash Gnar ultimate available now for Cloud9. Couple of missteps there.
Yeah, over and over again, C9 looked for a fight against Impact that leads to their demise in some way.
All right, well, they do have pressure on bomb. They saw the jungler up top, so it's going to be a turret trade at least. They won't be just losing that top turret for nothing. Yeah, Cloud9 do get the bottom one. Also, with the Luden's Echo now finished for Incarnation, the assassin in mid lane can very well pick somebody off now. It's a huge spike for Ari to get that Luden's Echo. So these deep wards that Cloud9 are trying to put in on the bottom side after they just took this bottom side turret, maybe they'll be able to get one of the picks that they really need with the Ashe-Ari combo.
That'll be their way back in. They're only down 1,500. It's not like a huge disparity for Cloud9 right now. This is definitely workable. Botlane's still under fire, and actually a flank in. A lot of damage towards Apollo. The arrow gets spell shielded, but not the root from Karma. Fizz Shark just barely misses elimination. He flashes out, Summoner Heal as well to buy some time. And Cloud9 will escape with their lives.
They burned a lot for it, though. Oh, Rush actually going to just... Oh, never mind, recall.
Rush still staying up in the top side. There's the recall once again. Balls has teleport, so he's safe to be on this side. It would be a potential outnumber if Impulse went for a fight bot lane.
No more Ashe Arrow now. Shyvana's going to have to charge her ultimate back up in the jungle, auto-attacking. So Cloud9, if they decide to make a play here, it's going to be just an Incarnation solo. Balls does still have teleport, but remember the flash was burned. Dragon up in 50, so that should be time enough for the ultimates. And Impulse very quickly clearing out the wards that Cloud9 just got in their little excursion into the blue side jungle. This is just in time for the Dragon, so Adrian and Rush working together, they are able to reestablish control preparation for the Dragon.
And it's been pretty good. Impulse, honestly, doing a great job of playing the ward game. Rush yet again, Cinderhulk Sightstone on his jungle. Yes, the carry's been banned away. The Elise, or sorry, the Evelyn. Oh, but there's the engage. Shockwave only gets one, but it's enough for Elimination to go down. Gate gets that kill. Anything more though? Rush forced to flash backwards, trying to dodge skill shots that may come out. The heals come back through, but Soraka says no, thank you. We'll make it a 1-for-0.
Gate gonna have to set up his own shockwaves. Hey, no problem. Flashes in for the shockwave. And again, Soraka follow up on the gank. Able to land silence here. So Impulse taking out only the support here should be enough though.
Man, this Soraka such a threat though. Can't let C9 do anything at all. And Liquid realized to ban it away. C9 has not yet learned that lesson. This is their Amumu, by the way. First 2 games.
Adrian is just outperforming Elimination so far.
Very true.
Fairly heavily.
The thing is, C9 are actually able to get the pressure they want. Like, this is a really, really strong laning duo, but their lane isn't actually winning. And a lot of it's the fact that Rush can just screw with them.
I mean,
I can't really keep Rush down.
Yeah, it was a very fortuitous early game there to get the first blood for Rush. Just punishing the extension of Cloud9 really deep down the lane without wards once again. And now it's really hard to get that back under control. Hyde, though, is approaching his Sated Devourer. Should probably get it by the time he gets, you know, level 11.
25 stacks.
all he needs is, well, can't get Dragon because that was just taken.
His jungle once.
Well, 30 seconds until minions spawn.
Alright. Let's go do it too. 140 down.
The thing is, Sated doesn't even matter that much right now.
Yeah, he dies so fast.
He's very squishy. You don't really have time for it to take effect. Plus, Blade of the Rune King not completed yet either, and that is a big part that benefits him. So
they will regret opposing me.
Close. 1,300 gold away, I believe.
See if Impulse decide to go with another tower dive here.
Minions have spawned.
Nope, they're just going to be able to get free tower damage.
Time, Ashe and Karma running the front after the bot side. They will not be here when the Truckers falls. They go back to the mid lane instead, but there's not much to get there. We'll see if they can try to knock down mid outer. At worst, it's an inferior trade. High playing defense and posing as a ward right now for the team, and they will in fact knock down mid lane outer. All right, so small trade.
Soraka, arrow.
High wants in. Can he get the kill though? Agent flashes and kites away. He's got to be careful now. The ball is near. Shockwave gets only balls, but he's actually squishy enough to take some real damage. Elimination jumped on by Impact. First kill comes for now, but Hyde trying to run away. In comes Elise. Rush on the hunt. Spider takes down the Dragon. Does so.
And C9 get crushed. Still no arrow fired. They try and pick off the Soraka, but nothing else comes through. And squishy, all attack damage, all attack speed. Shyvana burned.
I do not tolerate silence.
Didn't use. Was this somewhere up with their off cooldown right now? He actually tried to use the knife or a double. Yeah, he could have.
I think he's.
Okay.
Mistakes.
He right here. Oh, Cutlass.
Okay. Close up stacks. That makes sense.
But yeah, no. Collapse there from Cloud9, and it was a very disjointed attempt at a pick. Of course, easily able to group up after Cloud9 dispersing.
It just feels so easy Impulse to just delay these kills. Like C9 can try to go in, but Josh Noisel, either Shen or in this game Orianna shows up as well to keep things alive.
I mean, what you gotta do with Cloud9 is hard commit. You have Ashe and the Rooted Echo early. Ari here. He even has Abyssal Scepter. Like, this is the most early power rush that you can go for on Ari. Rushing those two items is a really big early spike because Abyssal is so cheap and efficient. And Ludicrous so much more early. That is something. That is enough to burst down somebody. The arrow hits.
Yeah. Even for all
yeah, exactly. Someone would be dead. They have to really hard commit to it and have the coordination to sort of back up this pick attempt. Yeah.
It's weird because Highest to farm for a while. The more he leaves his jungle he just stated now about. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just these guys have almost split priorities in a way. You're right about committing. I mean, I agree with you. C9 kills, and I feel like they should have more than 2. Unfortunately, they've just been really stymied. They haven't found the way in. They're at best wave for back and forth and trading objectives, 3 turrets to 3. Fights have been all all day.
Well, let's see if Impulse can get there more a bit deeper here. Rushing his best does have the sights up.
Red buff going to be pressured by Rush, repels up into the air and says, no, I can go for that.
Early smite.
Yeah, Rush didn't even have his. That could have been so easy for High. Red of the steal with an nice early.
I mean, maybe he was expecting a Q to come out at just that hour, but Impulse going to be able to not only stay away Red, but close the grip as well. Let's see another.
And it's pretty damn clean as well. For all their false shot calling in the 3rd place match, they're actually doing a pretty damn good job of getting to the turret, pushing them down, not having to dive to get them. They're just rotating really well. That could be C9 being slow and sloppy, but it's also still making good choices. Honestly, very well for themselves.
Stay alert.
Rush said the team needed a little bit more time and they'd be 3rd place ready. They deserve a spot at Worlds and they're on track.
Honestly, he's made more offensive plays for the team than Ari has been able to pull off.
They pulled him just fine. That was awesome. That was great.
Well, 50 seconds on this dragon. Cloud9 do want to grab the scuttle as quickly as possible and then back at it. Now they're fairly heavily in gold, so if Cloud9 start this up, I do expect Impulse to help fight for it. They've got teleport on Impact, so have Impact split, King's crown on the top lane, and make Cloud9 worried. Cloud9, if they decide to commit to this, they're really going to have a hard time.
Rush.
Oh, there's the arrow!
Just repel, the silence field's down, but it's not going to be enough to stop this. Incarnation gets the first kill. Impact shows, but the 4v5, how well can it go getting away from her. Incarnation on the side,
there it is.
Can't help herself. Soraka goes down. Falls Tinky in the front line. Shotgun catches 2 though. They trade back on a high and into the back line. Tinky goes for what he can. Finds a couple of kills. Now Apollo wants back. A double kill for Incarnation. Kills back and forth, but the fight gets won by Impulse.
Incarnation almost able to carry that for the team, even being down so much gold for Cloud9. Now Incarnation with 4 kills. But Team Impulse with control of the map, so can shove up the lane here. Man, that re-engage Team Impulse. Sivir speed boost. This is what you're looking for in the team. Exactly what we were talking about. Hit the Ash Arrow, full commit, somebody's dead. Now try and back out. I actually took a lot of damage on that. And there's this Soraka.
Actually timed out. Wow, Balls took so much damage before he could go in, and Apollo spell shielded Meganar. Spell shielded Meganar won that.
And they landed the counter shot.
Yeah.
Because of the chase on the side.
Now rushing the chase, he wants to get a little more done, but High's gonna go down first. 8 is unstoppable. Elimination forced to run, Rush flashing the wall, and now Apollo is thirsting for blood. Gets another one with the Banner Dancer, and now trying to run, gets enough shields and heals. That means another one is next. And the massive durability that is provided to the Impulse lineup survives another fight.
Adrian spends his whole life bar healing other people.
He's actually running a whole ton of health regen too.
Yeah, you have to run health regen with Soraka.
Gonna try for another fight though. Impact's gotta be in the front line. There's a lot of help. There we go. Baron secured by Rush. Incarnation can almost trade some of these back. It's close. But they're taking out Elimination. He's a bit over-aggressive. And that's, I believe, 4 kills now in a row with that Baron.
Impulse returning to the Sivir pick to speed boost everyone, but Gate also stepping up as a pretty big playmaker for the team. So all good things looking forward.
Break the bubble.
Arcong's been good. Impact's been crazy. Gate's been good. Qualo continues to do great things on his engage. He keeps the highest ADP on the team, tied with Adrian. That's what we expect from those two players. Everyone playing their parts very well in Impulse today.
Incarnation's doing his best here this game. Has a lot of the money on him. Cloud9 actually able to keep that track. I believe he ulted it to the back of the pit.
I do not tolerate cowards.
Oh, indeed, back on deck.
That is just
not
so
be there.
beautiful to watch. The double offensive item hits too.
Any this game ever, you have to be afraid of being Ash, and they blind picked it, and it got punished a bit. Hyde's gonna get jumped on. 1 hit to go. Catch the quick heal. He's gonna go down after all. Apollo gets the kill on that one. Turret's gonna go down with Baron. Easy push for Impulse.
Well, they're going to have a split here, too. So, 2 lines of Baron does minions. They might even be able to get an inhibitor at the same time as mid lane. The 4-man push is enough versus 3 for Cloud9.
And the heals remove all the damage Incarnation can deal. Luke's extra approach is scary, but it's certainly not enough to get through Soraka's sustain. Onto the inhibitor, 4 people alive. Impact came back around to join. And with high respawning, Impulse takes the safer approach of running away.
Cloud9 are absolutely getting crushed here by Impulse.
Yeah.
Game number 2 looking very likely to follow the game.
But unlike the Gravity series, where C9 could have said, okay, we can change up the picks, we can change up the game plan.
Hey, they can change up the picks and go.
All right, they can try. They can try. Oh, dear.
That's a good pick.
All right, that's going to help quite a bit.
Yeah. Gate has been caught out a couple times in multiple series for the team, actually.
Yeah.
This map awareness has been something that will really picked on him for. Cloud9 did 1 kill, but since Impulse just took everything off the map,
what do you? Yeah, your waves are all pushed in. Dragon's gone. Baron's gone. Good luck.
Do get it.
Doesn't suck. Shyvana, Impulse has not had to care about it, and high is 0, 5, and 3.
Yeah, honestly, looking at what Cloud9 did, they really would have a couple of picks. An Ash Arrow. So hard to force that exposed inhibitor. And Impact's still at teleport, by the way, so they can gain a lot of pressure on top side. They don't have to force it.
Break the bubble.
You're right. There's a lot of options available for the Impulse. 11,000 gold is a ton. It's a 25% gold lead, which is astronomical. Impulse looking to make the roof push for the bot side. Their teleporters chilling a bit.
I mean, Rush is just so dangerous too.
Yeah.
This team isn't even supposed to have a real tank.
Has been slain.
He's gotten so far ahead so early.
I said half. He's got half a random with Omen as tank items. That's not exactly great for him. They're taking damage. Apollo gets the crit bonus, but it matters not against inhibitors. And Ball's again losing a lot of health, down to 400. Hexdrinker pop, an important kill then for him. Of course, run away.
Couple of Soraka heals, no problem.
And they're pretty flawlessly pulling Impact back into the team when the actual fight might start to dissuade C9 from doing anything.
Yeah, he hasn't had to pull the trigger on the teleport for quite a while here.
Break the bubble.
This outer turret should not.
Another near miss charge from Impact. Arrow's gonna come around. Nice by Apollo. Walks in, Spell shields it, says no, thank you. Very heads up play. Ganardo, this might be the fight that C9 goes for. Can they get in? Who's he gonna stun? Nobody! Oh, dear lord! They take him out. Kill again for Gate. Sneaky's next. Goodbye. 21-6 in this game. Gate jumped up with a big heal, comes down from Soraka, and it's like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, I mean, that was the last ditch effort for Cloud9. They know that they're game-ending fight right now. We're going to try and just clean people up. Only one person, Adrian, is making his way for the objective. Adrian was making his way over.
Soraka takes the turret down with the banana.
Right, they used the teleport. In fact, he does teleport in over the top lane. Right, 10-second inhibitor turret. Get it. Clean up, kill. Cloud9 really got to think about
Never falter.
their last-ditch effort for this next game. They were able to compose themselves yesterday. Pull it out, reverse. They're going to have to figure something else out today because, yeah, they've pretty much shown and tried to pull out all the new
Play a really aggressive style. We have the Elise and the Varus ready. We're going to pick on Gate the aggressive style. Well, that didn't work out. All right, let's go the other way. Let's pick Siobhan. Let's hang back. Let's be chill for a while. Let's farm up. Well, they got wrecked by Rush anyway.
Yeah, the thing is, they didn't hang back when they had Shyvana. Their early game, they were able to get a great counter jungle down, and Rush was fairly far behind. But their bottom lane played aggressively.
Oh, yeah.
And their jungle was trying to farm on the other side of the map. Bottom lane, they picked this Ashe Karma, which is an oppressive lane. It's a lane that can go gain advantage by playing aggressively, but extending that far into the lane when Elise is your opponent jungler.
They committed for damage, they got healed up, and then Elise showed and was like, oh, you're right, this didn't work at all. Now here comes around the backside, Sneaky goes, oh, it's the enemy team trying to run towards the enemy base and stay alive. Charms to get dodged by Repel, Sneaky flashes. A quick haste by Elimination and all is well yet again. Arrow comes through, nice spell shield by Apollo. Second in a row.
Cloud9 are cornered. There's no escape. Every man for himself.
And the Dragon's running around, gets hit up by a Manatee, and now Impact. Cosplaying a fisherman. Knock him down. Meganar comes across, hits almost nothing. Not a lot to be gained. Adrian's getting jumped on, and he still is not going down. Finally, the trade Elimination. Kills the enemy support, but it's a 4-for-1.
4-0 victory. You killed Soraka.
Yep. Both 3 and 20. Sorry. But
honestly, I would consider dropping Cloud9 and trying to and Soraka.
Gate's already effective and everything else.
Gate, well, they'll have some time to consider it here. Impulse going to end in game number 2. Very far ahead.
One last kill. Gate gets a 7th of the game. That's going to be the Nexus, and just as fast as the first one, Impulse take care of Cloud9. 2-0, and now Impulse sits 1 game away from their rematch with Team Liquid.
Definitely looking forward to that one.
My destination is
who will nab that last spot to Worlds. It's not quite there yet, though. As you said, Cloud9 pulled the reverse sweep just yesterday.
Yeah. And we'll see if they can fix those mistakes. I mentioned earlier, I feel like Soraka is this series of Mumu. They picked the first 2 games, swear it was going to be okay, and it didn't quite. I feel like this time you ban out Soraka, and then maybe it's going to be okay. Like,
or Killer. I still want to see people go for Killer.
I mean, they had Ashe and Elise in the same game the first time and still couldn't get into it. I think Canada I do think it's going to be controversial. Right? They picked Rock, I believe Varus was this. That was like, we're going to post at least with non-taking lanes, right? Like, that was kind of strange. So I think there definitely are things that can be improved here by C9. I'm just seeing the quality of play of Impulse here. It makes me think that even if you had a good champ select, I don't know if C9 could do it.
Yeah, it's definitely been a rough start for Cloud9.
Yeah.
And a bit demoralizing, so
yeah,
see if they can hold it together. I know all of these guys have been in similar situations
Of
before.
course they have, and they keep doing it, so as much as I may want to bet against them, there's still a chance for C9 here. We're going to see if they're going to do it in a little bit, but for now, for more on Impulse's second win, let's check it with our analysts.
Carve a path.
Your team has
Thanks very much, gentlemen, and another 33-minute game. The first game, 33-36. This one, 33-47. Not too much longer for Tip to even win that one. And Cloud9 actually shrunk what was a 3K deficit in game 1 at 15 minutes to 1K here, but still the same result, guys.
Yeah, a lot of that was just the farming and not having it get as out of hand early, but it still got completely out of hand with the game. I honestly think this rocket pick is stopping so much from happening from Cloud9's side.
And then honestly, it just looked like a repeat of the first game where they would just keep bringing the jungle down over and over and over to the bottom and just keep killing the Ashe. And I don't want to see them play Ashe anymore. I want to see them put Sneaky on an ADC, you can just carry and just kind of do his own thing. Yeah, they need to play extra spawner or something. I feel like it'd be a much better pick for them.
Self-sufficient, and I think Kalista, TIP banned, or C9 banned at game 1. They're swapping sides again. So if they don't ban Kalista, they have the opportunity to carry themselves. I want to see that self-sufficient AD carry for them because right now, 6 deaths game 1, 8 deaths game 2. Despite the current 5-0 until that final death, they're just focusing on bottom. They're putting so many resources in bottom lane. They said that they can see what TX. They said that they can see down. They're not actually they're running circles.
It wasn't even there that much. In the errors that High is making, and the positioning that Saint, you were talking about in the game where High would be on the complete wrong side of the map for those bottom lane matches.
Well, I mean, part of that is, you're playing Shyvana. Like, Shyvana has to farm into your Sadie Devour, you have to farm your stack. So the problem with that is you're not going to be on the right side of the map half the time. You're trying to do jungle. So I want to see him on a champion that can actually defend the bot lane. I want to see Stan or something like that out of Sneaky. And I want to see the bot lane actually winning for once. Because mid's already doing great on its own, so I don't think you need to show it any more love.
Yeah. Stay away from the Karma pick too. I am not a fan of that pick at all. I feel like locking an Alistar, locking anything else is going to be very beneficial for you. Taking a Janna too, just keeping Sneaky safe, something like that to at least help your bottom lane. Because Karma just sits there and it's like, if I'm not poking, I'm not doing too much for my team.
And it looks like, if you can tip on your screen just now, very confident, feeling very safe. They're getting everything they want out of these lanes, and they still have some flavor to work with. Like I said, 11 games previously that they hadn't played Sivir in. Now they bring it back, and they can go to whatever they use in these past 11 games that they haven't shown. So they still got a lot to work with up their sleeve. Looking at how Cloud9 can now change coming into this one, you said they have to get rid of the Soraka possibly. What can they look for to pick and get themselves into this game?
Well, I think they have to completely change up how they're playing the game. And, like, it's really hard for them to ban pick against Tip right now, because I feel like you see last game they banned Shen because they don't want Impact to get it, but a lot of teams consider Shen to be a counter to Fizz. So they're just like, okay, well you banned the counter to this champion. Like, what are you going to play with Big Fizz?
Still went off.
Yeah, so it's showing that they have deep champion pools and they have a lot of stuff to pull from. It makes it really difficult for T9 to ban pick. So unless they just change up everything and just play a really different type of style in team comp, I think it's not going to go past game 3.
We're going to have to. Zyrene, any ideas on what Cloud9 can do to approach this game 3, knowing the pressure is on now, something they did just yesterday?
Play more to your bottom lane, drop the Karma, get yourself a self-sufficient AD carry, and then for bans, you gotta come in here and be like, all right, Soraka, Nidalee, Shen, or Azir, Nidalee, Shen. One of those two should be the 3 bans for them. I just feel like leaving the Azir up is might have to be. You don't want to see those guys.
Without any more options than maybe what they have to do. We'll see if Cloud9 can pull off the reverse sweep 2 days in a row now. Game 3 against Team Impulse is coming your way in just 3.5. Stick with us.
Killing spree.
Sorry, the Evelyn. Oh, there's the Gate! Shotgun only gets one, but it's enough for Elimination to go down. Gate gets that kill. Falls, Tanky the front line. Shotgun catches 2 though. They trade back on a high and into the back line. Sneaky goes for what he can. Finds a couple of kills. Now Apollo wants back, thirsting for blood. Gets another one with the Phantom Dancer. Now trying to run. Gets rid of shields and heals. That means another one is next.
Stay together, stay together. No. Yeah, we're good.
Coming.
Help me.
Ash die.
No!
Impulse take care of Cloud9. 2-0.
Welcome back, everyone. Before we follow Team Impulse and Cloud9 into Game 3, we crack open the LCS mailbag to see what you have been asking on Twitter with the hashtag AskSaint. You ready?
All right, hit me.
Fantastic. Let's start with an oldie but a goodie. Saint, do you have your smite on F or D?
F, so you probably don't want to use that one since I don't hit it very much, but yeah, always F. D for defensive, man, so for flashing away.
Have you ever thought of changing it? Like, maybe I could change
That's what it is all along. No way. Even when I have to change my summoner skills from when I put like mid lane, when you do like flash ghosts, I always like press the wrong one on accident. So I'm not gonna do that.
All right, so smite on
F.
F. Smite on F. All right. So then Steven has a question geared towards our series at hand. What do you think is C9's biggest weakness right now, and would fixing that weakness make them a world-class team again?
Well, if you look how like any good team works, is there's always one lane that's like an aggressive lane that's going to be pushing and taking your turrets. So if you like look at the Cloud9 series or even this series, what lane do they have that they're getting an advantage in where they're taking turrets? And it's not in the bot lane because the Ashe is just dying repeatedly, and it's not in the top lane just because it's either evened off or Impact's like taking the lane over. And yeah, mid lane's getting an advantage, but usually mid lane has a ton of wave clear, so you can't take turrets in that lane. So like how does C9 progress the game? So I think that they need to work on finding a lane that they can use to progress the game to take those turrets. And I think that lane is like, Sneaky's a great ADC if you just play around him, so.
All right, so that's the road to Worlds for them. Fix up those, at least that.
Fix it.
We'll get Sneaky.
Yeah, do that this game.
Every game.
This game, yeah.
All right, we'll see if it can happen. All right, looking at the game of 3 of today's series. Right now, Team Impulse just need one more win to face off against Team Liquid for a shot at Worlds.
My heart and
Cloud9's
sword,
back is definitely
always
against
for
the wall.
Demacia.
It is do or die at this point for them, and the pressure's on. They came out of yesterday hoping to use some of that momentum, and it's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, the momentum's all gone. TIP is basically crushing them. When you're 1-14 as an AD carry in this series, you're sitting there going, well, my team is not helping me. I'm not able to help myself. And so Sneaky, the guy you were talking about, who's the clutch player for them, the person who gives them a large advantage, they're not giving him anything to get that advantage with. And Cloud9 is just falling by the wayside. They're getting utterly destroyed by TIP, much harder than the 2 games that they lost against Gravity. It's a different squad, and honestly, I think this is going to end up being a 3-0 the way it's panning out. Cloud9 has to do a lot of adjusting coming into here. They basically have to change everything up.
Well, the pressure is on even more than ever now. Let's send it over to our casters. But for first, Sneaky explains how Cloud9 spent their time preparing for the regional qualifiers.
Well, we were scrimming a lot more with like open mind just because of how much more time we had. Normally before, throughout the weeks, we would be reluctant to really try any like crazy picks. Like say all this carry jungler stuff I was doing, we probably wouldn't have tried to do that if we didn't have an insane amount of time to work with.
Well, we did see C9 bring in a couple of different things, right? Again, we saw the Shyvana back, we saw the Kaz come out, we saw the Amumu yesterday. Again, I've heard good things about the Amumu in scrims, it just hasn't worked out on stage, so.
This is when you do it again.
That's true, and they've run 2 very different comps both times, right? Very different styles. You mentioned some misplays, though, around the Shyvana, like playing aggressively when the jungler wasn't going to be there to support, so those are things that can definitely be shored up, but yeah, I want to see what style comes next for Cloud9. It's, I think, going to be important for them to find something they can really hone in on. Saint said just play around Sneaky, give him a damage-focused carry like a Triss, something safe, something that's not going to get picked on as much. Triss fills that role pretty well.
Yeah, you can't win with a 0-8 AD carry.
I challenge you on that one. I've won games 0 and 8 before.
Freak has gone 0 and 8 many times.
Yeah, and I still win more than I lose, so somehow it happened. Braum first banned by Impulse, Nidalee away from Cloud9. Honestly, this guy is keeping a lot of the same stuff here. We're seeing Braum actually, you know, look at that, and Impulse realized it as well. That I have yet to see that, and that's so smart to realize before your opponents do what's the important champion and banning it out preemptively.
I mean, they banned out Tristana previously as well,
they
right?
did? I don't
in
think
previous
so.
Games.
I don't.
They did one of them.
I might, one of us is misremembering because I'm going to say no and you're saying yes. Azir banned away by Cloud9. Kalista still dropped by Impulse. They're dropping 2 bans at Sneaky here. I'm probably the one who's wrong, by the way. So there's the last bans. Wasn't at least in the last game. First Big Shen comes through for Impulse.
Baby. All my hopes are on the first game.
Soraka banned out by Cloud9 this time around, though. The Evelyn also left up, by the way. So unless High takes that, I feel like we see Rush get to play that champion here.
Definite possibility. No surprise for the insta-lock there. First lock for Shen. They did decide to switch it up, though. So at least there will be no Soraka this time. But again, Adrian is just really, really strong on kill roaming supports as well. And Alistar is still up. With Braum and Soraka banned, I feel like he might go back towards the Alistar, which would be a really big front line for Impulse, both Shen and Alistar. Cloud9 though, everything is in their hands right now. Lemonation could play it, take it away, but he's really been preferring the more off-meta champions.
Gragas comes through for high. He's going to play a big dumb tank in the jungle now, and it's going to be balls set up to make the plays on Rumble. The comp does go through Impulse, switch around and say, well, we got those champs. Let's get some heavy ganking coming in from the support role. Alistar with break setup.
Yeah, not only is it that Alistar, who Adrian is so good at making early roams and making combo plays with, but Rush's Evelynn has been a huge damage source for Impulse. One of his most damaging junglers that he has played, and that backs up this Shen really well. Him and Impact almost by themselves were able to carry Team Impulse at Madison Square Garden with these two champions. So we'll see what Rush gets up to early. A strong early start on Evelynn is really difficult to stop when she's backed up by a Shen, because it just enables Rush's playstyle so well.
I think we see them pick their duo lane here. I think they really want to save one for Incarnation. It's going to be Morgana Vayne as the pickup here. So really changing things up yet again. This is a very strong team fighting team. Gragas with Vayne, very, very strong. Morgana and Rumble, I think, very good together as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is Balls Rumbles, right? The legendary favorite champion. He's played a whole bunch of Maokai, but he's going to be able to do some damage. We'll see if him and Hai can actually coordinate. Don't know how many games they have together on Run and Progress. There's potential for big oopsies there.
That's true.
Thinking though, he's going to be on Vayne and able to handle himself. Analyst Des talked about wanting to get him off the Ashe. Now he does have invisibility and mobility to rely on. See if he's able to keep himself safe against this Alistar Shen though.
That's going to be really difficult. Evelynn continues showing up in the lane. Morgana is a decent savior at least. He can get through some of these taunts. Sivir picked up for the lane matchup. As time moves on, Vayne can easily win that 1v1. The lane matchup itself going to be an interesting one to watch for.
Yeah, but once you get to the group stage, the Sivir's going to boost up all these frontliners that are going to pile on top of
first of many.
The cow ball delivery system, right? Adrian and Gate's going to be pretty crazy as well. So Cloud9, how good are they at re-engaging or disengaging or counter-engaging or something to that effect? They're going to need something to do in a team fight here. There's so many terms for it. They're almost all the same. They all mean the same thing.
30 seconds until minions
not so much, but the rest of them.
I don't know about meaning the same thing, but
re-engage and counter-engage, I feel like, are pretty much the same thing.
Okay.
That's what I was going for there. I know I misspoke.
Well,
we're gonna move on.
The Morgana you talk about really does shine in the counter-engaging aspect. So
she's a good re-engaged champion, and Yasuo does come through. I was wondering about that. The Gragas and the Vayne are the two who can set him up. Incarnation. I don't remember seeing him play Yasuo in a very long time.
Team takes matters into his own hands here. Now if they focus on mid lane and they get that Gragas Yasuo going, it's a really strong combo. Deadly at pretty much all stages of the game. Early on, the Bi-Slam Flash ganks, Yasuo has an easy time both setting up and
holding the world
assisting in ganks, even before the level 6 synergy, but
our curse
especially after.
All right, well, Cloud9's backs against the wall. Their season ends today if they do not win this. And Incarnation, I believe, playing his first ever Yasuo game right here to hold him into this one. I could be incorrect on the stat.
I feel like he will see.
Did he? Did I just like miss? Oh, you're right. He did. He played on the. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Oh my god, I looked and like didn't see it and just like forgot that happened. All right, well, moving on from that one, playing his second professional Yasuo game, much less impactful statistic. The game is about to go live, so head over to Twitter and update your vote. And if you think TIP is going to make it 3 in a row, send hashtag sweep. If you believe in Cloud9, send hashtag reverse sweep. Let us know what it's going to be here. Impulse looking at that match. Unfortunately, you guys cannot escape me. I am everywhere. I am loud and obnoxious and wrong about many things. But it's game 3. Impulse up 2-0. That I'm right about.
Are you excited for Incarnation's first Yasuo?
Shut up,
yesterday?
Kobe! Yes! His first Incarnation game What? Yasuo game of the day.
Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Don't be so hard on yourself, man.
I like looked through it too. I was like, Craig,
He's actually reading. All right, well, let's check out this. Spell Thieves, so there's potential for Lemonation to earn some early gold.
Oh yeah. 5 + 3 + 5 + 5. So much money earned. Elimination. 18 gold to start this one out. I know, right?
Look at what Russia's doing here. The Evelyn counter invade on both sides here for Impulse. So
really, really like that.
Yeah, anytime you have Evelyn and you have vision of the enemy team, go wild, because there are no pink wards at this stage of the game.
We fight for those who
not gonna
cannot.
happen.
Pretty much all let's see if he gets cornered here, though.
Well, they picked it. Uh-oh. I mean, seriously, this is... Oh dear.
There's so many places he could go.
Oh, man, Rush!
For democracy.
Easy.
They got so close, too. Wow. He is safe.
Right. Oh, this could even still backfire. There's 4 people of Cloud9 if they land a binding. Lemon also landed, started binding, remember.
Impact missed the taunt, though. Ball's at 200 health, but he's going to run
Lemon
away
flash?
from the camp. Double hit from high. Ball's at 100 health. Balls! Has to flash away, but the bind hits Impact. He's going to corner him. Oh, no. First blood still comes through, though. High makes it happen. The invasion of 4. Rush has flash. High does not. Just to be safe, Rush flashed the way, but a huge start for C9.
Yeah, I mean, first blood going over to high is very big. Gragas can get off to a very strong early start. Talked about how much impact he could have on the mid lane. Speaking of impact, he's going to try and help Rush jungle, but High is on the counter jungle.
Oh, the bind hits! Oh, but he body blocks the body slam. Some damage is actually blocked out here. Rush is 1 hit away. High already has 2 kills. Holy cow. Now hitting up Impact, who does not have a Q, gets binded. Heals the Alistair. Move over. Elimination takes a tower shot. He's now running away. Wow, what a start to this game.
That's going to take things off. Who got the money on the closer side? It was Alistar, so Adrian got the answer on the equal side. That is less than ideal. High definitely should get off a very strong early start. He's still level 1 though, despite getting both of those kills. Not enough experience to be shared with Lemon Nation. And he should be just fine. All right. Well, top lane did shake out into an Alistar plus Shen combo. Neither of which have flash though, so that actually makes it a lot less scary for Sneaky. He doesn't have to worry too much, even with the Evelyn jungle, because Evelyn was set so far behind. If Evelyn came this early, it would be either a level 1 or a really low health Evelyn. Sneaky actually just fine up there on the top side. Especially the taunts. That was just the small width that taunt was changed, by the way. Long time ago, but pre-nerf. We're on 514, so a fast pass.
Isn't playing too much with the solo queue, his timing's off. Rush to clearing his jungle away. 11 CS on the Eve, doing just fine. High taking a much slower route. He's only level 2 actually, so High is managed to miss a lot of income.
Because he's decided to go place a ward, whereas Rush is just trying to farm back into the game. So
there's no camps left.
Yeah, he waited. It was definitely that, but returning to the side of the jungle where the confrontation was. Now he's looking for a flashless level 2 gang. 5 minutes.
It's fine. Here's the attempt. Incarnation goes for the knockup. He's gonna land it. Body slam hits as well. Gate losing a lot of HP. Ignite is on. He wants it. He's gonna get it. Gate's gonna go down. Flash or not. Incarnation is the beneficiary.
So, we did prep the power of the even 3 Yasuo Gragas combo. I did not expect the level 2 flashless Gragas Yasuo combo to get not only the kill, but all the summoners out of Gate. Definitely huge misplays by Gate. He definitely should have burned summoners much earlier, but he was being fairly greedy. He wanted to hold on to them, thought he could survive without burning them, and only ends up losing everything in it.
Yeah, he flashed with Ignite still on it. That's not even a hard math to do, but unfortunate for Gate. Gets up.
Is that considered math if you're just like, I'm on fire? Don't waste
You want to stop, drop, and roll. Ooh, Rush takes the whole thing away.
Entire level.
The entire game.
I will not falter. I think High might have. Looks like they're trying to combo there.
Elimination with Black Shield on, still trying to take on the matchup. And now we do have, of course, swapped lanes in this one. Sivir 1v1ing Rumble, and Rumble not too far behind the CS. The Shen's actually pretty heavily, 9 down to 20. Incarnation goes to the play. Gate gonna get jumped on. One more hit. Incarnation trying to run. Gets it. And he will die to the turret, but that is still very worth it for Incarnation.
Yep, Incarnation got experience for it as well. Balls is dead.
Nice tower dive. Adrian swapped back to the bot lane, and Rush showed up for the dive.
Continuing to target bottom lane, even when Stinky's not there.
Jeez. For how terrible a start Rush had, he's already 0, 1, and 2. Left was high as well. What do do? Oh man, they can just repeat this.
Well, they don't have a level 6 Alistar. He's still level 5.
Oh damn, the teleport though. Get burned, so jumped in towards high, they will. Working away though, Balls TP force, impact as well. Nice body slam though, bit of damage down, but the full prize re-land.
Now it's very, very bad for T-Bullets, and it's getting worse.
Fired an Aegis to a top by impact, flashes right back out of taking exhaust, so Summoners traded on all sides, but the re-engage comes through. Balls gets that kill, they trade back on high, then Rush is next on the menu. Balls does have the flame spitter, finds him in the brush, then it's now Incarnation's turn to show up as Impact getting jumped on, dashes towards the wall, tries to get away. Incarnation holding the aggro, and it's time for Balls to do some damage, but careful, because they're losing health. Incarnation gonna get the kill, but it is Morgana's dead. A 3 for 1 at the very end of it all. But
Cloud9 are making a very good case for a comeback here in the series. Go down 0-2 again, but they have a very strong early start. Not only did Impulse botch that dive terribly, but Sneaky was free bombing the top side the entire time, and he could take that turret whenever he pleases.
And Gate never showed either. Gate was never.
Gate got soloed by Incarnation. They both died.
Right.
So both mid laners were dead, walking back from the fountain. The 4 versus 3 here goes bad for Impulse because Rush had to take a power hit on the opposite side, and Incarnation actually makes his way. You're right. Incarnation decides to join Gate's side.
Well played dive at the end of it all. So Cloud9 up 3 kills, up 1,600 gold. So now he's getting us left side. Based on the fact that they will see Gate with the blue buff here.
Plus the early. This is so good. After 10 minutes is gone, not surprised.
Yeah, what a great start by C9. Finally getting an early game that they can be proud of. Incarnation also 4-1, really with static shift. He's going to have a lot to say about this game in his second ever professional Yasuo game.
If I can they know Impact doesn't have Flash, but he's still Shen, and he does have early magic resist. This is a magic resist jungler on top of top.
Yeah, expecting Cal to steal here, but before that can even happen, here comes the fish to the back line, and there's even the submarine with Evelyn coming around the back. It's a 4v2. Elimination's gonna be first. Now Rush goes in for Sneaky, the taunt lands, and goodbye to Vayne at 2-0.
Yeah, I actually thought that Impact was backing off this top lane turret because he sensed the gank coming, but it was so he could do the teleport, and he's stand united again. All this focus here from Impulse, able to pull off the dive.
He has to hide. High's with those burn, which means he thinks he's safe. Here comes High. Body slam. Good flash by Gate. That's what we're talking about here. Preemptive flash gets him away.
Pretty much cut Cloud9 in half. By
Back now, forced to play the defensive farm game in the backside.
As we look fairly easy for me to outplay Shen.
Yeah, true.
In a 1-versus-1, so they definitely have a good answer this time to the split push. Plus they can work around mid lane here. Incarnation is bad.
Be bold. Be just. Shiv done. Going towards the Triforce build we see very frequently now on Yasuo. Rush waiting in a warded brush, but that ward can't see him, so false sets to Cloud9. Yeah. He is down though, so no easy submarine.
Cloud9, there's got to be a reason that their bottom lane is playing so far up without a turret. And it's because they have High already. Once again, High's looking for a counter gank.
On these spots, Rush, elimination gets the binding, in they go! Rush, goodbye! And the TP in for balls, maybe for a bit more, nothing found yet.
So this is very, very solo QS. When you're looking for counter ganks like that, you always go to your lane first and choose. Put yourself in the enemy jungler's shoes, and the easiest lane to gank, the one without the turret, the one that has a dual lane pushing really far up. Place yourself for the counter gank. Incarnation!
Ooh, headbutt makes a shockwave miss though, but still Ignite is on him. Double knock up, trying to run. There's a Shen, but look at this. Dash the wall. I'm a Raptor. I'm hiding, I'm one of them. I'm a jungle minion. Adrian with the second kill of the game on a flash pulverize. And now Sneaky looking to feed this one up. Balls are the first to run. These guys are now surrounded on their side of the jungle. The flash forward by Rush picks up one. Now he's got to run away from the equalizer. Gets the Shen out. He's not going down. They need to end the turret. Oh, knocked back, and no, the taunt saves his life. Impact twice in the same battle. Saves Rush. 11-9, TIP now winning.
Don't even what prompted that dive down bottom to be in between two turrets for Cloud9. Impulse bring this right back to even with some ridiculous jungle skirmishing. But he's gonna. I will not falter. They're trying to get deep wards. They got the deep pink ward. Spell shielded the Gragas ultimate, and Balls went through the turret.
Not the team though, he's just trying to solo here, gets crit a couple times. Rush does block the body slam. Great flash. I think he even didn't take damage from Equalizer. I think it took literally 0.
Yeah, I think that was a communication breakdown for Cloud9 because Incarnation got caught at the same time they were trying to do the body power dive. Half of the team went up to try and help Incarnation, and half of the team continued to power dive. So Cloud9 managed to go for the communication and the team all being on the same page. That was definitely a breakdown for them as they got split into jungle.
Our team is going to win the battle with C9. Yeah. I heard like 3 laughs. Except for me, but here we go. Agent around the wall. Jumped on here. Does not have ulti, I believe, but Rush gets found with a knockup, but there's the first kill. Shotgun comes across. Oh, that is very low. The Equalizer does a whole crap ton of damage, and Sneaky gets some kills. A double for Incarnation. He's going to get his third on this one. Finally, a good fight for Cloud9. A 4 for 1.
They may have chose different paths on the red side jungle, but they all end in the river here. And Cloud9, 5 members destroy Impulse. They'll take the turret and the dragon after that very easily. They could decide to try and push on T2. But it looks like dragon number 1 is on the easy pickup here. That was a great setup here with the ward bait. Instant ultimate from Incarnation off the Gragas, and he barely gets there. Remember Apollo used both summoners to get away from all the outside of the map? So this time, he's taking
the Wolves, level 9 on him. Just one ahead of High. Is going for the AP build, by the way.
For those who cannot.
Yeah, a large rod and a... Look, his light reading. He's on his own page here on that.
Alright, this game is going to as the teams try and fight over vision. Should be because the ball is going to try and answer either top lane islands with well, it's just the thing is that Impact has a ticket off the island.
Oh, you're right.
He's got to make a boat. Yeah, even though both teleports are down, Impact can just up and leave and join the rest of the team. So yeah, Cloud9 have to be careful with their 4 versus 4 roaming.
Our courage must never waver.
They can turn very quickly, but also more coming back up to that. Shouldn't be a problem for long.
Nice steep board of elimination. They are also playing around the bot lane. With TP being up, they're okay playing around the Shen ulti and letting Impact show up.
Getting some good damage on the turret, trying to bait out that spell shield.
Adrian goes very far forward, but misses the pulverize as well. That's a risk. Apollo trying to do what he can to the backside. They will kill off balls. The equalizer only does so much, and Adrian trying to stay alive. And he will survive it.
Low.
But this could be a re-engage before too long. 31-0. Equals let him walk away.
Power dive there for Cloud9. I think they're having a hard time. Impact is piling. Didn't really account for that and barely missed out on the kill on Adrian.
The funny thing is with all these dives, I feel like a straight up team fight is still in C9's favor. Like, Bane's not really going to get jumped on very easily. There's so much easy setup for Yasuo. Like, C9 going for all these dives.
Yeah, well, it's also not always the best to go for the tower dive with Alistar as your target. I mean, Bane does have
still cut about 70% damage that put out. Alright, we'll see what else can happen though. 13-13 in kills, a 1,000 gold game. Cloud9's backs against the wall, and they're finally starting to get back to themselves. Close out. Incarnation.
Already how Rush is trying to get around behind one of the other in the mid lane. Impulse trying to set up this catch.
Also heading down as Yasuo pushes mid. Gate's gonna match that.
Rush not able to get around behind. He was looking for an opening in the lane, but he's not able to. This is going to be a full 5-man of Cloud9, so.
Top lane goes down, bot lane tier 2 under fire at the same time. This turret will be killed, and Impulse will not stop it. So well orchestrated. C9 get just enough members in time. to keep it all alive.
Not able to get the positioning there early enough before they saw balls move down from the mid lane. So
now Net is up, and Shen is still getting work done in the top lane. His Bombi Cinder helping pushing a little bit faster.
Yeah, it was a T2 for a T1 though.
Yeah, you're right.
So definitely good for Cloud9.
Ball shows up in time to keep Throat alive, so no actual damage done to that top lane tier 2.
Rush still scouting ahead here.
Looking for greedy recalls. He's got a Shen ulti. If Rush finds anyone, that champion's pretty much dead.
The thing is, they don't have deep wards for Team Impulse, so this is a really risky play from Rush. Yes, it is Rush. He's not afraid to go for risky plays like that.
Apollo's alone, but he's not really alone. Adrian also not really alone. Gonna get jumped on here. Pops the ulti, has a Shen, and already Sneaky at half HP. Explosive cast to separate for a little bit. Elimination now showing, but he's gonna get taunted up. He's gonna be an easy pickings here. And Lemon will go down.
Yeah, trying to pull off Rush sneak attacks against the team with Sivir and Shen is so risky.
The thing is, it wasn't even required for that fight to go well. It was just the Shen showing up was enough to win that battle. Now Rush jumped on, body slam into everything, but how much damage do they really have? Rush taking a fair bit, flashes away, the Shane's Incarnation does get the kill, but Gates around the wings, he's got to be careful. Knockup comes through, but the damage still follows. But however, Vayne got the solo kill. Sneaky barely killed off Apollo.
Even though it was a 1-for-1, 1-for-2 actually right there.
They
also stalled the tower push there from Impulse, so no hesitation from Cloud9. They pulled off the Gragas Yasuo combo again. Ball's going to try and clear this wave. It's actually really dangerous for him though. Adrian ultimate is down from the last skirmish, so no dive.
I gotta point out that Sneaky won that 1v1 with 2,000 gold in inventory. He's down a full item. That was the inventory when that fight actually came through.
Vayne versus Sivir. Did he get the condemn for free? No.
Oh, he
auto
condemned
attack.
Adrian. And then just...
This auto. And he got the flash, late flash up. Yep. He didn't even look like he dodged most of the
Unfortunately long enough for one.
Got flash.
Yeah, we can take a whole lot of damage.
Still corners though, so it's only a matter of time here.
And there's the setup, ult into ult. Incarnation says thank you very much. Hi, I'll take it from here. 8th kill of the game for Incarnation. Who's the guy to watch for in this round?
Definitely a worthy objective. And even though they lost the attack, if they get back in time to defend, it's not that bad of a trade. They do, lose that on vision control.
No vision at all on this side of the map.
Incarnation gets caught though.
He's just buying time for the team. I don't think he even cares if he goes down. TIP aren't even trying. This is theirs. This is completely theirs. No chance at all of seeing it happen. Well played, Cloud9. A great Baron call. That's theirs.
They make the pick on impact. They have the pink wards down, and Cloud9 looking to press this series on. They don't want to go home. 3.
Okay, we have ourselves a series. This game's been very close, but Cloud9 starting to keep an advantage finally. We crashed through the mid game. 24 minutes, 31 kills we had so far. That's such a not going to expect that.
Fair enough. That was decent. Alright, with the Baron buff, do they decide to just root at 5 here? It's hard for them to hit a turret. I feel like they have to make use of their split push. They have to have but they don't! They just have Incarnation go solo the AD carry here, gets out the Shen ultimate, then gets taunted!
Gets taunted, but there's the jump into the side. Windball buys a lot of time, and Gate gets jumped on by Sneaky the same. Now Elimination trying to run away, very low on health. Zeke's Harbinger is on, and that's a couple of kills picked up with the 2-for-1. Impact's the next one. That's a huge fight. A Quadra for Sneaky comes through! Holy cow, Cloud9!
Take him off the give him some room to play.
Look what happened. Cloud9 could try to end the game right here. 15 seconds on the respawn, and just like yesterday, the first game looked a bit ugly, but they want to close this game out now. This is close. I think they get one turret and that's it.
track of the home guards here. There are 0 home guards on Team Impulse. So Baron and Power Recall should be just fine to get them out. Huge swing, having the base open like that. Front door is now wide open. Incarnation is making his way down the wave. What a solo player. You gotta expect the Shen is coming. Goes back in and tries to finish it before the teleport comes in. And that shockwave almost turned it. That into the Adrian knockup, but it left Sneaky by himself.
Yeah, Apollo chased Sneaky, which was really strange. He had no business
that was not true.
Both Gage and Apollo split that fight by just leaving and saying we lost.
Blue team's turret has
But we
been
criticized them before, actually. Before the grapple awareness,
There was
the battle.
a turret right next to them.
Yeah.
To lock Sneaky happily will take the Quadra though.
That was good. That one, he buys whatever he can afford. Completed item, and he's gonna feel happy here.
Definitely just items right now.
Alright, well, no Baron on the table for a while. Dragon's got a long window as well. Fairly recently taken by Impulse. Baron times out. 30 minutes and 44 seconds. Baron respawns. Actually.
Watch for the pulverize combo. There's no flash. Cloud9 should be very happy about that.
Balls right now playing
Cloud9, when they push up like this, they have to be very well aware of Evelyn flanks, and they have to drop people behind them. Because if you get a submarine Evelyn on the backside, and he gets off the taunt, and really cut the legs out from under it. Rush gets engaged already.
He's running away from dead, but is going to survive. Keeping to the cross. No tornadoes just yet, but Adrian, a lot of health, pops the ulti. No way in yet for Incarnation, but now Sneaky is godlike. 8, 2, and 3. Incarnation once in, just kills away some minions. He's unafraid now. Oh, man. This could be the game-winning push right now. Adrian's already dead. 5v4. C9 looking to come back in this series. They find the engage. A big shock with turned around though. Incarnation forced to run, but it's already 2 kills picked up. Rush is next on the table. Sneaky says thank you for that one. Picks it up. He wants impact. Won't quite get it, but a legendary Sneaky's gonna be enough. This is going to be the game. This is going to be the C9 comeback, and they finally get on the board. The dream of their reverse sweep is here, and Cloud9 close it out in 28 minutes. Oh my word.
They dropped the Ash pick after 2 games. And they start. That's
a terrible game for the first 2. Incarnation was the only source of damage to the team. Now Stevie had the most on the game. 50% more than the Incarnation. More than everyone else in the enemy team by far. That's what Shen got through too. That's what scary.
Yeah.
And let him get those champions.
It got through, but Impact and Rush had a and Impulse not able to bring that one back. But Cloud9, I feel like it takes them 2 games to adjust. How they've adjusted?
Maybe. Well, I guess the 3 would adjust. B9 has finally found something to do. The Soraka band came through. It took the comps a little bit. It seemed to matter somewhat. The early game was, of course, amazing. Guys, the catch, they got the kills, the 2 on high. So much went well. We'll see if they keep that up.
By no means a clean game.
Oh no.
This was a bloody game.
31 kills in 20 minutes means it was a bloody game that was close.
Very back and forth.
It's going to be interesting to watch the rest of the series, but right now we're going to see what our analysts have to say on that Cloud9 victory.
Thank you very much, Freak. And Cloud9 and 4 now. Apparently this is how they end everything. 2 losses, and then they keep it going. I was going to say it yesterday, is that you see Team Solo Mid say, we'll lose 1, and then we'll win. I guess Cloud9 says, we'll lose 2, and then we'll win. Which works because that's all you can do. Oh, man.
that's really how they're operating. That's something to say about their picks and
It's not going to be very easy if they keep going this way.
Yeah, they're like, let's just try some things, and then they actually get their act together. That last game, though, wasn't really their act completely together. That was a super chaotic game from the get-go.
I mean, they got kind of lucky with how the level 1 went, where they came out and 2 kills. I think that really put Evelyn is a champion. You need a level 11 start. You need a good pull to get off their games and there. And they didn't really have that happen. And I also think that C9 adapted really well in the ban. They knew that they were going to pick Shen, right? And they knew they were going to pick Shen. They're like, hey, we've been winning with it. Might as well pick it. They just went with the main pick, which is a counter to both those champions. That was a really good adaptation by them.
Yeah, not only did they lock in the Vayne, they gave it some attention. Kai sitting in the bottom lane half the time, able to do a simple brush, and then as soon as he sees Evelyn going for that flank, he's able to just jump out. So I love that they're focusing more around the bottom lane. Because honestly, even if you trade 1-for-1 in kills, it's a kill on Vayne versus a kill on like a Sivir. You're going to have
Actually, bring up that replay right now, talking about 26 minutes in.
Looks like it's going to get turned around on them when getting a ultimate involved, so he can get his ultimate off here. But Sneaky saves this. Zeke's coming online after the final hour up, and he rolls out to C. The final hour increases his figure AD on Vayne. So now he's putting with that extra damage, and then he's able to clean up the fights. Everybody's focusing on the 2 damage dealers on the right. The threat comes. Boom. 3 people in this. You want to go after them, but you leave Sneaky alone in the gate, and then everybody's running off the side. Nobody's on Sneaky right now. It's 5 meaningful damage, and then he just takes out the back line. Everybody was trying to focus on this big cluster of other threats from C9 that was over on the right side.
Yeah, it just like Vayne just completely melts Shen. It completely melts even Alistar through the ultimate. You do true damage.
I love the pick because they saw those 2 already locked in. He's like, all right, I'll go for this. Yeah, I know what else you're gonna pick.
And also on top of that, you can condemn and you can use the Yasuo ultimate off.
Yeah, you have some self-peel. You can tumble around. I love this pick for him. Definitely like it a lot more than the Ashe because that was just so good. Okay, we don't want to see no Ashe, no Carmen. I like both those adaptations here from C9.
Well, so you can see C9 taking a few more moments now as we are about to enter into Game 4. They know the pressure keeps mounting with every one of these games. And if they do go to win this, it has to be to all 5. And they'll have games tomorrow, too, back to back to back.
Oh, man. But they are a team that's not unfamiliar to this situation. They just had this yesterday, right?
True.
This is a team that works well under pressure. The only person on this team that hasn't been under that much pressure that many times. He's having really good games. All of their games, despite them being losses for him, 2 of them, his Incarnation Yasuo was really good. About 9 kills or something like that.
First place.
Ari had the most kills in the game, most damage in the game, too. No, first play.
Love you, Freak.
Shout out to Freak on that one. But yeah, Incarnation's been having a really good game despite all the things that have happened around that. Go over his lead into the bottom lane and both play.
Yeah, I think Incarnation is performing really consistently and is winning his lane pretty much every single time by CS, even just by throws. I think if they can just, like you said, spill it over into the bot lane and then just get that advantage down there, I think they'll be good to go. Like, the top lane is just looks steady even pretty much, and I mean each person's making their TP play. It's like, hey, we're showing up to kill the bot lane. Hey, I'm showing up to kill the bot lane. And I don't really think that matchup's going to matter that much, so it's really just get the mid lane ahead and then have the mid lane come down and get the bot lane ahead.
Seems like things definitely changed around for Cloud9 there as they changed up the competition. Starting to work out with the sticks that way. Cloud9 have kept the series alive, and we'll see if they can tie up the series against Team Impulse in Game 4. The North American Regional Qualifiers continue after this.
Only has 2 kills, holy cow! Have a cue. Oh, Alistair! Gonna get jumped off. One more hit, Incarnation trying to run!
Nice. We're back. Kill Yip, no flash, no flash. Ori. I'm on Sivir. Kill Ori. You guys are good, Nice, push mid.
That's a couple of kills picked up. It's a 2-for-1. Impact the next one. That's a huge fight. A Quadra for Sneaky comes through. The dream of their reverse sweep is here. And Cloud9's closing out in 28 minutes.
turret has been destroyed.
Welcome back, everyone. Breathing intensifies as we head into Game 4 between Cloud9 and Team Impulse. Cloud9 have now showed renewed life during Game 3 to take themselves into Game 4. Keep a shot at Wolves alive, but each game seems like it's going to be hard to find them. But if they take all of these 5,
all these best of 5 back-to-back.
Exactly.
And you're losing 2 games, that's a ton of stress right off the bat both times. Like, if you keep doing this, man, your players are going to die from stress and heart attacks. It's not going to end up well for them. But on a serious note, though, I love the adaptation in Game 3. It's happening both days, that they're finally getting it all together on that third game. Love the counter. And not just champion stuff. They put more resources into them, too. They kept it high bar. I love the Incarnation's he's that little edge that Saint you were talking about. He's going to get you in the game over his lane opponent. Bring him to a different lane afterwards. Just keep trying to create advantages with him, and then you'll open up the map.
Yeah, I think if C9 can actually get a decent ban pick again, the game they had before I thought was really great. They had a lot of good counter picks, and they just knew exactly what it was pretty obvious. They actually showed that they have counter picks.
And the level 1 was really good too. When you throw off the evolution, you throw off the 2 big playmakers on that side, and then you play to the opposite side of the map, you're pretty much good to go from the start. They did have that little middle game kind of bump. That's why we're probably not talking too much about the level 1, is because it did come down to the team fighting later on and how the teams were executing on it, which I thought Cloud9 did come up on top. They were keeping good flash timers and focusing the right people at the right time. So I love that they were going with that. But one thing I do want to talk about before we actually move on, sorry about that.
Keep it going.
Like Cloud9, they've made these adaptations. They do get to make another adaptation being blue side. So they can leave the Azir up and pick it for themselves. And then they can ban the Shen. Or if they think that the Shen wasn't that scary, which I think they still think it's scary.
Instead of being able to make their own, we'll see if they can manufacture a few of those here as we move into Game 4. So let's head over to the caster desk to get into Champ Select.
Thank you very much, Remington. I am here yet again with Kobe, and it's going to be a very fun game in front of us.
If the last one was any indication, it's going to be a lot of fighting.
I'm okay with this. It's going to be a bunch of fun. Champ Select begins in the second here. Cloud9, of course, is a great iteration.
Impulse faded. They did collapse. High came over, was able to cut off from the Baron pit, so it was a good collapse there from Cloud9.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Well, we'll see if something happens in this game as well. It seems like they needed a lot of that early edge to those back. Meyer looks a bit better for Cloud9. Dawkins feels the other way. I think that one is here to stay. Other adaptations come through. We'll know Braum, probably no Azir or Kalista. I think I know Impulse 3 bans here. We'll see what Cloud9 can do.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what AD carry bans Impulse do stick with, because they are on blue side. They have to ban the Azir.
Now so it's Sneaky play Kalista.
Yeah, Kalista's going to be banned. So Sneaky could get his hands on the Tristana if he really wanted it. Still sticking with that ban.
Like, they didn't ban Lulu last time, and it didn't have like Impulse went for the champion. So I'm what Sinan are going for that ban for. We just haven't seen it come out.
Maybe they're just trying to dissuade the Apollo Kog'Maw style.
Yeah. They don't feel comfortable fighting it. And Hyde actually going to leave up the Shen and the Evelyn, of course, didn't handle it last time. Just grabbing the tracks and saying, no, we just want the tank here.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. 5-14 here in Champ Select. This is before all the Darius changes, so. Jack was happy to blind pick Fizz last 2 games ago. Won with it. And Evelyn just gonna be a strong combo to put together no matter what.
Yeah, Shen has been a pretty big problem for Cloud9. Sid Balls decides to go with Rumble again, though. Yeah.
Well, they could assume the shots. Should be support. Without seeing the whole champ select, it's strange to see that champ come through.
Yeah, the Rumble not a surprise at all, though. Back on that one, 4 balls. They want to magic damage from the top side, stealing away the Yasuo.
Wow, yeah.
The Gate Yasuo.
And with the Alistar pick, then it's not even going to be a lane swap thing where Impact might actually be playing it, and it's you know, the Shen support. So Gate Yasuo in here. He's got 1 knock-up from Apollo, and outside from playing Draven and a handful of others, there's no AD carry support here for knock-up. So it's just Adrian setups.
Apollo can do 2 forms to set it up, though. Headbutt also works.
Yeah. But yeah, I can't think of an AD carry other than Draven that would do it. I know there's a couple. Quinn can do it, and I'm forgetting the rest.
Vayne does, but she's on the other team.
Been stolen. All right, Cloud9, put your comp together. The mid lane Diana comes through, and still the Morgana coming in. So almost the same comp. They've switched out the mid laner as Gate stole away Yasuo. Incarnation grabs his Diana.
This mid lane is going to be a battlefield here. 2 melee mid laners with 2 very strong early ganking junglers. Very recipe for success here in the mid lane for both teams. Let's see who can play better together.
Yeah.
I mean, Incarnation has been playing so well this series for Cloud9.
Tristana's one of them, that's right. Forgot about her.
I think that High would definitely focus that.
I think Jinx or Trist make the most sense. You've got a big front line, a whole lot of setup. You need to clean up AD carry to supplement Gate here. You can't put it all on a Yasuo. He's exhaust bait.
Yeah, also somebody who has...
Interesting.
Somebody... I guess you can spell shield part of Diana's combo.
Yeah, you don't really get away from her as Sivir, though. I'm a bit surprised to see this one here. All right, we're going to see if the comps do pan out, though. Cloud9 and Team Impulse have locked in their full lineups for Game 4. Impulse just need 1 more. They're back on the always successful Sivir for Apollo. A lot
Not always.
Try to set up. That's
last
true.
game.
Frequently successful Sivir. That's a good point. That's a good point.
I mean, they're picking it into the same lane here too. This is the
Yeah.
exact same bottom matchup that we had last game.
But new champions coming through. The Yasuo comes in, and instead of Evelynn, the Elise for Rush. So 3 new champions or changed champions in this champ select here.
These black shields from Lemonation are going to be very important because Impulse are running a Yasuo-based composition where they need knockups to set him off, but they have very low magic damage. So nothing to really burst through the shield. If Lemon can grab it, then they should be able to prevent knockups onto, probably Vayne. Also Diana, maybe you would want to go for that
She'll
route.
be quasi-tanky.
Sneaky should, if he has another good early start, should be very confident in these team fights to work around the knockups.
All right, we'll see if Sneaky can do that. We are getting ourselves into game 4, so you guys at home, tell us who's going to take the series. Tweet hashtag reverse sweep for Cloud9 or hashtag TIP win for Team Impulse here at Lol Esports. They lost a game, they no longer get a cool tag, but the dream of the reverse sweep still alive for Cloud9. And here we go, game 4. Backs yet again against the wall for C9. Can they push off?
Very excited to see Incarnation's Diana here. Does have the teleport, so split pushing option for later. It also opens up a lot of early game shenanigans. Diana can pressure very hard and shove up a lane really easily and then teleport back to lane to her turret quickly to try and gain just a lane advantage. She also has the options, of course, of teleporting to side lanes for action, but that's a lot more risky considering you're a verse Yasuo. So maybe we'll see him use it for lane presence, maybe for side lane control. I feel like early on, he'll just use it for trips back to lane.
And we'll see what the plays end up being. Elimination going for a somewhat shallow invade, reveals the red buff. And an almost useless defensive ward by High up in the river.
Lemon does show in the mid lane, moving or
Towards the
crossing
outside,
down to bottom.
All right, C9 showing where their dual lane's heading to.
So I think the Impulse will be happy to keep them up top then.
Minions has spawned.
And Impulse actually going for a level 1 they did, I believe, in game 1. All 4 members starting at the Krugs up on the top side. They have a very safe leash to rush and then running their duo lane in fast. High on balls will be undisturbed on this side.
It does hide the fact that they're up there because nobody's starting on red, so Cloud9 would assume the double down bottom, or they would assume the lane swap duo are doing Gromp, but they'll be alerted very quickly. That is not the case. Adrian actually going to make an early roam. Did they get him level 2 off it? No. Adrian, they shared experience, so Adrian didn't get any of the experience, so he's still level 1 Alistar. He's not going to go for a gank. He's just going for the
He's
jungle.
looking to track them and says, okay, nothing happened here. C9 already got through enough of the jungle.
Yeah, one of the trinket wards that Cloud9 left saw Adrian coming in, so Cloud9 just leave that side. They don't want to be harassed while they do another camp, so they just do the Gromp and move all the way over. There it is. Incarnation is going to continue to shove on Diana, but here comes Adrian. He is level 1, but now he actually is going for the gank.
Exhaust used, Elise nearby as well. Great flash by Incarnation. The binding hits, Elimination doing a little bit of damage. And now High rejoins the fight, double knockup, falls to do no damage. Part of the mid lane, and walks away.
Flash from Incarnation, partly lucky there. Oh, binding lands!
Bind on the rush means the damage comes through, and yet again, Cloud9 finding a good early game, but a 3-man knockup gonna buy enough time that he gets safe.
Woo! Live flash before his eyes there. Rush does get out alive, but he's chased back into the side of the map that they've already cleared, so only can take Raptors, whereas High will be counter jungling. Wow! Rush actually chugs potion and wraps around for another gank. No flash on Incarnation.
And Gate's got a knockup available. Incarnation's got nowhere to go. He's got 0 chances in this one. First blood to Rush.
What a wraparound from Impulse there. Incarnation continues to press aggressively without a flash or any vision on Diana.
Yeah.
And his first real big misstep.
The rest of Cloud9 went for a counter jungle. They realized no one was in the jungle against them and didn't realize the gank was still coming through. Adrian should be fine here. Body slam, actually no. This might be enough damage with the binding. He exhausts Elimination.
And it's because the team is here to set it up, and Lemon might go down in this one. High gets the knockback, but there's nowhere for this Morgana to go. Gate is gifted the kill. Oh dear.
That was some awkward shot calling there. So, yeah, Cloud9 go for the two-man. Really, really deep jungle chase there. Neither solo lane or bottom or mid do collapse for it. But
if you told me there was a team in this game that was going to dive all the way through the jungle to the base gate with 2 and get caught for it, I'd have said, oh, that's Rush. Like, that's just how he plays. But it's High doing it.
Yeah.
And it's really getting punished.
High and Cloud9 have been very happy to play to Impulse's tempo. They got caught up in the hype of the last game. They're still on the same speed. And it's Impulse who have been playing counter here and punishing Cloud9's over-aggression.
Well, I mean, you can't spell hype without high, so why would you expect anything else?
Well, technically the way that you spell high also has an I in it. Hype does not. So
it's a homonym. Deal with it, Gobi.
All right, Sneak is going to get a decent amount of harass here on Impact.
Drops
just
CS
for
it.
Yes, yeah.
Get some damage down. All right. Denies some gold. Only 9 minions on this Shen, 8 on the Rumble. Both AD carries off the ground pretty well. They've been soloing for most of this time, unperturbed by things like enemy champions. Gate's got to feel good about this. The level 5, he's half a level ahead.
Ooh. And
a big trade comes out from Paulo, who already has a pickaxe. He went for the early recall to find a lane match that he would like.
Yeah, that
did really well in it.
That was definitely a rough trade there for Steve. Tumbled right into that boomerang. Impulse now looking to press since they've been able to counter twice.
Unless I shows up bot lane.
They will regret opposing me.
They're going to be dictated by Apollo's choices. It's going to make it really hard for Vayne, the only physical damage in the team, to get off the ground.
Rush going for some ganks now. Does get spotted up by a couple of wards, but he was fairly far ahead because of the overstep of Cloud9 before, so won't be punished.
Vayne back for the Cutlass and no potions. We'll miss a cannon wave for that, and it means a dive on Incarnation. Exhaust used, but is there enough damage? No. Binding hit by a minion, and that's still exhaust down though.
Summoner out of it. Also a pretty big chunk down on Elimination.
He's still got potions, so he'll be serviceable.
Pretty good deep ward suit. This is actually one of these wards that they just placed by the Krugs. Definitely a very big fan of it.
I love it. Tracks almost every route the jungle can take.
Yeah, especially when you're facing a guy like Gragas.
Oh.
Good knock up there by Gate.
But Incarnation was out of mana. Couldn't go. Actually, already used the E. Had no way to pull Gate back in. Nice step for the gank there. Incarnation, I mean, still holding up in farm despite being 0-1, despite getting a couple of kills over the Gate early on as well.
Yeah, Diana able to
laning closely.
Continue to shove in.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a pink ward now on one side, so he can at least hover. They really have to watch out, though. Impact is approaching level 6 very quickly, so bottom lane has been the target for Impulse all series long. Cloud9 have to be ready for this. That Krug ward does spot High on the bottom side, so Impulse can play accordingly and wait around him before they go for any sort of dive. Adrian actually very far off of level 6. So
Impact is this wave for level 6.
They'll see High when he... Oh, ward timed out.
Here comes the fight between the two of them. Balls has ulti as well, though, so this could be an interesting fight to be a part of. Double Ruby Crystal for Impact. He feels safe enough in this fight.
Yeah, you know what? I'd actually like to see Rush go for a gank on top lane first to try and get the teleport out of Balls. If you go for a gank on top lane, even if you don't kill him, chunk him down a lot, maybe you get a summoner out of it. If you force that teleport back to top lane, then you open up for Shen plays down bottom.
They're going to try right here. Balls, ooh, had to flash. That's still a crucial summoner gone.
So he got the summoner, didn't get the chunk though. So that was a good summoner use there by Balls. They weren't able to force him back to base to try and draw out his teleport. So bottom lane will continue to go here for Cloud9.
Go for the trade elimination. One half a Q, which means Sneaky can trade right back in, but here's Exhaust on with Black Shield still on.
That turret.
Oh, he mistimes the Pulverize, but here comes the rest of the team. Apollo gets the Shen ulti. Here comes the team that taught elimination. Balls didn't show up until just now. Or is that actually Incarnation trying to show on this one? He does. Pulls in Impact. Impact's got no way out. His flash is down. And here comes High. Is the damage around? Yes. And now it's on towards Adrian, but the knock up towards High. They try to get something back. Sneaky gets the kill. 2-4 over on the scoreline. One hit will do it for Apollo. But it's Gate picking up another one, 2-0 and 1. Who says the mid laner of Impulse can't carry?
And during that time, Rush killed Balls, because Balls, when he saw Impact try and teleport, he immediately started channeling his own, and Rush was there waiting, hits the cocoon, and goes for the kill. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and then
we'll probably see a replay, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
I think so too. Really nice heads-up play by Rush to make it a 4v4 after all. And in fact, even better.
Well, I'm saying it was a planned play because they're baiting the teleport. Oh no, Balls teleported first. So yeah, that's exactly what happened though, but it was Balls who started it first, and Rush goes in. Easy solo here. Knows that there's no flash. And return.
I mean, they just went to go hit Balls during the play. Yeah, super smart. Now Balls being tower dive. Taunt comes in. Impact going to take just enough turret shots. Perfect juggling here. Rush will get away.
Dangerous there.
Yeah, he had a shot in him.
They didn't have very many deep wards. Gragas, fortunately for Team Impulse, is on the red buff, so.
There was one ward by Raptor. They might have seen him go through that. There's one, I think one ward, the only deep ward, I believe, might have spotted High on the way through. Unsure though, I actually didn't see him path. Adrian.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, Shen gonna get jumped on though, knocked around a little bit, nice stun, half HP and Sneaky. Gotta be careful, Apollo has so much attack damage, BF Sword Sivir.
Sneaky's got friends though.
Yeah. Thanks to the
friends are worth more than a BF Sword, more than 1,500 gold.
Expose
you about that. My friends are worth 450 gold in enemy team.
Well, what I was gonna say before this is that get up behind Rumble on the top side.
Cute.
Shen teleports.
Okay, so Balls has his teleport up in about 3.5 minutes, but Impact will have Stand United soon. His top lane matchup pretty brutal actually. 4 assists versus 2 deaths. One of these is better than the other. Great stuff together, but it's a 2,500 gold for the team that will escape the catastrophic level 1. They got a good early game of their own.
Yeah, Rush is a full giant spell ahead of High here, so
never retreat.
If they meet up. Bottom lane shoves the wave and comes up to Dragon here.
Alright. High reveals it. Barrel does give vision.
Now, no teleports again are available for top laners, but again, Stand United, and he's under his turret, so this should be a very free Dragon for Impulse. The only thing would be,
fight in the mid lane. Incarnation trying to get his shields back up, but it's not. Oh! He dodges it. Whew.
Definitely necessary right there, as Gate almost able to pull off the solo. But again, yeah, that unless Cloud9 wanted to try and force to bait out Stand United and then retreat, that would be the only way they would want to try and test that Dragon.
Contest here. Game. Pulse. 2-0-1 Yasuo, of course, with gold lead helps, but now he's really taking a chance here. The matchup is so difficult now for the 9 mid laner. The bot lane helps being beset.
Yeah, the thing is about that Dragon, just giving it up, or Impulse can still use that teleport advantage, can still use Stand United in a time. So not only do they have to give up Dragons, but they want to give up outer turrets as well. Do not want to fight at a numbers under any circumstances. So much so that they give up 2 objectives, and mid lane now going to be under fire, and they still use the teleport to go for a dive.
Here comes Rush, here comes Impact, here's the taunt, here's everything you ever wanted, Incarnation. Gonna go down as well, Impact has aggro, he'll walk away safely.
Oh, they do get the flash out, but that is all. So,
my destination is clear.
This is the thing about trying to avoid Stand United and just continue to give up objectives. eventually they're going to use it for a dive anyway. Impulse get Jaggin and 2 outer turrets for it.
And the kill gives him, yeah, a really great turret pickup. So wonderful things here. Impulse really starting to take over this game. Runeglaive Elise actually from Rush here. So he switched up the build a little bit. He got 2 early kills and said, screw it, let's do damage. Got an Alistair in a shed anyway, so I think it might be complicated.
Can he finish?
No. Oh! I thought he was going to die. You know, with that skin, he's actually balls of steel.
I don't know. He didn't see anything coming, so he's more like oblivious.
That's way less catchy.
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm pretty sure I win this one.
But more accurate.
More accurate than that cocoon.
Okay, well, Cloud9 going to be able to get that turret down bottom.
Definitely playing to huge deficit though. Cloud9 has yet to make big comebacks in this series. 3,500 is the lead for Impulse. Definitely a large margin here, 14 minutes in. And I want to see what's next to the plate for them. They clear 138 CS, the highest in the game on their AD carry Apollo. He's had the assistance of multiple ganks and it's been fine.
Gate, by the way, in the mid lane. This is the he's been out CSing, out pressuring Incarnation. The Yasuo versus Diana matchup. Incarnation, remember, was punished really early. 4-man game. Repeat game.
You know,
I saw you setting this. I saw you setting this one up. Big guy.
This is Gates' first professional Yasuo game.
Well, his other one was not professional. Oh, Gates?
Oh,
okay, Gates. Yeah,
Rush! Rush! Goodbye! Kill goes over. Sneaky getting a red buff is a nice thing.
Your attempt at redemption distracted me from actual gameplay.
I'm sorry, Kobe. Should have taken it at face value. You're like, yeah, you're right, it is. Apollo, nice spell shield, gets away from the body slam.
Wow, he also shoots the
play. Gets rid of
And that's the thing. You want to give up the outer turrets because they're so easy to get back.
My destination is clear.
But
first is a fine, nice smite by High.
I mean, that's why we're seeing Cloud9. Happy to
never
The current state of the game right now, secondary turrets are incredibly hard to press in. And there's a fairly long stall phase in the middle of the game. Where usually the team that was behind the outer turrets is able to get back the standing global gold here.
What's incredible to see though, and even though you're correct about these teams just being hard to kill, Impulse and CI have still managed to end their games in about 31 minutes on average. They're down ways to and get in. We'll see what it ends up being here at Game 4. It does stall out. Maybe able to hit them. High gets cocooned up. The knockup's next, and not even a chance. Gate on a killing streak. 3-0-2. Incarnation now sets up for balls. Good damage comes across, and now a taunt for Impact. Elimination is on the menu, and he goes down. Sours his chances at living in this fight. Ball's running away.
Deep wards from Impulse, setting up the play there. Rush able to land his cocoon, and beautiful chaining of CC there. High got no moment where he could control his character. 100-0 there.
Beautiful stuff by the Impulse squad. Then as they push in for that mid-tier 2, and maybe 2 kills is enough to make that happen. And the tower dive, holy crap, Balls is gone. And they're gonna drop the aggro just right. Adrian though is beset by Incarnation, but won't go down. Sneaky free hitting on the backside, goes for Adrian, gets the kill. Nice pickup, but more fights coming through. High goes for the taunt flash, or the body slam flash. Can't quite get the kill just yet. Oh, the black shield keeps Sneaky alive for now, but High is also dropped. Lived! The big stun coming through. Impact walks back into range. Cloud9 fighting tooth and nail with a taunt. Oh, the cocoon rather hits on a Sneaky. 12-5 for Impulse.
What is going on?
Incarnation's going on. He gets a kill as well. A lot just got picked up. All right. 4 kills on a Sneaky though. He's actually hit the ground.
goes for that. I bet you're going to have a 5-on-5 for it. All right, well, let's see the initial tower dive. That was great. Impact starts it up. Adrian follows. Boom. Somebody's dead. All right. Here's the re-engage. They're trying to call the re-engage because High's on the way from base, by the way, right now. Incarnation wanted to hold on to his flash. Couldn't quite get it. But High was able to get a good body slam flash there over the wall. See how much life there is. It's got to be some. And they have vision on team. You have the board of them.
That was just silly by Sneaky.
Yeah. So back to back.
The red one.
That one unbelievable there for Gage.
Ooh, big stun. Adrian's gonna go down to that one. Nice pickup.
Yeah, nice ulti there for High.
All right, Cloud9 actually fighting back. They're down 4,000 gold, but maybe there's something to get. Mid lane outer is alive, and defense will be hard.
All right, outer turret definitely first before Dragon, so you can line up those wards. Cloud9 have so much vision here leading up to the Dragon. There's only one impulse ward on the way. They have to be very careful because the Stand United is going to gain pressure on top lane. So Cloud9 have to be very quick. Immediately starting up Dragon, trying to burn it down with things to get this and get out. It looks like they've been able to do it, and they'll pull this off in time because they were so quick. Trying to defend secondary up top lane, but not in time. Trying to defend Baron. Rush gets cut off though on his way to Baron. No more smite.
It didn't even matter. Will they stop them? There was a pink ward by mid lane. So
Sneaky has
Dragon Orb run over.
They're just trying to block him. Cloud9, no. High's making a beeline.
Down they go. All right, Dragon and a kill picked up. Impact burns ulti to keep Agent alive. That's not going to be enough. That Impact can get jumped up, but here's the re-engage. High does not go across the wall. The binding hits the pullback on Impact. C9 lost his fight. And oh no, C9 could really make this game work.
Yep, everybody's going to be... oh no, he's going to channel a teleport. Does he have another W?
Oh, he goes down. Summoner TP not enough, and Sneaky gonna stun off Gate. Oh, Cloud9, but it just found the fights they really wanted. Another killing spree, the flash away. Gate will not get the damage. He won't get anyone. A double, and suddenly it's 12 to 12 in kills.
What a ridiculous comeback! And Baron is not... Okay, no. The craziness stops at Baron.
Yeah. I think I might have called to go for it. C9 chose not to. Rush. Okay, they're not Baroning. Heart attack avoided. Tie game. C9 off of a bad Baron call. Capitalized perfect.
Well, this all changed from that dive of Team Impulse. Impact went back in, he died. Cloud9 teleported in, they got a bunch more kills. Shoving up mid to get the turret. And half of Impulse head over to Baron. Rush got caught on the way to Baron. So they knew they had no smite. And then Adrian got caught trying to stall them as well, which also drew out a Shen teleport.
Which got him caught.
Everything just broke down. All communication, all coordination for Impulse just went out the window.
He has 9,000 gold right now. With garbage on a support.
Cloud9.
Real damage here.
They're sticking to the Impulse tempo. Got right back in it.
I am so surprised with these games. The first two were so clean by Impulse, they were crushing it. There was nothing C9 could do. Rash was really game. There's no chance. Then in this game, same kind of thing happens. Gate gets off to a great start, Impatient held down. And now it's just sloppy. Impulse caught out again. Impact's gonna go down. Unstoppable now for Sneaky.
Not only did their communication, coordination break down for Impulse, but also all their wards are expiring and not renewing them. Cloud9 have to completely taken over back control here. They're able to get multiple picks off of it. And a lot of pressure on Baron. Bane can duo it with Gragas.
Yeah.
They've got two side on it. All right, they're gonna go for the side swipe here though. Incarnation goes for the initiation and binding kick.
With the ulti though, it's down in 3 seconds. They can re-engage on it if they wanted to.
Remember, it was Shen who got picked off. You have to be very careful when re-engaging on that team. Yeah, Shen can stand united.
Stun lands.
He
There's
will.
the engage. They find high. The knockup's coming through, but he's going to stay alive for this one. Asian in the back line. Easy kill picked up. Now, how is it going to be for the Bane? Incarnation kills off Gate. Impact is next up. A 3 for 0. Cloud9 are coming back in this one.
They've got True Sight already on Baron. Looking to even this one up. Impulse, can Rush get a crazy steal? Rush plus Apollo here.
No flash.
There's
no
a ward
flank,
up on there.
Lights up in 2.
Sneaky does not have flash, so he can't flash over.
Sneaky has Condemned though, and here comes Balls, and in Elimination, across the wall goes Incarnation. Kill picked up, high is low, but there's no chance to stop this one. Baron.
They need to
for
get back
C9.
and clean these waves, but Cloud9, what a comeback.
Wow.
Vision control. Vision control has taken this game for Cloud9.
Over aggression. Diving turrets too far, getting back into fights they don't deserve to be in. Being in the wrong spot with the Baron call on the table.
All right, so Impulse are like, you know what? We're gonna re-engage. Our Shen is back up. Stand united. Everybody into the middle. Gate ults high. Gragas takes the Yasuo ult, and then Gate doesn't get off much more DPS. He tried to go for Incarnation. That's about it.
Black Shield saved Diana from getting hit by Yasuo ulti, so nothing happened to him.
It's time for, I told just the Black Shield, yeah, as we talked about in Champ Select. Really hard to break through for this Impulse squad. They have very little magic damage.
I wasn't disagreeing with you. All right, a long road ahead now for Impulse to get back in this game. C9 just doing a wonderful job in the last 10 minutes of clawing their way back in. Baron buff is on. They have teleport up for both of their solo laners. So unlike Shen, they can be in 2 places at once. It's going to make it hard for Impulse to react. All 5 members there. Attack time is limited. The wave clear is really just Apollo. And then this wind wall.
Oh man,
block the damage.
Black Shield, Zeke's Harbinger, Vayne.
He's buying Bloodthirster next.
And he's 10 kills deep.
Scary.
Sidewave slowly pushing for Cloud9. You can wait for it to speed up. And Minion doing work the entire time as well.
Alright, next try.
I don't think they want to go for the dive though, so
no.
Just send somebody over to Baron up that big wave that made its way up. So you let the wave slow push to build up, and then you go Baron and power the wave when it's already at your turret, and the minions will just annihilate the turret for you.
Just trying to buy time. Explosive cast aside of the team is going to buy enough time for this turret to get killed after all. Impact wave in the top lane did crash into the turret to no farm for C9. Wave goes through, stops the casters, and Cloud9 will look for a few seconds on this turret. Black Shield on, Windmill stops it. But now Dragon's up, easy pickup.
Yeah, Dragon's number 2 at 27 minutes.
It is at least turret damage.
Yeah,
having a hard time getting it.
That's fair.
The more I've watched this like games in the last 3 months, the more I realize Dragon 2 actually kind of helps these like short windows. Like all of this on prevalence is actually a fairly big deal. More than you'd think.
Yeah.
I used to think it meant nothing.
Yeah. Plus there's probably not a banner of command on the table unless High builds it. Lemon is going to try and get his zonus for the team fight. Actually upgrade this to Ruby side zone first so he can stay out on the map longer without having to build.
Yeah.
Slow and steady there for Cloud9.
An ally has been slain.
Aha! Set the trap. The rest of the team is coming up as well. They've got Sivir speed boost too.
Well, that's the only tier 2 turret left. That's the turret you would go for if you're Cloud9.
Nobody is showing on the map though, so Cloud9 are not going to split up.
Yeah. So the death rush is going to work. Gate says, all right, I want to smart badly. No one's coming. The Baron buff is gone. 4,000
bit of size overcome.
Two teleports here for Cloud9 as well. Try and attack the Rumble split push. Incarnation could go.
No.
They haven't had Incarnation solo. Nor Vayne. You're not going to start now. Cloud9 crew back up.
Q is the target after all.
Another wind blade.
Of the 3 available turrets, definitely the gold income will be there. Yeah. We're driving for a while. Baron's about 3 minutes away.
All the wave clear is pretty much Apollo. Everybody else is dangerous for them to try and help out. Gate has to.
They will regret opposing me.
Cloud9 reconsider their position. Maybe they will decide to go for the split. At least send part of the 1-3-1 to go catch that big wave.
Not real life below. That's how it works.
This is a video game.
Yeah. If you really wanted the answer.
How much realer can you get, Freak?
Then League of Legends. Most things.
He's actually going to get caught out here. Rush.
Whoa, oh!
Never mind. Open him.
Black Shield used on high, though, which means they can get back on a sneaky exhaust on him. He's not going to do much damage just yet.
They turn on Incarnation instead. Impact gets the taunt.
Impact goes in towards Sneaky, but now the damage coming back through onto him. Gate gets the ulti across once. Incarnation gets it. A 1-for-1. Impact crashes out. Now Gate is the target, has the knockup. A flash by Sneaky. And High wants in now. Will they get it? Yes. 2-for-1. Low health bars, very low on impulse.
And Impact has not long for this world. Is he gonna try and, is he gonna be able to suicide?
Dodge the binding.
Oh,
I think if this time is gone, I think
he's gonna be able to suicide.
I think he suicides is safe.
If he does have he tries to get out.
He outplay it.
Oh, he teleports instead.
He outplayed it. Nicely done. 2-for-1 though, still advantage.
It could have been but it only turns out to be a 2-4-1 instead. Balls did clean up a lot of things down bottom. More money on the Rumble, definitely a good thing for Cloud9. Definitely outstripped Impact in this mid-game.
The pressure.
I have my
Ball's very low KP on this Rumble actually, 2, 3, and 3. He's been forced to play split push duty up against Impact for a lot of this game. Sneaky really involved in everything here. Slowing down a little bit. Baron back on the field. 1.5.
It's getting so difficult because the team fighting falls off very heavily. Straight up 5-on-5.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure on Gate to perform really well. When Levitation is running this. Some ability power to back it up. Plus, if Harbinger
yeah, Vayne destroys the strong.
They will regret.
That's why I wanted to for Apollo. Yes, you can set up the team, but Gate is exhausted and you like again. They don't have a good midi carry here. Apollo is the lowest KP in the game.
Cloud9. 3 souls, 3 carries are extremely fed.
Oh, Adrian's gonna pop the ulti. He's gonna take less damage here, but he's still easy to attack. It's big, it's obvious. Face them out, not enough. Incarnation is slaying Adrian now.
So Impulse called down to Stand United. But Adrian getting initiated on that might mean that
They're winning by every metric you can really imagine.
Well, Impulse actually made the call to try and counter Dragon there. That's a very bad call because Baron buff Cloud9 already got a minion wave.
No one seems to come to the inhibitor down.
Well, he's the turret. Impulse going to try and sandwich them against the turret? That's suicide. Okay,
No, they're just
recalling.
picking staggered recalls.
Yeah,
Turret's gone and hits next.
Such a bad call to try and counter Dragon for Baron. Cloud9 already had mid lane pushing. That was a completely avoidable
absolutely.
situation for Impulse.
And now they get the wards to set up for the next turret. Impact shove the bot lane down. Okay, cool, you got a few minion waves, but guess what? Incarnation has teleport. He's going to clean the wave up, not care at all, rejoin his team.
Yep, Cloud9 littered the map with wards as well, pressing all the way into Impulse base. Impulse only have 2 left standing, and one of them is inside the base. This turret should go down very easily.
Incarnation's huge. Death cap just completed. There's turret number 7.
I do find it slightly hilarious that Cloud9 have double teleports and Vayne, and they have not split push
at all this game. It's been the team
Don't
fight
need
for them,
to.
but it's worked. Impact to the front side. Goodbye. Shen is down. No stand united, but there's the knockups. But there's no Yasuo left to fight back. It's a 5v3. Into the back lines they go. Cloud9 happy to dive. 3 kills already picked up. They've got another inhibitor turret down. Apollo next in the back. He's going to get picked up. Rush is last. That's going to be the ace. That's going to be Cloud9. The dream of the reverse sweep is still playing out. And C9 are going to take down game 4.
Freak, this is... I was actually talking. All right, well, let's let them have their moment first. Cloud9 come back to even it up, 2-2.
Wow.
I was talking to both teams when they got here this morning, and we were watching Europe and talking about how even in all these best of 5s this year, we keep seeing the teams very close early games in the series. And then the game 5 just ends up in a completely one-sided smashing.
Yeah.
Very curious if that will hold true for their game, because they were the ones making fun of it and talking about that being the trend in all the other semifinals.
I mean, game 1 and 2 were absolute stomps. Game 3 was crazy, but fairly one-sided. Game 4, huge back and forth. Like, it gets more ridiculous over time. So that's what this sort of series is going.
2-2.
2-2.
Everything's on the line. All that matters next game.
Yeah. You know, Kobe, I have a bold prediction. Whoever wins the next game is going to win the series. I'm almost certain whoever wins game 5 is going to win this series. That's where all the momentum's going. At that point, there's no coming back.
All right.
But, it's...
What's that?
I'm sorry, but I mean, this is so crazy, though. I can't believe the comeback actually happened. Impulse over-aggressing for about 3 fights in a row. You saw the last 10 minutes was bad shot call after bad shot call. The Baron throw, the complete misrotation when C9 got Baron number 2. They went for a Dragon like really late and then realized, wait, but mid lane got cleared. Should we recall? Yeah, I think. And then Inhib was dead.
Yeah, it seemed like Impulse have had a breakdown.
Yeah.
It's so hard to get that back in the small window that you have between game 4 and 5, but they're going to have to do it.
After game 1 and 2, it looked so ready for them to win this series. It's not that likely anymore for Impulse to see if it can happen, but for now, going to check in with our analyst desk to break down that C9 series tying win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It looks like we are going to get a game 5. Zyrene, you said earlier, if it's like a best of 3, we get a best of 5. If Europe gets a best of 5, we get a best of 3. Well, it's going 5 across the regions today for both of them.
Man, I thought this was going to be a 3-0, but the adaptation came in at the end, and Cloud9 said, you know what? We do know how to function under pressure. We are going to just completely go back to the drawing board. We saw them make a lot of changes in Game 3, and then Game 4, they pretty much stuck to their guns and almost did exactly the same thing. And TIP didn't adapt at all. TIP kind of stuck to their guns, and they turned out to be what cost them Game 4 in the first place. It's Game 3.
Yeah, I think the fact that they picked the Shen and the Sivir right into it again, and the Vayne, like we talked about before, Vayne is a counter to Sivir. Like, you just turn on the ultimate and just chase her down the lane. If you have Bork, you steal her movement speed that she gets. You just chase her down the lane and kill her. And also, Vayne just crushes Shen. Like, all the health stacking just completely works with their W.
Yeah, they had the Shen, and then C9 locks in Vayne, and then they proceed to still lock in Alistar and Sivir. So then Morgana gets paired with the Vayne, and there's no way you're going to stop her with the Elise, the Shen, the Alistar. She's just going to sit there with the Black Shield on and just shoot away at people. You haven't really drafted a strategy to deal with her, even in the laning phase, to keep her down. And then I did like this adaptation from C9, though. The TP mid Diana. So now you have double globals to go bottom lane and spill your lead over if you did create one. They didn't create the type of lead that you would think they would with it, but it still was an option that if it happened, they were able to execute on.
And that TP mid Diana is also something that changed just from yesterday's games versus Gravity, because he was trying to solo Keen over and over again, found himself going down, wasn't using the teleport, but to get back to lane. So we saw that change for Cloud9 overall today as well, that catapulted their play. Saint, going into this game, being a player yourself, now we've seen Impulse fall 2 games behind. What's going through their mind? Or do you second guess your strategies now and try to just go back to comfort? What's happening there?
Well, you either identify what's making your strategy not work in the first place, and I would say that's probably the Vayne. Like, I definitely think that Tip needs to ban Vayne if they want to keep running the Shen and the Sivir. Or you do what C9 did in the third game, where you just completely change up your strategy and, you know, go away from the Ashe, go away from all the things that you're playing, and move towards something else that you've been practicing. So I think if they can ban the Vayne or just change up their strategy overall, they'll be good to go.
Yeah, good news is they get to be blue side, so they can ban Braum, Vayne, and Kalista and drop the Azir ban, because then they'd first pick it themselves and get Gate on that champion.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great first pick.
Yeah, Yasuo didn't seem to work out for Gate there. It seems like they almost just wanted to try and play a takeaway game a little bit, but not as much. I also haven't seen any Victor play coming in here, but again, the champions that are being picked here, like you guys said, counter for counter for counter.
Yeah, that seems to be the name of the game, is find some type of advantage in your lane, spill that over, and try to snowball the game from there. So everybody's just relying on counter picks, right? And when counter picks are banned away, you go with the champion that doesn't have the counter pick available. So that seems to be the strat. Everybody seems to be working out whenever they get that advantage as well.
Saying, I kind of want to press you on where this could lead to tomorrow. Looking at both of how Impulse and Cloud9 is playing, how will this even fare against Liquid at this point?
I think if Tip ends up going through, it'll look exactly like the last time they played each other. I mean, Tip is very predictable in how they're going to play and what champions they're going to pick, and I feel like TL has the coaching staff there that's going to like, hey man, just pick this to go against this, and then you're going to also like stall out the lanes in this way and play the map in this way. And that kind of, I feel like Dom also matches up really well against Rush. The way he plays is really good at countering Rush's aggression, so it lets Team Liquid get to the late game every single time. And like you saw the last game where they threw at the Baron, they kind of falter in their late game decision making. So, and then if C9 ended up going through, I mean, I'm still gonna give it to Team Liquid just because I feel like they're just overall the stronger, more consistent team, and I feel like just if you look at the first 2 games in the series from today and yesterday, I feel like C9 has some drafting issues.
Yeah.
Pretty same thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think TL just has more options and more things in their basket, so they can actually change it up in a best of 5, which is a huge tool. But C9, now they've played almost 10 games now, and they will be playing 10 games in a moment. So they've shown a lot of what they have. Do they have even deeper things? And can they just, that's the thing too, right? This is a different kind of concept, is when you have so many things, you have to figure out what is right for the situation. Because they're trying a lot of things in the first 2 games that are not appropriate for the situations. They're almost overthinking themselves in drafts.
And then it was the Vayne that's right.
And they get 1 day to think that over if they win this game.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a very short amount of time. Cloud9 has seemed to do it a little bit already. Between yesterday and today, they found themselves back in what could be another sweep as they're about to force Game 5 against Impulse. Don't go anywhere because you are not going to want to miss the end of this series. That's coming up in just a few minutes, but right now, it's time for some Silver Scrapes.
The taunt flash or the body slam flash can't quite get the kill just yet. Oh, the Black Shield keeps Sneaky alive for now. Oh, Cloud9 might have just found the fights they really wanted. Another killing spree, the flash away. Gate will not get the damage. He won't get anyone.
Yasuo, if he jumps in, Yasuo. Come on, save it. Shen. Yasuo. Go down. Okay, Shen. Nice.
Impact gets the taunt. Impact goes in towards Sneaky, but now the damage is coming back through onto him. Gate gets the ulti across once. Nation gets it. A 1-for-1. Shen is down. No Stand United, but there's the knockouts. But there's no Yasuo left to fight back. It's a 5v3. The dream of the reverse sweep is still playing out, and C9 are going to take down Game 4.
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. And the North American Regional Qualifier, the teams are readying up for Game 5 between Impulse and Cloud9. And guys, it is match point. And I gotta say, something that's impressed me along the way as well is Cloud9's ability to keep composure throughout these games.
Yeah, they shake off the losses very quickly. They keep their calm, and they're not fazed by these losses. And that's a lot of the experience coming through and showing that this is definitely a veteran squad that's very seasoned. Now, coming into this next game, though, I want to see how TIP handles this, because I know that Rush is a very passionate
demonstration
guy
of superior judgment.
This could be the big double-edged sword in this matchup. In Game 5, is he going to go over the top, or is he going to make them GG in 20 minutes?
I'm just sad I haven't seen any Rush Lee Sin, man.
I know.
I thought it was going to come out.
Is it going to come out this game?
Yeah, this is going to be it. They're going to run the Lee Sin Yasuo. They're going to do the combo mid, and they're going to take him out, man. It's going to be good.
It's something that already, it could have fit in, right? It's their choice that they haven't been playing it, so maybe it is what they left up for this last game. Saint, I know you were saying, man, I'd love to see a blind pick now. Why not a blind pick? But unfortunately, they are going to still get these picks and bans in, but Cloud9 going to be back on the red side. Tip back on blue for this one.
Yeah, Tip gets that drop of the ban. They get to pick up a different one for themselves, possibly first pick the Azir, because they banned it last game, so they get a little more flexibility. And I'm always looking at that. Whenever people switch sides, what are they substituting it in? This time, Cloud9 picked up the Lulu ban again, even though we saw that not being picked up at all in this series.
Yeah, I don't know why that's banned at all this series. I really think that they need to ban Vayne, just so that Sneaky can't have it. Cause just because there's so many champions that TIP or they really want to play that just gets like hard counter by it. So I want to see what Sneaky's going to play versus like the Shen and versus the E versus the Sivir if you ban the Vayne.
Yeah, because Kallista's also going to be banned against him too, so he'll be throwing 2 Sneaky bans.
Yep.
Incarnation also stepping up. Is there any reason for Impulse to start looking at his champion pool, or is it really about Sneaky? Can they go 3 times in a row with this Vayne and just make it work?
I think it's Sneaky. I think the difference between Incarnation and Gate is very visible, that banning his champion pool. You're like, he's got so many things. He'd go on Orianna, he'd go on Diana, he could go back to Victor. Tapping that pool is not going to be worth it.
We also thought that Balls was going to be bringing in what would be his 4th Rumble loss of the season in there. He actually was not faring quite well on that champion. So for him to also pick up momentum out of his solo lane, looking very, very good for Cloud9. It definitely eases things up for High, who has not been having as good a game as Rush.
Yeah, it looked like Balls was pretty pressured, though. And I mean, I feel like Tip should have definitely won that game. It had the Baron thing not happen. That was one of the strangest throws I've seen. And
scripted.
Yeah, obviously it's Oscar night over here. But I mean, I thought it was kind of random. I mean, I think Tip should have won that series, but I think that with the team comp they picked, it didn't give them very many options late game. So when the gold did end up evening off, it's just like, oh, like how do we win the game now? We can't fight for dragons. We can't fight for Baron. We don't have like that snowball lead anymore. So just need to work on the late game shot calling, but.
Got to keep that level of respect for your opponent even when you think you're ahead in the game. We'll see if they can do it. One last time, we're going to hand it off to our casters now to see how this series plays out.
Thank you very much, Riv, and this is going to be a series you're going to see play out very soon. Game 5, I'm so excited for this one.
Should have seen it coming.
I really should have. You know, Trashy had said it from the very start. Cloud9 and 4, sure.
I'm just so surprised. After the first 2 games, it looked so one-sided. We've seen 3-0s, and they looked like those first 2 games, and then it just all turned around.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 continued to keep their composure throughout best of 5s for so long, and this is another example of that. Now, into Game 5, we'll see if it does go quickly one way. At this point, Impulse do have to be, at the very least, frustrated with themselves. Not only because they've gone down the last 2 games after going up 2-0, but also with the play that they executed in that last game.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? You talked about how C9 never give up. C9 are 7-0 in elimination games this split. They've been 1 game away from being eliminated from the season 7 times. And have won every single one. Beating TSM, winning the tiebreaker, 3-0 in Gravity, the last 2 in a row here.
With balance.
Backs against the wall, C9 are 7-0 this split. We'll see if that's going to be what happens.
Yeah, more support when you're against the wall.
That's true. That's true. That's true. And we'll see if Elimination is going to be good enough support for these guys. So,
they got Kalista. Whoa,
Azir was left up from both sides. The Shen ban was more valuable after seeing the Vayne ban.
Azir is also, after they're trading Kalista for Azir here,
that's weird.
Cloud9 have to take up the Azir in their first round. The only question is, what will they add with it? Alistar has been used over and over for Impulse. I actually like... I don't like to give up Kalista right now, but if I'm going to give it up, I definitely take the Azir. Because Azir can control so many zones, and it makes it fairly hard for Kalista to teamfight. But man, that is a big pickup for Impulse. Even Apollo, a lot of people have been banning Kalista against him, even when he was only playing Sivir.
Yeah.
He has
There's the Azir, there's the Elise. Azir, as you said, high with Gragas off the table. Literally still banned as it has been the rest of the games here.
He got it 1 time during the regular season. Yeah.
All right. Well, that was the trade. Impulse opted into this one. Rush now. Gragas, no Elise, no Italy. Definitely don't got the Shen to support him. Echo coming.
All the stops are coming out here. Game 5. Rush next.
Enforce equilibrium.
He performed very well on Gragas, so I'm very open-minded to that. Hulk Rush.
Yeah, and the lose that was so kind of bandit.
Yeah, so many times.
5 games unpicked once, now grabbed by Gate. They've already got Kalista. I like the big Kog'Maw comp anymore, of course, but
it doesn't, like, interesting. You build it, if you're building attack speed on your AD carry, then it's great.
Yeah.
And Kalista is one of the AD carries that does build a lot of attack speed very early, so it is great. I also really like it because Kalista earlier doesn't have to come in. True. Similar thing with why I like the Kog'Maw with it, because you have a buff and you can get used a lot earlier. So there are a lot of similarities there that I think are good.
Carefully.
I think this also needs impact on carry. You've got a support laner, a tank jungler. I really want to see impact on like his mate.
You're saying it's a tank jungler. This is Rush. He very well could try and go maybe next round.
I suppose you're right. I suppose you're right. Sneaky push down. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Sneaky push down to the Tristana here. Kalista grabs up. Tristana's going to be strong. Good backline threat. A big base wall already building up here as Cloud9 picked up Maokai for balls.
Yeah. Back to the old standard there for him.
You pretty much don't out-damage Azir Trist. So what Impulse goes for is going to be interesting. They don't go the full bot lane matchup. Cloud9 have delayed their support pickup. Impulse could say, let's go for a poke team. Of course, this could be top lane Lulu, keep in mind. They didn't consider that at the very beginning.
Yeah, poke team. I mean, you can get, they already have Lulu.
An enemy has been slain.
From the shadow.
Oh, Vel'Koz! Vel'Koz picked up. I think that's Gate.
No. Well, okay, so it's Impact. Okay, so yeah, so it's Impact is going to take
top lane Lulu into Maokai.
So, okay, so the reason we talked about a little bit of why poking good into Azir is Vel'Koz has a lot of kill pressure in lane. Vel'Koz puts out a tremendous amount of damage. I definitely going to see.
You mentioned pulling in all the stops here, Kobe.
Yeah.
If you didn't want to have to show it, now's the time to have to.
Oh,
Game 5, you've got to win this one. Rush brings out, I believe, his first Echo. Gate brings out the first Vel'Koz of the North American LCS. This one I'm confident about, by the way.
Yes, definitely. You're definitely right.
First Vel'Koz.
I mean, yeah, it's the same. It's the right idea, right? You have the long range damage. He also even has long range CC. It is hard to hit as an initiation, though. So.
And the Karma comes back for elimination. I actually like this a lot. Seeing
them
go back to having an aggressive lane. They've got an Elise to back it up. They didn't have all the elements they needed to be.
Yeah, I do especially like speed boost coming from the support this time around. Even though everyone's been hating on the Karma for elimination, he's put in so much time on it before game.
Yeah,
definitely. This has been one of his stronger champions. It actually pays off for them ever because he hasn't had much success with it yet.
Well, he was winning in the regular season with it, and then he's lost all playoff games with it. Like, you remember like the old comps for these guys earlier on for C9, it was the shield comps. It was you're running a Lulu and Orianna mid lane, the Karma support, the front line wouldn't die, and it just worked out. Slam hasn't been as good. People said, oh, it's the Karma's fault. I'm not sure I necessarily agree. We're getting ourselves into Game 5. Cloud9 bringing the Azir for Incarnation. Team Impulse bringing out 2 Echo and the mid Vel'Koz. Either team that loses this game, their season is over. They are doing nothing until next year.
Worried a little bit for this Vel'Koz because Elise is extremely scary. Very They have teleport Maokai.
It's gonna be tough. We'll see what happens. And now for one last time, head over to Twitter and let us know who you think will be victorious. Tweet at LOL Esports, either hashtag TIP win, or if you think Cloud9 will come out ahead, once again, it's hashtag reverse sweep. Here we go. Game 5. Elimination on the line, or a match with Team Liquid for a spot at the World Championship. This is the game. This is what it's all down to. Team Impulse versus Cloud9.
There's the star champion select. Let's see if he maxes his Void Red.
W level 1. Let's see what ends up happening here with these guys. Every single person has the same button except the supports.
Tread carefully.
Impulse going for a team invade. They don't quite kill off the Trinket Ward in the river. Creation does kill the mid lane one.
From the shadows.
For both sides.
With balanced steps.
So, actually, Incarnation runs the barrier to try and avoid some extra. But Vel'Koz's tectonic disruption, the knockup, is actually not a knockup, and it's like a subtype of stun. It's called suspension, so you can actually get rid of it. It's reduced by tenacity, and you can cleanse it. Very few people ever try that, but you could.
Press on.
Little known fact.
Knocks away a little bit, so he can Adrian does stop the drop. Gets 8 gold, Sneaky's at half health. Slight edge, no sustainable bottom lane for C9. No XP gained yet by the Janna though, Adrian around the wings. He wasn't going to have to do cleanly. Nice early trade. Incarnation got level 2 first.
Oh yeah.
He got the health through the Rampage thanks to Maokai, and all that. I think you want Barry to not die to Vel'Koz if he actually lands himself.
Being able to put yeah. And we will never know. Yeah, that's something we didn't touch on as well. Nobody collapsing. He's going by themselves. Might fight,
and it goes to high. Picks it up, holds Rush down.
Yeah, he got to come out.
As well, high with the flash. Flashes in as Rush makes it happen. And there's the flash play by high.
Flash is low, huh?
Yeah, applies right up and turns the passive.
Yeah, but I'm saying not worth. Regardless, Flash is trade.
A big trade, and here comes the re-engage there, triggers the W passive, and they're still fighting Impact, pushing into the high. Flashless Elise, Gates around, Impact flashes for the Glitter Lance, lands even more damage, but Balls is here to buy some time. Slowed down further by Vel'Koz, and there's the knockup, and they really want this one. Team Impulse still pushing through, Balls will have to TP, or flash out rather. Impact does not quite get the side he wants, but right on over again. They really want this one. Here's the W in from Rush. There's first blood to Gate. Flashes out, dives to the turret though, and this dive is ill-fated. Here comes Azir. Rush might be the second death here. Sapling will hit.
Just gonna tag him. Cannon minion claims Rush. So
it's a red buff.
Operation Steal the Little Wolf turns out in favor of Cloud9 in the end.
All right. 2 kills both on Balls here, a 2-0 Maokai. Definitely nice thing. No assists across the board, by the way. So those are all solo kills. Just money specifically on Gate and on Balls here. By the way, 22 minion disparity in mid though. Incarnation is crushing Gate right now.
Yeah, Gate went for the roam and went to help out with that play, which ended up coming around and costing him a summoner as well. So not only did that get turned around to one Cloud9 face, but he lost out on a whole bunch of minions and flashless without any dash as Vel'Koz in the mid lane. Extremely bad position for Gate to be in. Not the way they wanted this Vel'Koz matchup to go.
Our wills align.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
So unfortunate. Despite the kill, I guess with the kill, he's actually tied in gold up against Incarnation.
Enemy rampage.
Press on.
First recall coming through, 1,200 gold on Tristana. She's gonna let the wave push into her.
Oh! Well, they are off to that early lead.
Yeah,
so I go.
And they have the Tristana Azir for later. So
yes. C9 are definitely well set up in this game.
It's a good position to be in. Gate is putting a lot of points at least that's right there. Wave. We have to go to spell 4.
Tread carefully.
Level 6 versus 4, though Incarnation is ridiculously far ahead. Even has some defensive wards available. High, spotted out. Good warding by Gate, but he's still got to be afraid here.
You have to go with the plan from earlier in the series, where Gate just doesn't die. Try and just not die.
Yeah.
He tries to get CS from range, and avoid giving up another death to the Elise here. As you can see, Hyde did make a visit. They've got double wards because Incarnation can easily defend them. You always want to get extra pink wards around your lanes that are already winning, because not only can you get they're easily shadows, and your laner that is winning can keep them on the field.
This side Impact on this flash.
Without a sound.
High, that's all right.
I love how High is not used by at all. Yeah. He's like, you know what? You're on Echo.
From
your early game's
shadows.
weaker. I'm gonna come in with Elise and try and make something happen in your jungle. And it worked out in the end. Definitely touch and go there.
Absolutely was, but all is well. So, High, small lead over Rush overall. Top lane matchup close and farm despite the 2 kills. All for the cowl.
It's just painful to watch.
It really, really is. 35 CS the difference. Bot lane matchup almost equivalent despite the first pick Kalista not pulling a lot of weight yet in this game.
Gotta be careful.
the recall a little bit. Players. BF Search is scary, but Lifesteal is already here for Kalista, so she should be topped off at all times.
Plus, thankfully for Paul, he's got Jana. He can help him out in the main phase. Gonna be necessary.
Trade of wards. Impulse was more valuable though, so C9 can feel good. 1,000 gold lead for the team. We only have 1 kill. So there's 700 gold worth of farm that C9 is winning by. Definitely a lead to be happy about for C9 fans.
Ooh, rush and time.
For both these guys. A little bit, but Rush is going to have the stun available. High's going to be careful. There's the Tectonic everything. And Gate gets a kill picked up. Knocked back on a Rush. Incarnation wants to be in this fight. But Rush comes back around, forcing the slash. And now Impact shows makes better. The knockup comes through, falls around, but not doing a whole hell of a lot. It's the Tristana though. It's sneaky. He's going to pick up Rush. That will be the kill. The Summoner Heal not going to be enough. The trade comes through though. Impact is in this fight. Domination finds a bit of a route. Adrian though on the chase. Balls is flashless. Is slowed. The cube is by Kalista, but it's not going to matter too much here. Adrian shields himself to stay alive. Apollo gets the kill. Impulse pick up 3 for 1.
Elite's face checking Echo is the worst possible case scenario for High. If he doesn't have Fog of War advantage to hit the Elise combo, he got no cocoon off. Echo already stacked up the 3-hit passive before High was even able to attack. And that just meant Cloud9 were down 1 from the very beginning. Yeah, High just walked right past him. Echo got his full chunk off, and High, there's nothing, he can't do anything this entire time. Gets annihilated by Gate. Cloud9 try and take it anyway because they call in teleport from Maokai, and because Incarnation is so far ahead of Gate, but even with Gate being out of mana and having to be there, Impact walks his way over.
Tried to walk into the Adrian ulti.
Yeah. Balls can get away.
Really getting into mid-game fights is so valuable. Right now, Balls doesn't have a ton of mana or CDR, so Impact actually does a lot in these fights.
Incarnation there as well.
Pretty important stuff. Trade comes back through. Balls using his 40-second cooldown ulti to win a bit of a trade. Clears the minions. Feels good.
But yeah, if Elise face checks Echo like that, it gets taken out before your skirmish even really begins. Really difficult to make the keep going.
Flash forced. Apollo had to get away from the chase.
You really got to respect the as well.
Super close game. We've seen a couple kills come through on one side. They get answered back for the next 4 minutes. And this is the game that determines a chance at playing for Worlds.
It would be a 2 versus 2. I went first. It would be disastrous. He does not go first though.
Spiderling reveals. Stuns up Rush. Mid-lane is a 40 CS disadvantage though. Incarnation is absolutely destroying this lane. Balls goes for another trade against Impact here.
Tread carefully.
But it is Catalyst on this Lulu. Roa is the very, very common combo moving by now. The AP item changes if you patch is back.
Yeah.
A lot of ability power.
Without a
Shoving
sound.
that lane in again as well. Remember, Balls does not have teleport. I mean, neither of them have teleport, but Balls is the one getting pressured into the turret and running out of mana, so Impact will have a lot of pressure offside. No jungler support here.
Gates going Morello.
Will's alive.
Oh, they push in though. They take some real damage across this one. Knocked back by Asian Divine. Deciding to take target of attention.
Cloud9 are winning this duo lane up now 11 minions.
Go for a gank on top side. Balls did find actually the pink ward up in the side brush as well. So he could do a
Your turret has been destroyed.
Up in the top brush. Maokai's a great setup for Elise.
Going for the play. Sneaky didn't jump back. There's the flashback in. Ignite is on. He's got no way out. Sneaky sticks into a 1v2. Gets punished for it. Well played.
Wow. Good there from Sneaky.
Didn't see Callista Janna killing him with rocket jump.
Didn't see the beginning of it.
It was just simply casting spells at him. Just tossing Callista ulti.
Oh, flash from Adrian to engage it.
Yeah, he re-engaged after the buster shot, basically. Just landed a W, and it was enough.
Well, looks like Balls actually did find that pink ward up in the side brush.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's still there.
I thought he dropped one on it.
That means lane gank is going to be nearly impossible for High.
Yeah. Too bad because Maokai. Hovering around mid lane again, though. Everybody's hovering around mid lane. Pick off information.
All second and OP available. Gates stays -40. That's just going to stay 500 gold. Next time, that means less. A lot of people are under fire.
That ward.
Alright, so TIP, the first turret of the game, and now 1,500 gold up.
Yeah, I got
mid lane.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Mid laners 30 apart. High walking back to the bottom side. Dragons on the field. Not been a very dragon-focused series we've had, but Impact actually starting to win against balls here, +2.
It's Sneaky again.
Gets found out. Whoa! And they throw Adrian in, maybe a bit more than is needed. They're trying to contest blue buff though against High. Increases the round. This is very greedy by Impulse. But Rush and Gate are coming back in and contest. Pink ward will get cleared out. TIP get vision control back, and they will try to steal this blue away.
Yeah, they chunked down Sneaky so far. Not dead. Now, very interesting how this Impulse team fight is going to go as well. They have so many shields and heals and time travel to save people. It's going to be extremely difficult, actually, for Cloud9 to focus one target out. Callista ultimate. So far back. The Vel'Koz. Yeah, well, Apollo is pushing the bottom line. He's not even in the area.
The bottom tier is going to take some very real damage. Plenty of attack from this champ. Maybe trying to push him around. Balls walk through a ward. He's going to walk through another one here.
They go for a kill. They get the kill, but they give up a turret to do it. Tier 2 is under fire. It's getting pretty low.
Will die. There's no one around to stop this. So bot tier 2 for top lane tier 1 and a kill. Adrian did die for this. 1,000 gold, so that brings it to 5. User ends their season here.
1,000 gold spread out amongst the whole team means very little. It's all about your back timing and completed items right now for the next team fight. It's so sad when
This reversed.
Alright.
They used to have Mark the last episode.
Let's see if Cloud9 can get 8. Wow. Ball's actually they're working teleport disadvantage.
Scary. Impulse are making really great tower dive plays based on
yeah, so that move up top to get the outer turret on the support did cost Cloud9 quite a lot. Not only is it extended here, will they go for a tower dive once Tristana gets here? Lemon actually shows really early, so maybe not.
Wave cleared away pretty cleanly. Impact gets most of it.
Pretty hard to build.
Top side, so that's going to be a 1v1 over there.
Well, 2v1
bot side.
Azir in tail. I's trying to bait him in. And he does.
Happen. Here comes the fight, and the teleports come in. Impact wants to be part of this one. Balls can join as well. Turret gets summoned. Apollo goes in for Incarnation. Pinned against the wall, takes him down. Cloud9 get a kill picked up. Impact wants to be part of this one, but takes the turret out of the way out. High could have the damage. He will do so. The flash does it. A 2-for-0 for C9.
All right, let's see what Impulse can answer with. They're trying to go mid here. Everything misses.
We got a turret. Dead in a couple of sides here. Mid lane does turret for 2 kills. Good for C9. 300 gold separate. Incarnation 180 CS on is the highest game.
Remember, this was without the ball's teleport, so the teleport couldn't have been answered. So it does take a while before the turret comes back. Lulu's coming in, doesn't have the first.
Azir could help. Cloud9 looking for their third and final outer turret.
Teleports for either side, so it will be the trick. Already. Unless they want to use that would reduce their damage output though, because
they do have a Janna anyway. There are, I think, some target agnostic disengage tools.
True.
But yeah, it's interesting. The backline is definitely scary from Impulse. They have way more poke.
Double item. It's the 2-item power spike here from Kalista as well. Impulse need to use this. They've got the Blade Hurricane from Apollo. If they Janna shield as well as picks Apollo.
Azir's got wave clear, but he's zoned out by the fact that Impact can threaten him. So mid lane outer goes down. Impulse get their 4th turret this game.
Dragon in 10 seconds. Blue Steel, then Dragon is definitely on the menu. Balls does have teleport. No home guards, but Righteous Glory is completed. Cloud9 make the call to try and shove both waves.
Zeke's done on Lemon as well. Not yet done on Adrian. It'll only let the main target of Apollo crit. Hurricane bolts do not crit. So a little bit weird to go for that item, actually.
Yeah, especially with Kalista. Kalista doesn't care about crit.
And you can go Talisman of Ascension as well to get the team out, but Impact taking some damage. Ulti pops, Incarnation! Down to 1/3 though.
Maybe he tethers with Gate.
Oh, they flash in, the knockup comes through, Incarnation is gonna get knocked up and Rush gets the kill!
All right, can they continue to pressure the turret afterwards? They're moving up.
That's all their wave clear. How does C9 even stop them at this point?
Elimination, Karma Spam.
Karma Spam, a couple of saplings.
Yeah, Tristana can't effectively clear either. Static shift not done.
Echo goes for the zoning. Rush gotta be careful. He's gonna get jumped on. He gets bursted out a little bit. Pops the ulti to run, and Gates low. Sneaky jumps in, can't quite find the kill.
Sneaky
flash
forward.
He flashes for nothing, basically. High losing health as well. Rush on the side. Big damage from Apollo. This will be the turret if the wave comes in time.
That Adrian ultimate with Janna. Monsoon disengage. Able to keep everybody safe. So they get the kill. They use pretty much everything, but aren't able to grab the turret afterwards. So in the end, again, just a small gold swing there. Impulse able to claim it though. And they were also able to get a lot of warding done during that time.
Ooh, that's big.
Cloud9 had taken over, but Impulse just put up a whole bunch of extra new wards.
Yeah, Impulse owned the right side jungle. The problem is, though, Blue Buff and Dragon are both gone for the next 3 minutes, so there's very little to use. Bot lane tier 2 is also gone. There's actually nothing for Impulse to do on that side of the map. Those wards they got, I feel like, are really low value. C9 might just be fine.
The thing about those turrets already being down, though, is it makes it very dangerous for any of Cloud9 to try and CS on that side of the map.
Yeah, you're right.
So if
go for the kills.
Cloud9 had to be very careful going through their own jungle when they're trying to move from lane to lane and just farm. This Impulse squad, huge spike, as we talked about, with the double items for Kalista and all these shields that come from the supports, hitting level 9 on all of the support first max spells.
Elixir bot by Gate. He's as spiked as you get. I think his items are much scarier than Incarnation's, actually.
Yeah, he's got the Elixir as well. Plus Luden's Echo here for impact item, second item.
Wow. So damage focused build. There's actually multiple threats here.
There's a huge mid game here for Impulse.
And another ulti pop. They're looking to do some damage to balls. A little bit to Incarnation, down at half because C9 are doing Baron, and Impulse have to stop. Kalista's pushing bottom. She cannot join this fight, but it's enough poke to stop C9.
They're still on
lower.
it. Rush is going to go for the steal.
They're going to drop the inhib turret. TIP still delaying them. Balls is too low to fight C9.
Oh,
they lose the Baron gambit. They've got to run, and the inhibitor goes down. Apollo pushes bot lane after all. High with a dodge. The Glitterlance buying a bit more time, but can he get away? The Rush zone back. They've got to be careful. It's a 4v5. I don't know if Impulse want this fight. Impact's taking a lot of damage, and Rush is getting hit pretty hard. Incarnation runs away on the side. He's going to stay alive, but Sneaky kills off Impact, and he's going to chase in. This is dangerous. It's 2 kills picked up, but Kalista's on the base. She's going for Nexus turrets. C9 have to recall now.
He's gonna get one here. Oh no, the minion's gonna one out, and he can't finish it.
Oh,
the last minion.
Home guard Maokai is too scary. It's still.
Is he gonna get him anyway?
No,
Balls does not have flash.
Q and Duran is enough. Apollo made the right play there mechanically to get away.
Impulse.
But 2 kills for an inhibitor.
Impulse over chase a little bit to stop the backs. So an inhibitor this early on, unless Impulse are able to make that. Turn that into a vision play around Baron because they have pressure of the minions in bottom lane? I'm not quite sure because sometimes an inhibitor down this early in a solo lane can sometimes just mean that your opponents farm more because your super minion is shoving all of the minions onto their side of the map. And it can be a gold swing for them.
Now,
but
that turret's super low, so you can use it as Impulse.
True. It also does give you the ability to make a vision play on the opposite side of the map. Now Cloud9 do have their teleport, but it's all going to be in the next few minutes here for Impulse, and they go in already.
For High, the Elise getting attacked. Here's the teleport, so Balls will not have that, and he only finds Rush here in the front side who gets his shield and gets out.
He does have ultimate.
Falls at half. Ulti used by Gate doesn't do a whole lot.
Rush heals nothing.
The R for no heal. High's ignited, not quite enough damage. There's a knockup. Adrian in the front line. Rush buying some